17:1. Of this he hath expended, and given to Mr. Vines and others, about 543 li, owed money, and then by your books you will find whether you had such, and so much goods, as he chargeth you withal. And this is all that I can say at present concerning these accounts. He thought to dispatch them in a few hours, but he and Stratton and Fogg were above a month about them. But he could not stay till we had examined them, for losing his fishing voyage, which I fear he hath already done, and we please God, who put both you and us in mind to send each to other, for verily had he run on in that desperate and chargeable course 1 year more, we had not been able to support him. Nay, both he and we must have lien in ye ditch, and sunk under ye burthen, and had there been an orderly course taken, and your bussiness better managed, assuredly, by ye blessing of God, you had been ye ablest plantation that, as we think, or know, hath been undertaken by Englishmen, and thus far of these letters of Mr. Shirley's. A few observations from ye former letters, and then I shall set down the simple truth of ye things, thus in controversy between them, at least as far as by any good evidence it could be made to appear. And so labour to be brief in so tedious and intricate a bussiness, which hung in expostulation between them many years before ye same was ended. That though there will be often occasion to touch these things about other passages, yet I shall not need to be large therein, doing it here once for all. First, it seems to appear clearly that Ashley's bussiness, and ye buying of this ship, and ye courses framed thereupon, were first contrived and proposed by Mr. Allerton, as also Whitey the pleas and pretences which he made, of ye inability of ye plantation to repay their monies, and ye hopes he gave them of doing it with profile, was more believed and rested on by them, at least some of them, than anything ye plantation did or said. 2. It is like, though Mr. Allerton might think not to wrong ye plantation in ye main, yet his own gain and private ends led him aside in these things, for it came to be known, and I have it in a letter under Mr. Shirley's hand, that in ye first 2 or 3 years of his employment, he had cleared up 400 li and put it into a brewhouse of Mr. Collier's in London, at first under Mr. Shirley's name, and, besides what he might have otherwise. Again, Mr. Shirley and he had particular dealings in some things, for he bought up ye beaver that seamen and other passengers brought over to Bristol, and at other places, and charged ye bills to London, which Mr. Shirley paid, and they got sometime 50 li a piece in a bargain, as was made known by Mr. Hatherley and others, besides what might be otherwise, which might make Mr. Shirley hearken unto him in many things. And yet I believe, as he in his forementioned leader write, he never would side in any particular trade which he conceived would wrong ye plantation, and eat up and destroy ye general. 3 ly. It may be perceived that, seeing they had done so much for ye plantation, both in former adventures and late disbursements, and also that Mr. Allerton was ye first occasioner of bringing them upon these new designs, which at first seemed fair and profitable unto them, and unto which they agreed. But now, seeing them to turn to loss, and decline to greater entanglements, they thought it more meet for ye plantation to bear them, than themselves, who had borne much in other things already. And so took advantage of such commission and power as Mr. Allerton had formerly had as their agent, to devolve these things upon them. For ly with pity and compassion, touching Mr. Allerton, I may say with ye Apostle to Timothy, 1 Tim. 6. 9, they that will be rich fall into many temptations and snares, and pierce themselves through with many sorrows, and, for the love of money is ye root of all evil, v. 10. God give him to see ye evil in his failings, that he may find mercy by repentance for ye wrongs he hath done to any, and this poor plantation in special. They that do such things do not only bring themselves into snares, and sorrows, but many with them, though in an other kind, as lamentable experience shows, and is too manifest in this bussiness. Now about these ships and their setting forth, the truth, as far as could be learned, is this. The motion about setting forth ye fishing ship, called ye friendship, came first from ye plantation, and ye reasons of it, as is before remembered. But wholly left to themselves to do or not to do, as they saw cause. But when it fell into consideration, and ye design was held to be profitable and hopeful, it was propounded by some of them, why might not they do it of themselves, seeing they must disburse all ye money? And what need they have any reference to ye plantation in Yt? They might take ye profile themselves, towards other losses, and need not let ye plantation share therein, and if their ends were otherwise answered for their supplies to come to them in time, it would be well enough. So they hired her, and set her out, and freighted her as full as she could carry with passengers goods Yt belonged to ye Massachusetts, which rise to a good sum of money, intending to send ye plantation supply in ye other ship. The effect of this Mr. Hatherley not only declared afterward upon occasion, but affirmed upon of, taken before ye Gov. and Dep. Gov. of the Massachusetts, Mr. Winthrop and Mr. Dudley, that this ship Friendship was not set out nor intended for ye joint partnership of ye plantation, but for ye particular account of Mr. James Shirley, Mr. Beauchamp, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Allerton, and himself. This deposition was taken at Boston ye 29 of August, 1639. As is to be seen under their hands, beside some other concurrent testimonies declared at several times to sundry of them. About ye Wit Angel, though she was first bought, or at least the price beaten, by Mr. Allerton, at Bristol, yet that had been nothing if Mr. Shirley had not liked it and disbursed ye money. And that she was not intended for ye plantation appears by sundry evidences, as, first, ye bills of sale, or charter parties, were taken in their own names, without any mention or reference to ye plantation at all, viz. Mr. Shirley, Mr. Beauchamp, Mr. Andrews, Mr. Dennison, and Mr. Allerton, for Mr. Hatherley fell off, and would not join with them in this. That she was not bought for their account, Mr. Hatherley took his oath before ye parties aforesaid, ye day and year above writin'. Mr. Allerton took his oath to like effect concerning this ship, the Wit Angel, before ye Gov. and Deputy, the 7 of Sep. 1639. And likewise deposed, ye same time, that Mr. Hatherley and himself did, in the behalf of themselves and ye said Mr. Shirley, Mr. Andrews, and Mr. Beauchamp, agree and undertake to discharge, and save harmless, all ye rest of ye partners and purchasers, of and from ye said losses of Friendship for 200 li, which was to be discounted thereupon. As by their depositions, which are in writing, may appear more at large, and some other depositions and other testimonies by Mr. Winslow, and but I suppose these may be sufficient to evince the truth in these things, against all pretences to ye contrary. And yet the burthen lay still upon ye plantation. Or, to speak more truly and rightly, upon those few that were engaged for all, for they were fain to wade through these things without any help from any. Concerning Mr. Allerton's accounts, they were so large and intricate, as they could not well understand them, much less examine and correct them, without a great deal of time and help, and his own presence, which was now hard to get amongst them, and it was 2 or 3 years before they could bring them to any good pass, but never make them perfect. I know not how it came to pass, or what mystery was in it, for he took upon him to make up all accounts till this time, though Mr. Shirley was their agent to buy and sell their goods, and did more than he therein, yet he passed in accounts in a manner for all disbursements, both concerning goods bought, which he never saw, but were done when he was here in ye country or at sea. And all ye expenses of ye Leyden people, done by others in his absence, the charges about ye patente, and in all which he made them debtor to him above 300 li and demanded paymonte of it. But when things came to scanning, he was found above 2,000 li. Debtor to them, this wherein Mr. Hatherley and he being jointly engaged, which he only had, being included, besides I know not how much Yt could never be cleared, and interest moneys which ate them up, which he never accounted. Also they were fain to allow such large bills of charges as were intolerable, the charges of ye patent came to above 500 li and yet nothing done in it but what was done at first without any confirmation, 30 li, given at a clape, and 50 li spent in a journey. No marvel therefore if Mr. Shirley said in his leader, if their bussiness had been better managed, they might have been ye richest plantation of any English at Yt time. Yea, he screwed up his poor old father-in-law's account to above 200 li and brought it on ye general account, and to befriend him made most of it to arise out of those goods taken up by him at Bristol, at 50%. Because he knew they would never let it lie on ye old man, when, alas! He, poor man, never dreamt of any such thing, nor witey what he had could arise near witey value. But thought that many of them had been freely bestowed on him and his children by Mr. Allerton. Nither in truth did they come near witey value in worth, but witey sum was blown up by interest and high prizes, which ye company did for ye most part bear, he deserving far more, being most sorry that he should have a name to have much, when he had in effect little. This year also Mr. Shirley sent over an account, which was in a manner but a cash account what Mr. Allerton had of them, and disbursed, for which he referred to his accounts, besides an account of beaver sold, which Mr. Winslow and some others had carried over, and a large supply of goods which Mr. Winslow had sent and brought over, all which was comprised in that account, and all ye disbursements about ye friendship, and wit angel, and what concerned their accounts from first to last, or anything else he could charge ye partners with. So they were made debtor in ye foot of that account 4770 li 19. 2. Besides 1000 li, still due for ye purchase yet unpaid, notwithstanding all ye beaver, and returns that both Ashley and they had made, which were not small. In these accounts of Mr. Shirley some things were obscure, and some things twice charged, as a 100. Of bastable rugs which came in ye friendship, and cost 75 li, charged before by Mr. Allerton, and now by him again, with other particulars of like nature doubtful, to be twice or thrice charged, as also a sum of 600 li which Mr. Allerton denied, and they could never understand for what it was. They sent a note of these and such like things afterward to Mr. Shirley by Mr. Winslow, but, I know not how it came to pass, could never have them explained. Into these deep sums had Mr. Allerton ruined them in 2 years, for in ye later end of ye year 1628. All their debts did not amount to much above 400 li, as was then noted, and now come to so many thousands. And whereas in ye year 1629, Mr. Shirley and Mr. Hatherley being at Bristol, and write a large letter from thence, in which they had given an account of ye debts, and what sums were then disbursed, Mr. Allerton never left begging and entreating of them till they had put it out. So they blotted out 2 lines in witey leader in which ye sums were contained, and write upon it so as not a word could be perceived, as since by them was confessed, and by ye leaders may be seen. And thus were they kept hoodwinked, till now they were so deeply engaged. And whereas Mr. Shirley did so earnestly press witey Mr. Allerton might be sent over to finish ye great bussiness about ye patente, as may be seen in his leader write 1629. As is before recorded, and witey they should be earnest WTH's wife to suffer him to go, and he hath since confessed by a letter under my hands, that it was Mr. Allerton's own doings, and not his, and he made him write his words, and not his own. The patent was but a pretence, and not ye thing. Thus were they abused in their simplicity, and no better than bought and sold, as it may see me. And to mend ye matter, Mr. Allerton doth in a sort wholly now desert them. Having brought them into ye briars, he leaves them to get out as they can. But God crossed him mightily, for he having hired ye ship of Mr. Shirley at 30 li a month, he set forth again with a most wicked and drunken crew, and for covetousness' sake did so overlaid her, not only filling her hood, but so stuffed her between decks, as she was walt, and could not bear sail. And they had like to have been cast away at sea, and were forced to put for Milford Haven, and New Stow her, and put some of their ordnance and more heavy goods in ye boathome. Which lost them time, and made them come late into ye country, lose their season, and made a worse voyage than ye year before. But being come into ye country, he sells trading commodities to any wight he will buy, to ye great prejudice of ye plantation here, but that which is worse, what he could not sell, he trusts. And sets up a company of base fellows and makes them traders, to ruin into every hole, and into ye river of Kennebec, to glean away ye trade from ye house there, about ye patente and privilege whereof he had dashed away so much money of theirs here. And now what in him lay went about to take away ye benefit thereof, and to overthrow them. Yea, not only this, but he furnishes a company, and joins with some consorts, being now deprived of Ashley at Penobscot, and sets up a trading house beyond Penobscot, to cute of ye trade from thence also. But ye French perceiving that that would be greatly to their damage also, they came in their beginning before they were well set led, and displanted them, slew 2 of their men, and took all their goods to a good value, ye loss being most, if not all, Mr. Allerton's, for though some of them should have been his partners, yet he trusted them for their parties. The rest of ye men were sent into France, and this was the end of YT project. The rest of those he trusted, being loose and drunken fellows, did for ye most part but cusson and chayate him of all they got into their hands. That howsoever he did his friend some hurt hereby for ye present, yet he gate little good, but went by ye loss by God's just hand. After in time, when he came to Plymouth, ye church called him to account for these, and other his gross miscarriages. He confessed his fault, and promised better walking, and that he would wind himself out of these courses as soon as he could, and this year also Mr. Shirley would need send them over a new accountant. He had made mention of such a thing ye year before, but they write him word, that their charge was great already, and they need not increase it, as this would. But if they were well dealt with, and had their goods well sent over, they could keep their accounts here themselves. Yet he now sent a one, which they did not refuse, being a younger brother of Mr. Winslow's, whom they had been at charge to instruct at London before he came. He came over in the White Angel with Mr. Allerton, and there began his first employment, for though Mr. Shirley had so far befriended Mr. Allerton, as to cause Mr. Winslow to ship ye supplies sent to ye partners here in this ship, and give him 4 lee, pier tune, whereas others carried for 3. And he made them pay their freight ready down, before ye ship went out of ye harbour, whereas others paid upon certificate of ye goods being delivered, and their freight came to upward of 6 score pounds, yet they had much ado to have their goods delivered, for some of them were chimed, as bread and peas, they were forced to take worse for better, neither could they ever get all. And if Josias Winslow had not been there, it had been worse, for he had ye invoice, and order to send them to ye trading houses. This year their house at Penobscot was robbed by ye French, and all their goods of any worth they carried away, to ye value of 400 or 500 lee as ye cost first penny worth, in beaver 300 lee weight. And ye rest in trading goods, as coats, rugs, blanket, biscuit, and it was in this manner. The Mr. of ye house, and part of ye company with him, were come with their vessel to ye westward to feck the supply of goods which was brought over for them. In ye meantime comes a small French ship into ye harbour, and amongst ye company was a false Scot. They pretended they were newly come from ye sea, and knew not where they were, and that their vessel was very leak, and desired they might hail her ashore and stop their leaks. And many French compliments they used, and congees they made. And in ye endy, seeing but 3 or 4 simple men, white were servants, and by this scoff man understanding that ye master and ye rest of ye company were gone from home, they fell of commending their guns and muskets, that lay upon racks by ye wall side. And took them down to look on them, asking if they were charged. And when they were possessed of them, one presents a piece ready charged against ye servants, and another a pistole. And bid them not stir, but quietly deliver them their goods, and carry some of ye men aboard, and made ye other help to carry away ye goods. And when they had took what they pleased, they set them at liberty, and went their way, with this mock, bidding them tell their mister when he came, that some of ye Isle of Ré gentlemen had been there. This year, on Senior Christopher Gardner, being, as himself said, descended of Whitey house Whitey the Bishop of Winchester came of, who was so great a persecutor of God's saints in Queen Mary's days, and being a great traveller, received his first honour of knighthood at Jerusalem, being made knight of ye sepulchre there. He came into these parts under pretence of forsaking ye world, and to live a private life, in a godly course, not unwilling to put himself upon any mean employments, and take any pains for his living. And sometime offered himself to join to ye churches in sundry places. He brought over with him a servante or two, and a comely young woman, whom becailed his cousin, but it was suspected, she, after ye Italian manner, was his concubine. Living at ye Massachusetts, for some miscarriages which he should have answered, he fled away from authority, and got among ye Indians of these parts. They sent after him, but could not get him, and promised some reward to those white he should find him. The Indians came to ye Gavre here, and tood where he was, and asked if they might kill him. He tood them no, by no means, but if they could take him and bring him hither, they should be paid for their pains. They said he had a gun and a rapier, and he would kill them if ye went aboot it. And ye Massachusetts Indians said they might kill him. But ye Gavre tood them no, they should not kill him, but watch their opportunity, and take him. And so they did, for when they light of him by a river side, he got into a canoe to get from them, and when they came near him, whilst he presented his piece at them to keep them of, the stream carried ye canoe against a rock, and tumbled both him and his piece and rapier into ye water. Yet he got out, and having a little dagger by his side, they durst not close with him, but getting lunge pawls they soon beat his dagger out of his hand, so he was glad to yield, and they brought him to ye Gavre. But his hands and arms were swollen and very sore with ye blows they had given him. So he used him kindly, and sent him to a lodging where his arms were bathed and anointed, and he was quickly well again, and blamed ye Indians for beating him so much. They said that they did but a little whip him with sticks. In his lodging, those whitey made his bed found a little note-book that by accident had slipped out of his pocket, or some private place, in which was a memorial what day he was reconciled to ye Pope and Church of Rome, and in what university he took his scapula, and such degrees. It being brought to ye Gavre, he kept it, and sent ye Gavre of ye Massachusetts word of his taking, who sent for him. So ye Gavre sent him and these notes to ye Gavre there, who took it very thankfully. But after he got for England, he shewed his malice, but God prevented him. See ye Gavre leader on ye other side. Senior, it hath pleased God to bring Senior Christopher Gardner safe to us, with those that came with him. And howsoever I never intended any hard measure to him, but to respect and use him according to his quality, yet I let him know your care of him, and whitey he shall speed ye better for your mediation. It was a special providence of God to bring those notes of his to our hands. I desire whitey you will please to speak to all whitey are privy to them, not to discover them to any one, for whitey may frustrate ye means of any further use to be made of them. The good Lord our God who hath always ordered things for ye good of his poor churches here, direct us in this aright, and dispose it to a good issue. I am sorry we put you to so much trouble about this gentleman, especially at this time of great employment, but I know not how to avoid it. I must again entreat you, to let me know what charge and trouble any of your people have been at aboot him, whitey it may be recompensed. So with the true affection of a friend, desiring all happines to yourself and yours, and to all my worthy friends with you, whom I love in ye Lord, I commend you to his grace and good providence, and rest. Your most assured friend, John Winthrop. Boston, May 5. 1631. By occasion whereof I will take a little liberty to declare what fell out by this man's means and malice, complying with others. And though I doubt not but it will be more fully done by my honoured friends, whom it did more directly concern, and have more particular knowledge of ye matter, yet I will here give a hint of ye same. And God's providence in preventing ye hurt that might have come by ye same. The intelligence I had by a letter from my much fond and beloved friend, Mr. John Winthrop, Gavre of ye Massachusetts. Senior, upon a petition exhibited by Senior Christo, Gardner, Senior Ferd, Gorges, Captain Masson, and against you and us, the cause was heard before ye lords of ye Privy Council, and after reported to ye King, the success whereof makes it evident to all, that ye Lord hath care of his people here. The passages are admirable, and too long to write. I heartily wish an opportunity to impart them unto you, being my sheets of paper. But ye conclusion was, against all men's expectation, an order for our encouragement, and much blame and disgrace upon ye adversaries, WCH calls for much thankfulness from us all. Which we purpose, ye Lord willing, to express in a day of thanksgiving to our merciful God, I doubt not but you will consider, if it be not fit for you to join in it, who, as he hath humbled us by his late correction, so he hath lifted us up by an abundante rejoicing, in our deliverance out of so desperate a danger. So as that which our enemies built their hopes upon to ruin us by, he hath mercifully disposed to our great advantage, as I shall further acquaint you, when occasion shall serve. The copy of ye order follows. At ye court at Whitehall ye 19 Jan. 1632. Present. Sigillum Lord Privy Seal. E.A. of Dorset. Low, Vi, Falkland. Low, B.P., of London. Lord Cottonton. Mr. Trayer. Mr. Vic Chamber. Mr. Sec. Cook. Maester Sec. Windibank. Whereas his Matee hath lately been informed of great distraction and much disorder in Whitey Plantation in ye parts of America called New England, which, if they be true, and suffered to ruin on, would tenda to ye great dishonour of this kingdom, and utter ruin of that plantation. For prevention whereof, and for ye orderly settling of government, according to ye intention of those patents which have been granted by his Matee and from his late royal father King James. It hath pleased his Matee that ye lords and others of his most honourable Privy Council, should take ye same into consideration. Their lordships in ye first place thought fit to make a committee of this board, to take examination of ye matters informed. Which committees having called divers of ye principal adventurers in Whitey Plantation, and heard those that are complainants against them, most of the things informed being denied, and resting to be proved by parties that must be called from Whitey Place, which required a long expense of time. And at present their lordships finding the adventurers were upon dispatch of men, victuals, and marchandise for Whitey Place, all which would be at a stand, if ye adventurers should have discouragement, or take suspicion that the state here had no good opinion of Whitey Plantation. Their lordships, not laying the fault or fancies, if any be, of some particular men upon the general government, or principal adventurers, which in due time is further to be inquired into, have thought fit in ye meantime to declare, that the appearances were so fair, and hopes so great, Whitey the country would prove both beneficial to this kingdom, and profitable to the particular adventurers, as Whitey the adventurers had cause to go on sharefully with their undertakings. And rest assured, if things were carried as was pretended when ye patents were granted, and accordingly as by the patents it is appointed, his Majesty would not only maintain the liberties and privileges heretofore granted, but supply any thing further that might tend to the good government, prosperity, and comforte of his people there of that place, and William Trumbull. Anno Dom. 1632. Mr. Allerton, returning for England, little regarded his bound of a 1,000 li to perform covenants, for whereas he was bound by ye same to bring ye ship to London, and to pay 30 li per month for her hire, he did neither of both, for he carried her to Bristol again, from whence he intended to set her out again, and so did ye 3 time, into these parts, as after will appear, and though she had been 10 months upon ye former voyage, at 30 li per month, yet he never paid penny for hire. It should see me he knew well enough how to deal with Mr. Shirley. And Mr. Shirley, though he would needs tie her and her account upon ye general, yet he would dispose of her as himself pleased, for though Mr. Winslow had in their names protested against ye receiving her on Whitey account, or if ever they should hope to prevail in such a thing, yet never to suffer Mr. Allerton to have any more to do in her, yet he last year let her wholly unto him, and enjoined them to send all their supply in her to their prejudice, as is before noted. And now, though he broke his bonds, kept no covenant, paid no hire, nor was ever like to keep covenants, yet now he goes and sells him all, both ship, and all her accounts, from first to last, and in effect he might as well have given him ye same. And not only this, but he doth as good as provide a sanctuary for him, for he gives him 1 year's time to prepare his account, and then to give up ye same to them here. And then another year for him to make payment of what should be due upon Whitey account. And in ye meantime writs earnestly to them not to interrupt or hinder him from his bussiness, or stay him about clearing accounts, and So as he in ye meantime gathers up all moneys due for freight, and any other debts belonging either to her, or ye friendship's accounts, as his own particular. And after, sells ship, and ordnance, fish, and what he had raised, in Spain, according to ye first design, in effect, and who had, or what became of ye money, he best knows. In ye meantime their hands were bound, and could do nothing but look on, till he had made all away into other men's hands, save a few cattle and a little land and some small matters he had here at Plymouth, and so in ye end removed. As he had already his person, so all his from hence. This will better appear by Mr. Shirley's leader. Senior, these few lines are further to give you to understand, that seeing you and we, that never differed yet but about ye white angel, which somewhat troubleth us, as I perceive it doth you. And now Mr. Allerton being here, we have had some conference with him about her, and find him very willing to give you and us all contente whitey possibly he can, though he burthen himself. He is contente to take ye white angel wholly on himself, notwithstanding he met with pirates near ye coast of Ireland, which took away his best sails and other provisions from her. So as verily if we should now sell her, she would yield but a small price, besides her ordnance. And to set her forth again with fresh money we would not, she being now at Bristol. Wherefore we thought it best, both for you and us, Mr. Allerton being willing to take her, to accept of his bond of £2,000, to give you a true and perfect account, and take ye whole charge of ye whit angel wholly to himself, from ye first to ye last. The account he is to make and perfect within 12 months from ye date of this letter, and then to pay you at 6 and 6 months after, whatsoever shall be due unto you and us upon the foot of whitey account. And verily, notwithstanding all ye disasters he hath had, I am persuaded he hath enough to pay all men here and there. Only they must have patience till he can gather in what is due to him there. I do not write this slightly, but upon some ground of what I have seen, and perhaps you know not of, under ye hands and seals of some, and I rest. Your assured friend, James Shirley. Des. 6, 1632. But hare's not a word of ye breach of former bonds and covenants, or paymonty of ye ship's hire, this is passed by as if no such thing had been. Besides what bonds or obligements soever they had of him, there never came any into ye hands or sight of ye partners here. And for this whitey Mr. Shirley seems to intimate, as a secret, of his ability, under ye hands and seals of some, it was but a trick, having gathered up an account of what was owing form such base fellows as he had made traders for him, and other debts, and then got Mr. Mahu, and some others, to affirm under their hand and seal, that they had seen such accounts whitey were due to him. Mr. Hatherley came over again this year, but upon his own occasions, and began to make preparation to plant and dwell in ye country. He with his former dealings had wound in what money he had in ye partnership into his own hands, and so gave off all partnership, except in name, as was found in ye issue of things, neither did he meddle, or take any care about ye same. Only he was troubled about his engagement about ye friendship, as will after appear. And now partly about whitey account, in some reckonings between Mr. Allerton and him, and some debts whitey Mr. Allerton otherwise owed him upon dealing between them in particular, he drew up an account of above 2,000 li, and would fain have engaged ye partners here with it, because Mr. Allerton had been their agent. But they told him they had been fooled lunge enough with such things, and shewed him whitey it no way belonged to them, but told him he must look to make good his engagement for ye friendship, which caused some trouble between Mr. Allerton and him. Mr. William Pierce did ye like, Mr. Allerton being wound into his debt also upon particular dealings, as if they had been bound to make good all men's debts. But they easily shook off these things. But Mr. Allerton Herbie ran into much trouble and vexation, as well as he had troubled others, for Mr. Denison sued him for ye money he had disbursed for ye 6 part of ye wit angel, and recovered ye same with damages. Though ye partners were thus plugged into great engagments, and appeased with unjust debts, yet ye Lord prospered their trading, that they made yearly large returns, and had soon wound themselves out of all. If yet they had otherwise been well dealt with all. As will more appear hereafter. Also ye people of ye plantation began to grow in their outward estates, by reason of ye flowing of many people into ye country, especially into ye bay of ye Massachusetts. By which means corn and cattle rose to a great prize, by wch many were much enriched, and commodities grew plentiful, and yet in other regards this benefit turned to their hurt, and this accession of strength to their weakens. For now as their stocks increased, and ye increased vendible, there was no longer any holding them together, but now they must of necessity go to their great lots, they could not otherwise keep their cattle. And having oxen grown, they must have land for ploughing and tillage. And no man now thought he could live, except he had cattle and a great deal of ground to keep them, all striving to increase their stocks. By which means they were scattered all over ye bay, quickly, and ye town, in which they lived compactly till now, was left very thine, and in a short time almost desolate. And if this had been all, it had been less, thug to much. But ye church must also be dead, and those white had lived so long together in Christian and comfortable fellowship must now part and suffer many divisions. First, those that lived on their lots on ye other side of the bay, called Duxbury, they could not long bring their wives and children to ye public worship and church meetings here, but with such burthen, as, growing to some competent number, they sued to be dismissed and become a body of themselves. And so they were dismissed, about this time, though very unwillingly. But to touch this sad matter, and handle things together that fell out afterward, to prevent any further scattering from this place, and weakening of ye same, it was thought best to give out some good farms to special persons, Whitey would promise to live at Plymouth, and Lickly to be helpful to ye church or commonwealth. And so tie ye lands to Plymouth as farms for the same. And there they might keep their cattle and tillage by some servants, and retain their dwellings here. And so some special lands were granted at a place general, called Green's Harbour, where no allotments had been in ye former division, a place very well meadowed, and fit to keep and rear cattle, good store. But alas! This remedy proved worse than ye disease. For within a few years those that had thus got footing there wrought themselves away, partly by force, and partly wearing ye rest with importunity in pleas of necessity, so as they must either suffer them to go, or live in continual opposition and contention. And others still, as ye conceive themselves straitened, or to want accommodation, break away under one pretence or other, thinking their own conceived necessity, and the example of others, a warrant sufficient for them. And this, I fear, will be ye ruin of New England, at least of ye churches of God there, and will provoke ye Lord's displeasure against them. This year, Mr. William Purse came into ye country, and brought goods and passengers, in a ship called ye Lion, which belonged chiefly to Mr. Shirley, and ye rest of ye London partners, but these here had nothing to do with her. In this ship, besides beaver which they had sent home before, they sent upwards of 800 lee in her, and some otter skins, and also ye copies of Mr. Allerton's accounts, desiring that they would also peruse and examine them, and rectify such things as they should find amiss in them. And rather because they were better acquainted with ye goods bought there, and ye disbursements made, than they could be here, a great part were done by themselves, though Mr. Allerton brought in ye account, and sundry things seemed to them obscure and had need of clearing. Also they sent a book of exceptions against his accounts, in such things as they could manifest, and doubted not but they might add a more thereunto. And also shewed them how much Mr. Allerton was debtor to ye account. And desired, seeing they had now put ye ship White Angel, and all, wholly into his power, and tied their hands here, that they could not call him to account for any thinge, till ye time was expired which they had given him. And by that time other men would get their debts of him, as some had done already by suing him, and he would make all away here quickly out of their reach. And therefore prayed them to look to things, and get payment of him there, as it was all ye reason they should, seeing they keeped all ye bonds and covenants they made with him in their own hands. And here they could do nothing by ye course they had taken, nor had anything to show if they should go about it. But it pleased God, this ship, being first to go to Virginia before she went home, was cast away on Whitey coast, not far from Virginia, and their beaver was all lost, which was ye first loss they sustained in that kind, but Mr. Pierce and ye men saved their lives, and also their leaders, and got into Virginia, and so safely home. Ye accounts were now sent from hence again to them. And thus much of ye passages of this year. A part of Mr. Pierce his leader from Virginia. It was dated in Des, 25. 1632, and came to their hand ye 7. Of April, before they heard anything from England. Dear Friends, Endk. Ye brood of this fat all stroke that ye Lord hath brought both on me and you all will come to your ears before this cometh to your hands, it is like, and therefore I shall not need to enlarge in particulars, and my whole estate, for ye most part, is taken away, and so yours, in a great measure, by this and your former losses, he means by ye French and Mr. Allerton. It is time to look about us, before ye wrath of ye Lord break forth to utter destruction. The good Lord give us all grace to search our hearts and try our ways, and turn unto ye Lord, and humble ourselves under his mighty hand, and seek atonement, and dear friends, you may know whitey all your beaver, and ye books of your accounts, are swallowed up in ye sea, your letters remain with me, and shall be delivered, if God bring me home. But what should I more say? Have we lost our outward estates? Yet a happy loss if our souls may gain, there is yet more in ye Lord Jehovah than ever we had yet in ye world. Oh that our foolish hearts could yet be weaned from ye things here below, which are vanity and vexation of spyrite. And yet we fools catch after shadows, whitey fly away, and are gone in a momenti, and thus with my continual remembrance of you and my poor desires to ye throne of grace, beseeching God to renew his love and favor towards you all, in and through ye Lord Jesus Christ, both in spiritual and temporal good things. As may be most to the glory and praise of his name, and your everlasting good. So I rest. Your afflicted brother in Christ. William Pierce. Virginia, Des, 25. 1632. Anno Dom, 1633. This year Mr. Ed. Winslow was chosen governor. By the first return this year, they had leaders from Mr. Shirley of Mr. Allerton's further ill success, and ye loss by Mr. Pierce, with many sad complaints, but little hope of any thing to be got of Mr. Allerton, or how their accounts might be either eased, or any way rectified by them there. But now saw plainly whitey the burthen of all would be cast on their backs. The special passages of his letters I shall here insert, as shall be pertinent to these things. For though I am weary of this tedious and uncomfortable subject, yet for ye clearing of ye truth I am compelled to be more large in ye opening of these matters, upon wch so much trouble hath ensued, and so many hard censures have passed on both sids. I would not be party all to either, but deliver ye truth in all, and, as near as I can, in their own words and passages, and so leave it to the impartial judgment of any that shall come to read, or vie these things. His leaders are as follow, dated June 24. 1633. Edward Winslow. Loving friends, my last was sente in ye Mary and John, by Mr. William Collier, and I then certified you of ye great, and uncomfortable, and unseasonable loss you and we had, in ye loss of Mr. Pierce his ship, ye Lion, but ye Lord's holy name be blessed, who gives and takes as it pleaseth him, his will be done, Amen. I then related unto you whitey fearful accident, or rather judgment, ye Lord pleased to lay on London Bridge, by fire, and therein gave you a touch of my great loss. The Lord, I hope, will give me patience to bear it, and faith to trust in him, and not in these slippery and uncertain things of this world. I hope Mr. Allerton is near upon sale with you by this. But he had many disasters here before he could get away, yet ye last was a heavy one, his ship, going out of ye harbour at Bristol, by stormy weather was so far driven on ye shore, as it cost him above 100 li. Before she could be got off again. Verily his case was so lamentable as I could not but afford him some help therein, and so did some were strangers to him. Besides, your goods were in her, and if he had not been supported, he must have broke off his voyage, and so loss could not have been avoided on all sides. When he first bought her, I think he had made a saving match, if he had then sunk her, and never set her forth. I hope he sees ye Lord's hand against him, and will leave of these viags. I think we did well in parting with her. She would have been but a clog to ye account from time to time, and now though we shall not get much by way of satisfaction, yet we shall lose no more. And now, as before I have writ, I pray you finish all ye accounts and reckonings with him there, for here he hath nothing, but many debts that he stands engaged to many men for. Besides, here is not a man Whitey will spend a day, or scarce an hour, about ye accounts but myself, and Whitey Bussiness will require more time and help than I can afford. I shall not need to say any more. I hope you will do Whitey which shall be best and just, to which add a mercy, and consider his intent, though he failed in many particulars, which now cannot be helped, and tomorrow, or next day at furthest, we are to pay 300 Lee and Mr. Beauchamp is out of ye town, yet ye Bussiness I must do. Oh the grief and trouble Whitey man, Mr. Allerton, hath brought upon you and us. I cannot forget it, and to think on it draws many a sigh from my heart, and tears from my eyes. And now ye Lord hath visited me with an other great loss, yet I can undergo it with more patience. But this I have foolishly pulled upon myself, and in another, he hath this passage by Mr. Allerton's fair propositions and large promises, I have overruined myself, verily, at this time grief hinders me to write and tears will not suffer me to see, wherefore, as you love those that ever loved you, and Whitey Plantation, think upon us. Oh what shall I say of that man, who hath abused your trust and wronged our loves? But now to complain is too late, neither can I complain of your backwardness, for I am persuaded it lies as heavy on your hearts, as it doth on our purses or credites. And had ye Lord sent Mr. Pierce safe home, we had eased both you and us of some of those debts, the Lord I hope will give us patience to bear these crosses. And that great God, whose care and providence is everywhere, and specially over all those that desire truly to fear and serve him, direct, good, prosper, and bless you so. As Whitey you may be able, as I persuade myself you are willing, to discharge and take off this great and heavy burthen which now lies upon me for your sacks. And I hope in ye endy for ye good of you, and many thousands more. For had not you and we joined and continued together, New England might yet have been scarce known, I am persuaded, not so replenished and inhabited with honest English people, as it now is. The Lord increase and bless them, and so, with my continual prayers for you all, I rest. Your assured loving friend, James Shirley. June 24th. 1633. By this it appears when Mr. Shirley sold him ye ship and all her accounts, it was more for Mr. Allerton's advantage than theirs. And if they could get any there, well and good, for they were like to have nothing here. And what course was held to hinder them there, hath already been manifested. And though Mr. Shirley became more sensible of his own condition, by these losses, and Thurby more sadly and plainly to complain of Mr. Allerton, yet no course was taken to help them here, but all left unto themselves. Not so much as to examine and rectify ye accounts, by which, it is like, some hundreds of pounds might have been taken off. But very probable it is, the more they saw was taken off, ye less might come unto themselves. But I leave these matters, and come to other things. Mr. Roger Williams, a man godly and zealous, having many precious parts, but very unsettled in judgment, came over first to ye Massachusetts, but upon some discontent left Whitey Place, and came hither, where he was freely entertained, according to their poor ability, and exercised his gifts amongst them, and after some time was admitted a member of ye church. And his teaching well approved, for ye benefit whereof I still please God, and am thankful to him, even for his sharpest admonitions and reproofs, so far as they agreed with truth. He this year began to fall into some strang opinions, and from opinion to practice, which caused some controversy between ye church and him, and in ye end some discontent on his part, by occasion whereof he left them something abruptly. Yet afterwards sued for his dismission to ye church of Salem, which was granted, with some caution to them concerning him, and what care they ought to have of him. But he soon fell into more things there, both to their and ye government's trouble and disturbance. I shall not need to name particulars, they are too well known now to all, though for a time ye church here went under some hard censure by his occasion, from some that afterward smarted themselves. But he is to be pitied, and prayed for, and so I shall leave ye matter, and desire ye Lord to shew him his errors, and red use him into ye way of truth, and give him a set-led judgment and constancy in ye same. For I hope he belongs to ye Lord, and yt he will shew him mercy. Having had formerly converse and familiarity with ye Dutch, as is before remembered, they, seeing them seated here in a barren quarter, told them of a river called by them ye Fresh River, but now is known by ye name of Connecticut River. Which they often commended unto them for a fine place both for plantation and trade, and wished them to make use of it. But their hands being full otherwise, they let it pass. But afterwards there coming a company of banished Indians into these parts, that were driven out from thence by the potency of ye Pequans, which usurped upon them, and drive them from thence, they often solicited them to go thither. And they should have much trad, especially if they would keep a house there. And having now good store of commodities, and also need to look out where they could advantage themselves to help them out of their great engagments, they now began to send that way to discover ye same, and trade with ye natives. They found it to be a fine place, but had no great store of trade, but ye Indians excused ye same in regard of ye season, and the fear ye Indians were in of their enemies. So they tried divers times, not without profit, but saw ye most certainty would be by keeping a house there, to receive ye trad when it came down out of ye inland. These Indians, not seeing them very forward to build there, solicited them of ye Massachusetts in like sort, for their end was to be restored to their country again, but they in ye bay being but lately come, were not fit for ye same. But some of their chaf made a motion to join WTH the partners here, to trad jointly with them in Whitey River, the which they were willing to embrace, and so they should have built and put in equal stock together. A time of meeting was appointed at ye Massachusetts, and some of ye chaf here was appointed to treat with them, and went accordingly. But they cast many fears of anger and loss and the like, which was perceived to be the main obstacles, though they all edged they were not provided of trading goods. But those here offered at present to put in sufficient for both, provided they would become engaged for ye half, and prepare against ye next year. They confessed more could not be offered, but thanked them, and told them they had no mind to it. They then answered, they hoped it would be no offence unto them, if themselves went on without them, if they saw it meet. They said there was no reason they should, and thus this treaty broke of, and those here took convenient time to make a beginning there. And were ye first English that both discovered that place, and built in ye same, though they were little better than thrust out of it afterward as may appear. But ye Dutch began now to repent, and hearing of their purpose and preparation, endeavoured to prevent them, and got in a little before them, and made a slight forte, and planted 2 pieces of ordnance, threatening to stop their passage. But they having made a small frame of a house ready, and having a great new bark, they stowed their frame in her hold, and boards to cover and finish it, having nayless and all other provisions fitting for their use. This they did ye rather that they might have a present defence against ye Indians, who were much offended that they brought home and restored ye right sachem of ye place, called Nadawinut. So as they were to encounter with a doubly danger in this attempt, both ye Dutch and ye Indians. When they came up ye river, the Dutch demanded what they intended, and whither they would go. They answered, up ye river to trade, now their order was to go and seat above them. They bid them strike, and stay, or else they would shoot them, and stood by their ordnance ready fitted. They answered they had commission from ye Governor of Plymouth to go up ye river to such a place, and if they did shoot, they must obey their order and proceed, they would not molest them, but would go one. So they passed along, and though the Dutch threatened them hard, yet they shoot not. Come ing to their place, they clapped up their house quickly, and landed their provisions, and left ye company appointed, and sent the bark home. And afterwards palisadoed their house aboot, and fortified themselves better. The Dutch sent word home to ye Manhattas what was done, and in process of time, they sent a band of aboot 70 men, in warlike manner, with collars displayed, to assault them, but seeing them strengthened, and that it would cost blood, they came to parley, and returned in peace. And this was their entrance there, who deserved to have held it, and not by friends to have been thrust out, as in a sort they were, as will after appear. They did ye Dutch no wrong, for they took not a foot of any land they bought, but went to ye place above them, and bought that tracty of land which belonged to these Indians which they carried with them, and their friends, with whom ye Dutch had nothing to do. But of these matters more in another place. It pleased ye Lord to visit them this year with an infectious fever, of which many fell very sick, and upward of 20 persons died, men and women, besides children, and sundry of them of their ancient friends which had lived in Holland. As Thomas Blossom, Richard Masterson, with sundry others, and in ye end, after he had much helped others, Samuel Fuller, who was their surgeon and physician, and had been a great help and comforte unto them. As in his faculty, so otherwise, being a deacon of ye church, a man godly, and forward to do good, being much missed after his death, and he and ye rest of their brethren much lamented by them, and caused much saddens and mourning amongst them. Which caused them to humble themselves, and seek ye Lord, and towards winter it pleased the Lord ye sickness ceased. This disease also swept away many of ye Indians from all ye places near adjoining. And ye spring before, especially all ye month of May, there was such a quantity of a great sort of flies, like, for bignies, to wasps, or bumblebees, which came out of holes in ye ground, and replenished all ye woods, and eat ye green things. And made such a constant yelling noise, as made all ye woods ring of them, and ready to deaf ye hearers. They have not by ye English been heard or seen before or since. But ye Indians to them whitey sickness would follow, and so it did in June, July, August, and ye chaf heat of summer. It pleased ye Lord to enable them this year to send home a great quantity of beaver, besides paying all their charges, and debts at home, which good return did much encourage their friends in England. They sent in beaver 3366 lee weight, and much of it coat beaver, which ye led 20s pr pound, and some of it above, and of otter skins 346, sold also at a good price. And thus much of ye affairs of this year. Anno Dom, 1634. This year Mr. Thomas Prince was chosen Governor. Mr. Shirley's letters were very brief in answer of theirs this year. I will forbear to copy any part thereof, only name a head or two, Thurn. First, he desires they will take nothing ill in what he formerly write, professing his good affection towards them as before, and 2 ly, for Mr. Allerton's accounts, he is persuaded they must suffer, and yt in no small sum es. And that they have cause enough to complain, but it was now too late. And that he had failed them there, those here, and himself in his own amaze. And that now, having thus left them here, he feared God had or would leave him, and it would not be strang, but a wonder if he fell not into worse things, and 3 ly, he blesseth God and is thankful to them for ye good return made this year. This is ye effect of his letters, other things being of more private nature. I am now to enter upon one of ye saddest things that befell them since they came. But before I begin, it will be needful to premise such part of their patente as gives them right and privilege at Kennebec. As followeth. The said council hath further given, granted, bargained, sold, in theft, allotted, assigned, and set over, and by these presents do clearly and absolutely give, grante, bargain, sell, alien, and feof, allot, assign. And confirm unto ye said William Bradford, his heirs, associates, and assigns, all that tracty of land or part of New England in America aforesaid, which lieth within or between, and extendeth itself from ye utmost limits of Cobisicont, which adjoineth to ye river of Kennebec, towards the western ocean, and a place called ye Falls of Nequamkick in America, aforesaid. And ye space of 15 English miles on each side of ye said river, commonly called Kennebec River, and all ye said river called Kennebec that lieth within the said limits and bounds, eastward, westward, northward, and southward, last above mentioned. And all lands, grounds, soiless, rivers, waters, fishing, and And by virtue of ye authority to us derived by his said late Matisse res patents, to take, apprehend, seize, and make prize of all such persons, their ships and goods, as shall attempt to inhabite or trade with ye savage people of that country within ye several precincts and limits of his and their several plantations, and now it so fell out, that one Hawking, belonging to ye plantation of Pascataway, went with a bark and commodities to trade in that river, and would needs press into their limities. And not only so, but would needs go up ye river above their house, towards ye falls of ye river, and intercept the trade that should come to them. He that was chief of ye place forbade them, and prayed him that he would not offer them that injury, nor go aboot to infring their liberties, which had cost them so dear. But he answered he would go up and trade therein despite of them, and lie there as lunge as he pleased. The other told him he must then be forced to remove him from thence, or make sea sure of him if he could. He bid him do his worst, and so went up, and anchored there. The other took a boat and some men and went up to him, when he saw his time, and again entreated him to depart by what persuasion he could. But all in vain, he could get nothing of him but ill words. So he considered that now was ye season for trade to come down, and if he should suffer him to lie, and take it from them, all their former charge would be lost, and they had better throw up all. So, consulting with his men, who were willing thereto, he resolved to put him from his anchors, and let him drive down ye river with ye stream, but commanded ye men whitey none should a shoat upon any occasion, except he commanded them. He spoke to him again, but all in vain. Then he sent a cupel in a canal to cut his cable, the which one of them performs. But Hawking tacks up a pess which he had laid ready, and as ye bark sheared by ye canal, he showed him close under her side, in ye head, as I take it, so he fell down dead instantly. One of his fellows, that loved him well, could not hold, but with a musket shot Hawking, who fell down dead and never speak word. This was ye truth of ye thing. The rest of ye men carried home the vessel and ye sad tidings of these things. Now ye Lord Say and ye Lord Brooks, with some other great persons, had a hand in this plantation. They write home to them, as much as they could to exasperate them in ye matter, leaving out all ye circumstances, as if he had been killed without any offense of his part, concealing whitey he had killed another first. And ye just occasion that he had given in offering such wrong. At WCH their lordships were much offended, till they were truly informed of ye matter. The bruit of this was quickly carried all aboot, and whitey in ye worst manner, and came into ye bay to their neighbours there. Their own bark come ing home, and bringing a true relation of ye matter, sundry were sadly affected with ye thing, as they had cause. It was not long before they had occasion to send their vessel into ye bay of ye Massachusetts. But they were so prepossessed with this matter, and affected with ye same, as they commite Mr. Alden to prison, who was in ye bark, and had been at Kennebec, but was no actor in ye bussiness, but went to carry them supply. They dismissed ye bark aboot her bussiness, but kept him for some time. This was thought strang here, and they sent a Captain Standish to give them true information, together with their letters, and ye best satisfaction they could, and to procure Mr. Alden's release. I shall recite a letter or two, which will show the passages of these things, as followeth. Good Senior, I have received your rest by Captain Standish, and am unfeignedly glad of God's mercy towards you in ye recovery of your health, or some way thereto. For ye bussiness you write of, I thought meet to answer a word or two. To yourself, leaving the answer of your goverlry to our court, to whom ye same, together with myself is directed. I conceive, till I hear new matter to ye contrary, that your patente may warrant your resistance of any English from trading at Kennebec, and whitey blood of Hawking, and ye party he slew, will be required at his hands. Yet do I with yourself and others sorrow for their deaths. I think likewise whitey your general rest will satisfy our court, and make them cease from any further intermeddling in ye matter. I have upon ye same set Mr. Alden at liberty, and his sureties, and yet, least I should see me to neglect ye opinion of our court and ye frequent speeches of others with us, I have bound Captain Standish to appear ye 3 of June at our next court, to make affidavit for ye copy of ye patente, and to manifest the circumstances of Hawkins' provocations, both which will tend to ye clearing of your innocency. If any unkindness hath been taken from what we have done, let it be further and better considered of, I pray you, and I hope ye more you think of it, the less blame you will impute to us. At least you ought to be just in differencing them, whose opinions concur with your own, from others who were opposites. And yet I may truly say, I have spoken wth no man in ye bussines who taxed you most, but they are such as have many ways heretofore declared their good affections towards your plantation. I further refer myself to ye repo root of Captain Standish and Mr. Alden, leaving you for this present to God's blessing, wishing unto you perfect recovery of health, and ye long continuance of it. I desire to be lovingly remembered to Mr. Prince, your governor, Mr. Winslow, Mr. Brewster, whom I would see if I knew how. The Lord keep you all. Amen. Your very loving friend in our Lord Jesus. Though, Dudley. Newtown, ye 22. Of May, 1631. Another of his about these things as followeth. Senior, I am right sorry for ye news that Captain Standish and other of your neighbours and my beloved friends will bring now to Plymouth, wherein I suffer with you, by reason of my opinion, which differeth from others, who are godly and wise. Amongst us here, the reverence of whose judgments causeth me to suspect mine own ignorance. Yet must I remain in it until I be convinced thereof. I thought not to have shewed your letter written to me, but to have done my best to have reconciled differences in ye best season and manner I could. But Captain Standish requiring an answer thereof publicly in ye court, I was forced to produce it, and that made ye breach so wide as he can tell you. I propounded to ye court, to answer Mr. Prince's Lurie, your gov., but our court said it required no answer, itself being an answer to a former Lurie of ours. I pray you certify Mr. Prince so much, and others whom it concerneth, that no neglect or ill manners be imputed to me Therablet. The late Luress I received from England wrought in me severe fears of some trials which are shortly like to fall upon us. And this unhappy contention between you and us, and between you and Piscataway, will hasten them, if God with an extraordinary hand do not help us. To reconcile this for ye present will be very difficult, but time cooleth distempers, and a common danger to us both approaching, will necessitate our uniting again. I pray you therefore, Senior, set your wisdom and patience a work, and exhort others to ye same, that things may not proceed from bad to worse, so making our contentions like ye bars of a palace, but that a way of peace may be kept open. Whereat ye God of peace may have entrance in his own time. If you suffer wrong, it shall be your honor to bear it patiently, but I go to far in needles putting you in mind of these things. God hath done great things for you, and I desire his blessings may be multiplied upon you more and more. I will commit no more to writing, but commending myself to your prayers, do rest. Your very loving friend in our Lord Jesus. Though, Dudley. June 4th. 1634. By these things it appears what troubles rise her upon, and how hard they were to be reconciled, for though they here were heartily sorry for what was fallen out, yet they conceived they were unjustly injuried, and provoked to what was done. And that their neighbours, having no jurisdiction over them, did more than was meet, thus to imprison one of theirs, and bind them to their court. But yet being assured of their Christian love, and persuaded what was done was out of godly zeal, that religion might not suffer, nor sin any way covered or borne with, especially ye guilt of blood. Of which all should be very conscientious in any whomsoever, they did endeavour to appease and satisfy them ye best they could. First, by informing them ye truth in all circumstances about ye matter. 2 ly, in being willing to refer ye case to any indifferent and equal hearing and judgment of the thing here, and to answer it elsewhere when they should be duly called thereunto, and further they craved Mr. Winthrop's, and other of ye revade magistrates their advice and direction herein. This did mollify their minds, and bring things to a good and comfortable issue in ye end. For they had this advice given them by Mr. Winthrop, and others concurring with him, that from their court, they should write to the Negbur plantations, and especially that of ye lords, at Piscataway, and theirs of ye Massachusetts, to appoint some to give them meeting at some fit place. To consult and determine in this matter, so as ye parties meeting might have full power to order and bind, and that nothing be done to ye infringing or prejudice of ye liberties of any place. And for ye clearing of conscience, ye law of God is, white ye praised lips must be consulted with, and therefore it was desired that ye ministers of every plantation might be present to give their advice in point of conscience. Though this course seemed dangerous to some, yet they were so well assured of ye justice of their cause, and ye equity of their frinds, as they put themselves upon it, and appointed a time, of which they gave notice to ye several places a month beforehand. Viz. Massachusetts, Salem, and Piscataway, or any other YT they would give notice to, and desired them to produce any evidence they could in ye case. The place for meeting was at Boston. But when ye day and time came, none appeared, but some of ye magistrates and ministers of ye Massachusetts, and their own. Seeing none of Piscataway or other places came, having been thus desired, and convenient time given them for YT and, Mr. Winthrop and ye rest said they could do no more than they had done thus to request them, ye blame must rest on them. So they fell into a fair debating of things themselves. And after all things had been fully opened and discussed, and ye opinion of each one demanded, both magistrates, and ministers, though they all could have wished these things had never been. Yet they could not but lay ye blame and guilt on Hawkins' own head. And withal gave them such grave and godly exhortations and advice, as they thought meet, both for ye present and future, which they also embraced with love and thankfulness, promising to endeavor to follow ye same. And thus was this matter ended, and their love and concord renewed, and also Mr. Winthrop and Mr. Dudley write in their behalfs to ye lords say and other gentlemen that were intersed in Whitey Plantation, very effectually, WTH which, together with their own leaders, and Mr. Winslow's further declaration of things unto them, they rested well satisfied. Mr. Winslow was sent by them this year into England, partly to inform and satisfy ye lords say and others, in ye former matter, as also to make answer in their just defence for ye same. If any thing should by any be prosecuted against them at council table, or elsewhere. But this matter took end, without any further trouble, as is before noted. And partly to signify unto ye partners in England, that the term of their trade with ye company here was out, and therefore he was sent to finish ye accounts with them, and to bring them notice how much debtor they should remain on Whitey account. And that they might know what further course would be best to hold. But ye issue of these things will appear in ye next year's passages. They now sent over by him a great return, which was very acceptable unto them, which was in beaver 37-38 lee, weight, a great part of it, being coat beaver, sold at 20s. PR pound, and 2.34. Otter skins, which altogether rise to a great sum of money. This year, in ye forepart of ye same, they sent forth a bark to trad at ye Dutch plantation. And they met other with on Captain Stone, that had lived in Christopher's, one of ye West Indy islands, and now had been some time in Virginia, and came from thence into these parts. He kept company with ye Dutch Gover, and, I know not in what drunken fit, he got leave of ye Gavre to seize on their bark, when they were ready to come away, and had done their marquette, having ye value of 500 lee, worth of goods aboard her. Having no occasion at all, or any call hour of ground for such a thing, but having made ye Gavre drunk, so as he could scarce speak or write word, and when he urged him here aboot, he answered him, als tu believed. So he gat aboard, the chaf of their men and marchant being ashore, and with some of his own men, made ye rest of theirs weigh anchor, set sail, and carry her away towards Virginia. But divers of ye Dutch seamen, which had been often at Plymouth, and kindly entertained there, said one to another, shall we suffer our frinds to be thus abused, and have their goods carried away, before our faces, whilst our Gavre is drunk? They vowed they would never suffer it, and so got a vessel or two. And pursued him, and brought him in again, and delivered them their bark and goods again. Afterward Stone came into ye Massachusetts, and they sent and commenced suit against him for this fact, but by mediation of friends it was taken up, and ye sweet let fall. And in ye company of some other gentlemen stone came afterwards to Plymouth, and had friendly and civil entertainment amongst them, with ye rest. But revenge boiled within his breast, though concealed, for some conceived he had a purpose, at one time, to have stayed the Gavre, and put his hand to his dagger for that end, but by God's providence and ye vigilance of some was prevented. He afterward returned to Virginia, in a pinnace, with one Captain Norton and some others, and, I know not for what occasion, they would needs go up Connecticut river. And how they carried themselves I know not, but ye Indians knocked him in ye head, as he lay in his cabine, and had thrown ye covering over his face, whether out of fear or desperation is uncertain, this was his end. They likewise killed all ye rest, but Captain Norton defended himself a long time against them all in ye cook-room, till by accident the gunpowder took fire, which, for redines, he had set in an open thing before him, which did so burn and scald him, and blind his eyes, as he could make no longer resistance, but was slain also by them, though they much commended his valor. And having killed ye men, they made a prey of what they had, and chaffered away some of their things to ye Dutch that lived there. But it was not lunge before a quarrel fell between the Dutch and them, and they would have cut of their bark. But they slew ye chief sachem Wth ye shot of a murderer. I am now to relate some strang and remarkable passages. There was a company of people lived in ye country, up above in ye river of Connecticut, a great way from their trading house there, and were enemies to those Indians which lived about them, and of whom they stood in some fear, being a stout people. About 1,000 of them had enclosed themselves in a forte, which they had strongly palisadoed about. 3 or 4 Dutch men went up in ye beginning of winter to live with them, to get their trade, and prevent them for bringing it to ye English, or to fall into amity with them, but at spring to bring all down to their place. But their enterprise failed, for it pleased God to visit these Indians with a great sickness, and such a mortality that of a 1,000. Above 900. And a half of them died, and many of them did rot above ground for want of burial, and ye Dutch men almost starved before they could get away, for ice and snow. But about February, they got with much difficulty to their trading house, whom they kindly relieved, being almost spent with hunger and could. Being thus refreshed by them divers days, they got to their own place, and ye Dutch were very thankful for this kindness. This spring, also, those Indians that lived about their trading house there fell sick of ye smallpox, and died most miserably, for a sorer disease cannot befall them, they fear it more than ye plague. For usually they that have this disease have them in abundance, and for want of bedding and linen and other helps, they fall into a lamentable condition, as they lie on their hard mats, ye pox breaking and mattering, and ruining one into another. Their skin cleaving, by reason thereof, to the mats they lie on. When they turn them, a whole side will flee of at once, as it were, and they will be all of a gore blood, most fearful to behold, and then being very sore, what with could and other distempers, they die like rotten sheep. The condition of this people was so lamentable, and they fell down so generally of this disease, as they were, in ye end, not able to help on another, no, not to make a fire, nor to fetch a little water to drink, nor any to bury ye dead. But would strive as long as they could, and when they could procure no other means to make fire, they would burn ye wooden trays and dishes they ate their meat in, and their very bows and arrows. And some would crawl out on all four to get a little water, and sometimes die by ye way, and not be able to get in again. But those of ye English house, though at first they were afraid of ye infection, yet seeing their woeful and sad condition, and hearing their pitiful cries and lamentations, they had compassion of them, and daily fetched them wood and water, and made them fires, got them victuals whilst they lived, and buried them when they died. For very few of them escaped, notwithstanding they did what they could for them, to ye hasset of themselves. The chief sachem himself now died, and almost all his friends and kinred. But by ye marvellous goodness and providence of God not one of ye English was so much as sick, or in ye least measure tainted with this disease, though they daily did these offices for them for many weeks together. And this mercy which they shewed them was kindly taken, and thankfully acknowledged of all ye Indians that knew or heard of ye same, and their misses here did much commend and reward them for ye same. Anno Dom. 1635. Mr. Winslow was very welcome to them in England, and ye more in regard of ye large return he brought with him, which came all safe to their hands, and was well sold. And he was borne in hand, at least he so apprehended, that all accounts should be cleared before his return, and all former differences thereabout well settled. And so he writ over to them here, that he hoped to clear ye accounts, and bring them over with him, and wite the account of ye White Angeli would be taken of, and all things fairly ended. But it came to pass that, being occasioned to answer some complaints made against the country at council board, more chief-like concerning their needboors in ye bay than themselves here, the which he did to good effect. And further prosecuting such things as might tend to ye good of ye whole, as well themselves as others, about ye wrongs and encroachments that the French and other strangers both had and were like further to do unto them, if not prevented. He preferred this petition following to their honours that were deputed commissioners for ye plantations. To ye right honourable ye Lords Commissioners for ye plantations in America. The humble petition of E.D.W. Winslow, on ye behalf of ye plantations in New England. Humbly sheweth unto your Lordships, wite ye whereas your petitioners have planted themselves in New England under his Matisse most gracious protection. Now so it is, right honble, that ye French and Dutch do in the hour to divide ye land between them, for which purpose ye French have, on ye east side, entered and seized upon one of our houses, and carried away the goods, slew 2 of ye men in another place, and took ye rest prisoners with their goods. And ye Dutch, on ye west, have also made entry upon Connecticut river, within ye limits of his majesty's L.R.S. patent, where they have raised a forte, and threaten to expel your petitioners thence, who are also planted upon ye same river. Maintaining possession for his matee to their great charge, and hazard both of lives and goods. In tender consideration hereof your petitioners humbly pray that your lops will either procure their peace wth those foreign states, or else to give special warrant unto your petitioners and ye English colonies, to right and defend themselves against all foreign enemies. And your petitioners shall pray, and this petition found good acceptation with most of them, and Mr. Winslow was heard sundry times by them, and appointed further to attend for an answer from their lops, especially, having upon conference with them laid down a way how this might be done without any either charge or trouble to ye state. Only by furnishing some of ye chaf of ye country here with authority, who would undertake it at their own charge, and in such a way as should be without any public disturbance. But this crossed both Senior Ferdinando's gorges and cap, Mason's design, and ye Archbishop of Canterbury's by them. For Senior Ferd, gorges, by ye Archpp's favour, was to have been sent over General Gavre into ye country, and to have had means from ye state for yt end, and was now upon dispatch and conclude of ye business. And ye Archbishop's purpose and intent was, by his means, and some he should send with him, to be furnished with episcopal power, to disturb ye peace of ye churches here, and to overthrow their proceedings and further growth. Which was ye thing he aimed at. But it so fell out, by God's providence, that though he in ye end crossed this petition from taking any further effect in this kind, yet by this as a chaf means the plot and whole business of his and Senior Ferdinando's fell to ye ground, and came to nothing. When Mr. Winslow should have had his suit granted, as indeed upon ye point it was, and should have been confirmed, the Archbishop put a stop upon it, and Mr. Winslow, thinking to get it freed, went to ye board again. But ye Bishop, Senior Ferd, and Captain Masson, had, as it seems, procured Morton, of whom mention is made before, and his base carriage, to complain, to whose complaints Mr. Winslow made answer to ye good satisfaction of ye board, who checked Morton and rebuked him sharply, and also blamed Senior Ferd Gorges, and Masson, for countenancing him. But ye Bish, had a further end and use of his presence, for he now began to question Mr. Winslow of many things, as of teaching in ye church publicly, of which Morton accused him, and gave evidence that he had seen and heard him do it, to which Mr. Winslow answered, that some time, wanting a minster, he did exercise his gift to help ye edification of his brethren, when they wanted better means, wch was not often. Then about mariage, the which he also confessed, that, having been called to place of magistracy, he had sometimes married some. And further to their lords whitey mariage was a civil thinge, and he found nowhere in ye word of God whitey it was tied to ministry. Again, they were necessitated so to do, having for a long time together at first no minister. Besides, it was no new thing, for he had been so married himself in Holland, by ye magistrates in their stadthouse. But in ye end, to be short, for these things, ye bishop, by vehementy importunity, got ye board at last to consent to his commitment, so he was comite to ye fleet, and lay there 17 weeks, or there about, before he could get to be released. And this was ye end of this petition, and this bussiness, only ye others' design was also frustrated hereby, with other things concurring, which was no small blessing to ye people here. But ye charge fell heavy on them here, not only in Mr. Winslow's expenses, which could not be smale, but by ye hindrance of their bussiness both there and here, by his personal employment. For though this was as much or more for others than for them here, and by them chiefly he was put on this bussiness, for the plantation cure nothing of it till they heard of his imprisonment, yet ye whole charge lay on them. Now for their own bussiness, whatsoever Mr. Shirley's mind was before, or Mr. Winslow apprehension of ye same, he now declared himself plainly, that he would neither take of ye white angel from ye account, nor give any further account, till he had received more into his hands. Only a pretty good supply of goods were sent over, but of ye most, no note of their prizes, or so orderly an invoice as formerly, which Mr. Winslow said he could not help, because of his restraint. Only now Mr. Shirley and Mr. Beauchamp and Mr. Andrews sent over a letter of attorney under their hands and seals, to recover what they could of Mr. Allerton for ye angel's account. But sent them neither ye bonds, nor covenants or such other evidence or accounts, as they had about these matters. I shall here insert a few passages out of Mr. Shirley's letters about these things. Your leader of ye 22 of July, 1634, by your trustee and our loving friend Mr. Winslow, I have received, and your large parcel of beaver and otter skins. Blessed be our God, both he and it came safely to us, and we have sold it in 2 parcels, ye skin at 14s. Lee. And some at 16, ye coed at 20s. Ye pound. The accounts I have not sent you them this year, I will refer you to Mr. Winslow to tell you ye reason of it, yet be assured whitey none of you shall suffer by ye not having of them, if God spare me life. And whereas you say ye 6 years are expired whitey ye people put ye trad into your and our hands for ye discharge of whitey great debt wch Mr. Allerton needlessly and unadvisedly ran you and us into. Yet it was promised it should continue till our disbursements and engagements were satisfied. You conceive it is done, we feel and know otherwise, and I doubt not but we shall lovingly agree, notwithstanding all whitey hath been writen, on both sids, about ye with angel. We have now sent you a letter of attorney, Thurby giving you power in our names, and to shadow it ye more we say for our uses, to obtain what may be of Mr. Allerton towards ye satisfying of that great charge of ye white angel. And sure he hath bound himself, though at present I cannot find it, but he hath often affirmed, with great protestations, whitey neither you nor we should lose a penny by him, and I hope you shall find enough to discharge it. So as we shall have no more contesting about it. Yet, notwithstanding his unnatural and unkind dealing with you, in ye midst of justice remember mercy, and do not all you may do, and set us out of debt, and then let us wreck one and reason together, and Mr. Winslow hath undergone an unkind imprisonment, but I am persuaded it will turn much to all your good. I leave him to relate particulars, and your loving friend, James Shirley. London, Sep. 7, 1635. This year they sustained an other great loss from ye French. Monsieur de Aulnay coming into ye harbour of Penobscot, and having before got some of ye chaf whitey belonged to ye house aboard his vessel, by subtlety coming upon them in their shallop, he got them to pelote him in. And after getting ye rest into his power, he took possession of ye house in ye name of ye King of France, and partly by threatening, and otherwise, made Mr. Willett, their agent there, to approve of ye sale of ye goods there unto him, of which he set ye price himself in effect, and made an inventory thereof, yet leaving out sundry things, but made no payment for them. But to them in convenient time he would doe it if they came for it. For ye house and fortification, and he would not allow, nor account any thing, sang that they which build on another man's ground do forfeit ye same. So thus turning them out of all, with a great deal of compliment, and many fine words, he let them have their shallop and some victuals to bring them home. Coming home and relating all the passages, they here were much troubled at it, and having had this house robbed by ye French once before, and lost then above 500 li, as is before remembered, and now to lose house and all, did much move them. So as they resolved to consult with their friends in ye bay, and if ye approved of it, there being now many ships there, they intended to hire a ship of force, and seek to beat out ye French, and recover it again. Their course was well approved on, if themselves could bear ye charge, so they hired a fair ship of above 300 tune, well fitted with ordnance, and agreed with ye Mr. One Girling, to this effect, that he and his company should deliver them ye house, after they had driven out, or surprised ye French, and give them peaceable possession thereof, and of all such trading commodities as should there be found. And give ye French fair quarter and usage, if they would yield. In consideration whereof he was to have 700 li, of beaver, to be delivered him there, when he had done ye thing. But if he did not accomplish it, he was to lose his labor, and have nothing. With him they also sent their own bark, and about 20 men, with Captain Standish, to aid him, if need were, and to order things, if the house was regained. And then to pay him ye beaver, which they keeped aboard their own bark. So they with their bark piloted him thither, and brought him safe into ye harbor. But he was so rash and heady as he would take no advice, nor would suffer Captain Standish to have time to summon them, who had commission and order so to do, neither would do it himself. The which, it was like, if it had been done, and they come to a fair parley, seeing their force, they would have yielded. Neither would he have patience to bring his ship where she might do execution, but began to shoot at distance like a mad man, and did them no hurt at all. The which when those of ye plantation saw, they were much grieved, and went to him and told him he would do no good if he did not lay his ship better to pass, for she might lie within pistol shot of ye house. At last, when he saw his own folly, he was persuaded, and laid her well, and bestowed a few shot to good purpose. But now, when he was in a way to do some good, his powder was gone, for though he had piece of ordnance, it did now appear he had but a barrel of powder, and a piece, so he could do no good, but was fain to draw of again, by which means ye enterprise was made frustrate and ye French encouraged. For all ye while that he shot so unadvisedly, they lay close under a work of earth, and let him consume himself. He advised with ye captain how he might be supplied with powder, for he had not to carry him home. So he told him he would go to ye next plantation, and do his Indier to procure him some, and so did. But understanding, by intelligence, that he intended to seize on ye bark, and surprise ye beaver, he sent him the powder, and brought ye bark and beaver home. But Girling never assaulted ye place more, seeing himself disappointed, but went his way, and this was ye end of this bussiness. Upon ye ill success of this bussiness, the Governor and assistants here by their leader certified their friends in ye bay, how by this ship they had been abused and disappointed, and Whitey the French partly had. And were now likely to fortify themselves more strongly, and likely to become ill neighbours to ye English. Upon this they thus writ to them as followeth. Worthy SRS, upon ye reading of your leaders, and consideration of ye waytines of ye cause therein mentioned, the court hath jointly expressed their willings to assist you with men and munition. For ye accomplishing of your desires upon ye French. But because here are none of yours Whitey have authority to conclude of any thing herein, nothing can be done by us for ye present. We desire, therefore, that you would with all convenient speed send some man of trust, furnished with instructions from yourselves, to make such agreement with us about this bussiness as may be useful for you, and equal for us. So in hast we commit you to God, and remain. Your assured loving friends. John Haynes, Gavre. Re, Bellingham, Dep. Joe, Winthrop. Though. Dudley. Joe, Humphrey. W. M., Coddington. W. M., Pynchon. Atherton. Hawke. Increus Noel. Rick, Dumayer. Simon. Bradstreet. Newtown, Octor 9. 1635. Upon the receipt of ye above mentioned, they presently deputed 2 of theirs to trade with them, giving them full power to conclude, according to the instructions they gave them, being to this purpose, that if they would afford such assistance as, together with their own, was like to effect the thing, and also bear a considerable part of ye charge, they would go on. If not, they, having lost so much already, should not be able, but must desist, and wait further opportunity as God should give, to help themselves. But this came to nothing, for when it came to ye issue, they would be at no charge, but sent them this letter, and referred them more at large to their own messengers. Senior, having, upon ye consideration of your letter, with ye message you sent, had some serious consultations about ye great importance of your bussiness with ye French. We gave our answer to those whom you deputed to confer WTH us about ye voyage to Penobscot. We shewed our willings to help, but withal we declared our present condition, and in what state we were, for our ability to help, which we for our part shall be willing to improve, to procure you sufficient supply of men and munition. But for matter of moneys we have no authority at all to promise, and if we should rather disappoint you, than encourage you by YT help, which we are not able to perform. We likewise thought it fit to take ye help of other Eastern plantations, but those things we leave to your own wisdoms. And for other things we refer you to your own committees, who are able to relate all ye passages more at large. We salute you, and wish you all good success in ye Lord. Your faithful and loving friend. Re, Bellingham, Dep. In ye name of the rest of the comedies. Boston, October 16. 1635. This thing did not only thus break of, but some of their merchants shortly after sent to trade with them, and furnished them both with provisions, and powder and shot. And so have continued to do till this day, as they have seen opportunity for their profit. So as in truth ye English themselves have been the chiefest supporters of these French. For besides these, the plantation at Pemaquid, which lies near unto them, doth not only supply them with what ye want, but gives them continual intelligence of all things that passes among ye English, especially some of them. So as it is no marvel though they still grow, and encroach more and more upon ye English, and fill ye Indians with guns and munition, to ye great danger of ye English, who lie open and unfortified, living upon husbandry. And ye other closed up in their forts, well fortified, and live upon trade, in good security. If these things be not looked to, and remedy provided in time, it may easily be conjectured what they may come to, but I leave them. This year, ye 14. Or 15. Of August, being Saturday, was such a mighty storm of wind and rain, as none living in these parts, either English or Indians, ever saw. Being like, for ye time it continued, to those hurricanes and toughans that writers make mention of in ye Indias. It began in ye morning, a little before day, and grew not by degrees, but came with violence in ye beginning, to ye great amusement of many. It blew down sundry houses, and uncovered others. Divers vessels were lost at sea, and many more in extreme danger. It caused ye sea to swell, to ye southward of this place, above 20 foot, right up and down, and made many of the Indians to climb into trees for their safety. It took of ye board roof of a house which belonged to the plantation at Manamet, and flopped it to another place, the post still standing in ye ground. And if it had continued long without ye shifting of ye wind, it is like it would have drowned some part of ye country. It blew down many hundred thousands of trees, turning up the stronger by the roots, and breaking the heager pine trees of in the middle, and ye tall young oaks and walnut trees of good bignies were wound like a withe. Very strang and fearful to behold. It began in ye southeast, and parted toward ye south and east, and varied sundry ways, but ye greatest force of it here was from ye former quarters. It continued not, in ye extremity, above 5 or 6 hours, but ye violence began to abate. The signas and marks of it will remain this 100 years in these parts where it was sorest. The moon suffered a great eclipse the 2 night after it. Some of their neighbors in ye bay, hearing of ye fame of Connecticut river, had a hankering mind after it, as was before noted, and now understanding that ye Indians were swept away with ye late great mortality. The fear of whom was an obstacle unto them before, which being now taken away, they began now to prosecute it with great adjourns. The greatest differences fell between those of Dorchester Plantation and them here, for they set their mind on that place, which they had not only purchased of ye Indians, but where they had built. Intending only, if they could not remove them, that they should have but a small moyée left to ye house, as to a single family, whose doings and proceedings were conceived to be very injurious, to attempt not only to intrude themselves into ye rights and possessions of others, but in effect to thrust them out of all. Many were ye leaders and passages that went between them here about, which would be too long here to relate. I shall here first insert a few lines that was right by their own agent from thence. Senior, and ye Massachusetts men are coming almost daily, some by water, and some by land, who are not yet determined where to settle, though some have a great mind to ye place we are upon, and which was last bought. Many of them look at that which this river will not afford, except it be at this place which we have, namely, to be a great town, and have commodious dwellings for many together. So as what they will do I cannot yet resolve you. For this place there is none of them say anything to me, but what I hear from their servants, by whom I perceive their minds. I shall do what I can to withstand them. I hope they will hear reason. As that we were here first, and on trade with much difficulty and danger, both in regard of ye Dutch and Indians, and bought ye land, to your great charge, already dispersed, and have since held here a chargeable possession. And kept ye Dutch from further encroaching, which would else long before this day have possessed all, and kept out all others, and I hope these and such like arguments will stop them. It was your will we should use their persons and messengers kindly, and so we have done, and do daily, to your great charge. For ye first company had well nigh starved had it not been for this house, for want of victuals, I being forced to supply 12 men for 9 days together. And those which came last, I entertained the best we could, helping both them, and ye other, with canoes, and gids. They got me to go with them to ye Dutch, to see if I could procure some of them to have quiet settling near them. But they did peremptorily withstand them. But this later company did not once speak thereof, and also I gave their goods house room according to their earnest request, and Mr. Pinchin's letter in their behalf, which I thought good to send you, here enclosed. And what trouble and charge I shall be further at I know not. For they are coming daily, and I expect these back again from below, whither they are gone to vie ye country. All which trouble and charge we undergo for their occasion, may give us just cause, in ye judgment of all wise and understanding men, to hold and keep that we are set let upon. Thus with my duty remembered, and I rest. Yours to be commanded. Jonathan Brewster. Mayflower, July 6, 1635. Amongst ye many agitations that passed between them, I shall note a few out of their last letters, and for ye present omit ye rest, except upon other occasion I may have fitter opportunity. After their thorough vie of ye place, they began to pitch themselves upon their land and near their house, which occasioned much expostulation between them. Some of which are such as follow. Brethren, having lately sent 2 of our body unto you, to agitate and bring to an issue some matters in difference between us, about some lands at Connecticut, unto which you lay challing. Upon which God by his providence cast us, and as we conceive in a fair way of providence tendered it to us, as a meet place to receive our body, now upon removal. We shall not need to answer all ye passages of your large letter, and But whereas you say God in his providence cast you, and we told you before, and, upon this occasion, must now tell you still, that our mind is otherwise, and whitey you cast rather a partial, if not a covetous eye, upon that wch is your neighbours, and not yours. And in so doing, your way could not be fair unto it. Luke whitey you abuse not God's providence in such allegations. There's now albeit we at first judged ye place so free whitey we might with God's good leave take and use it, without just offence to any man, it being the Lord's wast, and for ye present altogether void of inhabitants. That indeed minded ye employment thereof, to ye right ends for which land was created, Gen. 1. 28. And for future intentions of any, and uncertain possibilities of this or that to be done by any. We judging them, in such a case as ours especially, not meet to be equalled with present actions, such as ours was, much less worthy to be preferred before them. And therefore did we make some weak beginnings in that good work, in ye place aforesaid. Answer, their answer was to this effect. That if it was ye Lord's wast, it was themselves that found it so, and not they. And have since bought it of ye right owners, and maintained a chargeable possession upon it all this while, as themselves could not but know. And because of present engagments and other hindrances which lay at present upon them, must it therefore be lawful for them to go and take it from them? It was well known that they are upon a barren place, where they were by necessity cast. And neither they nor theirs could lunge continue upon ye same. And why should they, because they were more ready, and more able at present, go and deprive them of that which they had wth charge and hazard provided, and intended to remove to, as soon as they could and were able? They had another passage in their letter. They had rather have to do with the lords in England, to whom, as they heard it reported, some of them should say that they had rather give up their right to them, if they must part with it, than to ye Church of Dorchester, and that they should be less fearful to offend ye lords, than they were them. Answer, their answer was, that whatsoever they had heard, more than was true, yet ye case was not so with them that they had need to give away their rights and adventures either to ye lords, or them. Yet, if they might measure their fear of offence by their practice, they had rather, in that point, they should deal with ye lords, who were better able to bear it, or help themselves, than they were. But lest I should be tedious, I will forbear other things, and come to the conclusion that was made in ye end. To make any forcible resistance was far from their thoughts, they had enough of whitey about Kennebec, and to live in continual contention with their friends and brethren would be uncomfortable, and too heavy a burden to bear. Therefore for peace sake, though they conceived they suffered much in this thing, they thought it better to let them have it upon as good terms as they could get, and so they fell to treaty. The first thing whitey, because they had made so many and long disputes about it, they would have them to grante was, whitey they had right to it, or else they would never treat about it. The which being acknowledged, and yielded unto by them, this was ye conclusion they came unto in ye end after much ado, that they should retain their house, and have the 16 part of all they had bought of ye Indians. And ye others should have all ye rest of ye land, leaving such a moyee to those of Newtown, as they reserved for them. This 16 part was to be taken in two places, one towards ye house, the other towards Newtown's proportion. Also they were to pay according to proportion, what had been dispersed to ye Indians for ye purchase. Thus was ye controversy ended, but the unkind's not so soon forgotten. They of Newtown dealt more fairly, desiring only what they could conveniently spare, from a competency reserved for a plantation, for themselves, which made them the more careful to procure a moyee for them, in this agreement and distribution. Amongst ye other businesses that Mr. Winslow had to do in England, he had order from ye church to provide and bring over some able and fit man for to be their minister. And accordingly he had procured a godly and a worthy man, one Mr. Glover. But it pleased God when he was prepared for the voyage, he fell sick of a fever and died. Afterwards, when he was ready to come away, he became acquainted with Mr. Norton, who was willing to come over, but would not engage himself to this place, otherwise than he should see occasion when he came here, and if he liked better elsewhere, to repay ye charge laid out for him, which came to about 70 li. and to be at his liberty. He stayed about a year with them, after he came over, and was well liked of them, and much desired by them, but he was invited to Ipswich, where were many rich and able men, and sundry of his acquaintance. So he went to them, and is their minister. About half of ye charge was repaid, ye rest he had for ye pains he took amongst them. Anno Dom. 1636. Mr. Ed. Winslow was chosen Governor this year. In ye former year, because they perceived by Mr. Winslow's later letters that no accounts would be sent, they resolved to keep ye beaver, and send no more, till they had them, or came to some further agreement. At least they would forbear till Mr. Winslow came over, that by more full conference with him they might better understand what was meet to be done. But when he came, though he brought no accounts, yet he persuaded them to send ye beaver, and was confident upon ye receipt of Yt beaver, and his letters, they should have accounts ye next year. And though they thought his grounds but weak, that gave him this hope, and made him so confident, yet by his importunity they yielded, and sent ye same, there being a ship at ye latter end of year, by whom they sent 1150 lee. Weight of beaver, and 200. Otter skins, beside sundry small fuzz, as 55. Minks, 2. Black fox skins, and this year, in the spring, came in a Dutch man, who thought to have traded at ye Dutch forte, but they would not suffer him. He, having good store of trading goods, came to this place, and tendered them to sell, of whom they bought a good quantity, they being very good and fit for their turn, as Dutch roll, kettles, and which goods amounted to ye value of 500 lee. For ye payment of which they passed bills to Mr. Shirley in England, having before sent ye forementioned parcel of beaver. And now this year, by another ship, sent an other good round parcel that might come to his hands, and be sold before any of these bills should be due. The quantity of beaver now sent was 1809 lee weight, and of otters 10 skins, and shortly after, ye same year, was sent by another ship, Mr. Langram Maister, in beaver 0719 lee weight, and of otter skins 199. Concerning which Mr. Shirley thus writes. Your leaders I have received, with 8 hogsheads of beaver by Ed. Wilkinson, master of ye Falcon. Blessed be God for ye safe coming of it. I have also seen and accept 3 bills of exchange, and but I must now acquaint you how the Lord's heavy hand is upon this kingdom in many places, but chiefly in this city, with his judgment of ye plague. The last week's bill was 1200. And odd, I fear this will be more. And it is much feared it will be a winter sickness. By reason whereof it is incredible ye number of people yt are gone into ye country and left ye city. I am persuaded many more than went out ye last sickness. So as here is no trading, carriers from most places put down, nor no receiving of any money, though long due. Mr. Hall owes us more than would pay these bills, but he, his wife, and all, are in ye country, 60 miles from London. I write to him, he came up, but could not pay us. I am persuaded if I should offer to sell ye beaver at 8 £, it would not yield money, but when ye Lord shall please to cease his hand, I hope we shall have better and quicker markets. So it shall lie by. Before I accepted ye bills, I acquainted Mr. Beauchamp and Mr. Andrews with them, and how there could be no money made nor received. And that it would be a great discredit to you, which never yet had any turned back, and a shame to us, having 1800 lee of beaver lying by us, and more owing than ye bills come to, and but all was nothing. Neither of them both will put to their finger to help. I offered to supply my 3 part, but they gave me their answer they neither would nor could, and however, your bills shall be satisfied to ye parties good contente. But I would not have thought they would have left either you or me at this time, and you will and may expect I should write more, and answer your leaders, but I am not a day in ye week at home at town, but carry my books and all to Clapham. For here is ye miserablest time yt I think hath been known in many ages. I have no 3 great sicknesses, but none like this. And that which should be a means to pacify ye Lord, and help us, that is taken away, preaching put down in many places, not a sermon in Westminster on ye Sabbath, nor in many towns about us, ye Lord in mercy look upon us. In the beginning of ye year was a great drought, and no rain for many weeks together, so as all was burnt up, hay, at 5 li, a load, and now all rain, so as much summer come and later hay is spoiled. Thus ye Lord sends judgment after judgment, and yet we cannot see, nor humble ourselves. And therefore may justly fear heavier judgments, unless we speedily repent, and return unto him, which ye Lord give us grace to do, if it be his blessed will. Thus desiring you to remember us in your prayers, I ever rest. Your loving friend, James Shirley. September 14. 1636. This was all the answer they had from Mr. Shirley, by which Mr. Winslow saw his hops failed him. So they now resolved to send no more beaver in Whitey way which they had done, till they came to some issue or other about these things. But now came over letters from Mr. Andrews and Mr. Beauchamp full of complaints, that they marvelled Whitey nothing was sent over, by which any of their monies should be paid in, for it did appear by ye account sente in anno 1631. That they were each of them out, about £1100 apiece, and all this while had not received one penny towards ye same. But now Mr. Shirley sought to draw more money from them, and was offended because they denied him. And blamed them here very much that all was sent to Mr. Shirley, and nothing to them. They marvelled much at this, for they conceived that much of their monies had been paid in, and Whitey yearly each of them had received a proportionable quantity out of ye large returns sent home. For they had sent a home since Whitey account was received in anno 1631. In which all and more than all their debts, WTH Whitey year's supply, was charged upon them, these sums following. November 8. Anno 1631. By Mr. Pierce. 0400 li. Weight of beaver, and otters. 20. July 13th. Anno 1632. By Mr. Griffin. 1348 li. Beaver, and otters. 147. Anno 1633. By Mr. Graves. 3366 li. Beaver, and otters. 346. Anno 1634. By Mr. Andrews. 3738 li. Beaver, and otters. 234. Anno 1635. By Mr. Babb. 1150 li. Beaver, and otters. 200. June 24th. Anno 1636. By Mr. Wilkinson. 1809 li. Beaver, and otters. 010. Ibidem. By Mr. Langrum. 0719 li. Beaver, and otters. 199. 12150 li. 1156. All these sums were safely received and well sold, as appears by leaders. The coat beaver usually at 20s. PR pound, and some at 24s. The skin at 15. And sometimes 16. I do not remember any under 14. It may be ye last year might be something lower, so also there were some small fuzz that are not reckoned in this account, and some black beaver at higher rates, to make up ye defects. It was conceived that ye former parcels of beaver came to little less than 10,000 li, sterling, and ye otter skins would pay all ye charge, and they wth other fuzz make up besides if any thing wanted of ye former sum. When ye former account was passed, all their debts, those of White Angel and friendship included, came but to 4770 li. And they could not estimate that all ye supplies since sent them, and bills paid for them, could come to above 2000 li. So as they conceived their debts had been paid, with advantage or interest. But it may be objected, how comes it that they could not as well exactly set down their receipts, as their returns, but thus estimate it? I answer, 2 things were ye cause of it. The first and principal was, that ye knew account ante, which they in England would needs praise upon them, did wholly fail them, and could never give them any account. But trusting to his memory, and loose papers, let things run into such confusion, that neither he, nor any with him, could bring things to rights. But being often called upon to perfect his accounts, he desired to have such a time, and such a time of leisure, and he would do it. In ye in time he fell into a great sickness, and in conclusion it fell out he could make no account at all. His books were after a little good beginning left altogether unperfect, and his papers, some were lost and others so confused, as he knew not what to make of them himself, when they came to be searched and examined. This was not unknown to Mr. Shirley, and they came to smart for it to purpose, though it was not their fault, both thus in England, and also here. For they conceived they lost some hundreds of pounds for goods trusted out in ye place, which were lost for want of clear accounts to call them in. Another reason of this mischief was, that after Mr. Winslow was sent into England to demand accounts, and to accept against ye with Angel, they never had any price sent with their goods, nor any certain invoice of them. But all things stood in confusion, and they were fain to guess at ye prizes of them. They write back to Mr. Andrews and Mr. Beauchamp, and to them they marvelled they should write they had sent nothing home since ye last accounts. For they had sent a great deal, and it might rather be marvelled how they could be able to send so much, besides defraying all charge at home, and what they had lost by the French, and so much cast away at sea, when Mr. Pierce lost his ship on ye coast of Virginia. What they had sent was to them all, and to themselves as well as Mr. Shirley, and if they did not look after it, it was their own faults, they must refer them to Mr. Shirley, who had received it, to demand it of him. They also write to Mr. Shirley to ye same purpose, and what the others' complaints were. This year too, shallops going to Connecticut with goods from ye Massachusetts of such as removed thither to plant, were in an easterly storm cast away in coming into this harbour in ye night. The boat's men were lost, and the goods were driven all along ye the shore, and strode up and down at high water mark. But ye Gov caused them to be gathered up, and drawn together, and appointed some to take an inventory of them, and others to wash and dry such things as had need thereof, by which means most of ye goods were saved, and restored to ye owners. Afterwards on their boat of theirs, going thither likewise, was cast away near unto Manuscript, and such goods as came ashore were preserved for them. Such crosses they met with in their beginnings, which some imputed as a correction from God for their intrusion, to ye wrong of others, into Whitey place. But I dare not be bold with God's judgments in this kind. In ye year 1634, the Pequants, a stout and warlike people, who had made wars with sundry of their neighbours, and puffed up with many victories, grew now at variance with ye Narragansetts, a great people bordering upon them. These Narragansetts held correspondence and terms of friendship with ye English of ye Massachusetts. Now ye Pequants, being conscious of ye guilt of Captain Stone's death, whom they knew to be an English man, as also those Whitey were with him, and being fallen out with ye Dutch, lest they should have over many enemies at once, sought to make friendship with ye English of ye Massachusetts. And for Whitey end sent both messengers and gifts unto them, as appears by some letters sent from ye Gov hither. Dear and worthy Senior, and to let you know somewhat of our affairs, you may understand that ye Pequants have sent some of theirs to us, to desire our friendship, and offered much wampum and beaver, and the first messengers were dismissed without answer. With ye next we had divers days conference, and taking ye advice of some of our ministers, and seeking the Lord in it, we concluded a peace and friendship with them. Upon these conditions, that they should deliver up to us those men who were guilty of Stone's death, and if we desired to plant in Connecticut, they should give up their right to us, and so we would send to trade with them as our friends, which was ye chaf thing we aimed at, being now in war with ye Dutch and ye rest of their neighbours. To this they readily agreed, and that we should mediate a peace between them and the Narragansetts. For which end they were contented we should give the Narragansetts part of Whitey present, they would bestow on us, for they stood so much on their honour, as they would not be seen to give anything of themselves. As for Captain Stone, they told us there were but 2 left of those who had any hand in his death, and that they killed him in a just quarrel, for, say they, he surprised 2 of our men, and bound them, to make them by force to shew him ye way up ye river, and he with 2 other coming on shore. 9 Indians watched him, and when they were asleep in ye night, they killed them, to deliver their own men. And some of them going afterwards to ye pinnace, it was suddenly blown up. We are now preparing to send a pinnace unto them, and in an other of his, dated ye 12 of ye first month, he hath this. Our pinnace is lately returned from ye Pequans. They put of but little commodity, and found them a very false people, so as they mean to have no more to do with them. I have divers other things to write unto you, and yours ever assured, Joe Winthrop. Boston, 12 of ye 1 month, 1634. After these things, and, as I take, this year, John Oldham, of whom much is spoken before, being now an inhabitant of ye Massachusetts, went wth a small vessel, and slenderly manned, a trading into these south parts. And upon a quarrel between him and ye Indians was cut of by them, as hath been before noted, at an island called by ye Indians Munices, but since by ye English Block Island. This, with ye former about the death of Stone, and the bafoiling of ye Pequans with ye English of ye Massachusetts, moved them to set out some to take revenge, and require satisfaction for these wrongs. But it was done so superficially, and without their acquainting of those of Connecticut and other neighbors with ye same, as they did little good. But their neighbours had more hurt done, for some of ye murderers of Oldham fled to ye Pequans, and though the English went to ye Pequans, and had some parley with them, yet they did but delude them. And ye English returned without doing anything to purpose, being frustrate of their opportunity by ye others' deceit. After ye English were returned, the Pequans took their time and opportunity to cut of some of ye English as they passed in boats, and went on fowling, and assaulted them ye next spring at their habitations, as will appear in its place. I do but touch these things, because I make no question they will be more fully and distinctly handled by themselves, who had more exact knowledge of them, and whom they did more properly concern. This year Mr. Smith laid down his place of ministry, partly by his own willings, as thinking it too heavy a burthen, and partly at the desire, and by ye persuasion, of others. And the church sought out for some other, having often been disappointed in their hopes and desires heretofore. And it pleased the Lord to send them an able and a godly man, and of a meek and humble spyrite, sound in ye truth, and every way unreprovable in his life and conversation. Whom, after some time of trial, they chose for their teacher, the fruits of whose labors they enjoyed many years with much comforte, in peace, and good agreement. Anno Dom, 1637. In ye 4 part of this year, the Pequans fell openly upon ye English at Connecticut, in ye lower parts of ye river, and slew sundry of them, as they were at work in ye fields, both men and women, to ye great terror of ye rest. And went away in great pride and triumph, with many high threats. They also assaulted a fort at ye river's mouth, though strong and well defended. And though they did not there prevail, yet it struck them with much fear and astonishment to see their bold attempts in the face of danger. Which made them in all places to stand upon their guard, and to prepare for resistance, and earnestly to solicite their friends and confederates in ye Bay of Massachusetts to send them speedy aid, for they looked for more forcible assaults. Mr. Vane, being then Gov. Write from their general court to them here, to join with them in this war. To which they were cordially willing, but took opportunity to write to them about some former things, as well as present, considerable hereabout. The which will best appear in ye Gov. Answer which he returned to ye same, which I shall here insert. Senior, the Lord having so disposed, as that your letters to our late Gov. Is fallen to my lot to make answer unto, I could have wished I might have been at more freedom of time and thoughts also. That I might have done it more to your and my own satisfaction. But what shall be wanting now may be supplied hereafter. For ye matters which from yourself and council were propounded and objected to us, we thought not fit to make them so public as ye cognizance of our general court. But as they have been considered by those of our council, this answer we think fit to return unto you. 1. Whereas you signify your willings to join with us in this war against ye Pequants, though you cannot engage yourselves without ye consent of your general court, we acknowledge your good affection towards us, which we never had cause to doubt of, and are willing to attend your full resolution, when it may most seasonably be ripened. 2. Ly. Whereas you make this war to be our people's, and not to concern yourselves, otherwise than by consequence, we do in part consent to you therein. Yet we suppose, that, in case of peril, you will not stand upon such terms, as we hope we should not do towards you. And withal we conceive that you look at ye Pequants, and all other Indians, as a common enemy, who, though he may take occasion of ye beginning of his rage, from some one part of ye English, yet if he prevail, will surely pursue his advantage to ye rooting out of ye whole nation. Therefore when we desired your help, we did it not without respect to your own safety, as ours. 3. Ly. Whereas you desire we should be engaged to aid you, upon all like occasions, we are persuaded you do not doubt of it. Yet as we now deal with you as a free people, and at liberty, so as we cannot draw you into this war with us, otherwise than as reason may guide and provoke you. So we desire we may be at ye like freedom, when any occasion may call for help from us. And whereas it is objected to us, that we refuse to aid you against ye French, we conceive ye case was not a lick. Yet we cannot wholly excuse our failing in that matter. For Ly. Whereas you object that we began ye war without your privity, and managed it contrary to your advice. The truth is, that our first intentions being only against Block Island, and ye enterprise seeming of small difficulty, we did not so much as consider of taking advice, or looking out for aid abroad. And when we had resolved upon ye Pequants, we sent presently, or not long after, to you about it. But ye answer received, it was not seasonable for us to chine our counsels, except we had seen and weighed your grounds, which might have outweighed our own. 5. Ly. For our people's trading at Kennebec, we assure you, to our knowledge, it hath not been by any allowance from us, and what we have provided in this and like cases, at our last court, Mr. E. W. can certify you. And, 6. Ly. Whereas you object to us yt we should hold trade and correspondency with ye French, your enemies. We answer, you are misinformed, for, beside some letters which hath passed between our late Governor and them, to which we were privy, we have neither sent a nor encouraged ours to trade with them. Only one vessel or tow, for ye better convice of our letters, had licenses from our Governor to sail thither. Divers other things have been privately objected to us, by our worthy friend, whereunto he received some answer. But most of them concerning ye apprehension of particular discourtesies, or injuries from some particular persons amongst us. It concerns us not to give any other answer to them than this. That, if ye offenders shall be brought forth in a right way, we shall be ready to do justice as ye case shall require. In the meantime, we desire you to rest assured, that such things are without our privity, and not a little grievous to us. Now for ye joining with us in this war, which indeed concerns us no otherwise than it may yourselves, viz., the relieving of our friends and Christian brethren, who are now first in ye danger. Though you may think us able to make it good without you, as, if ye Lord please to be with us, we may, yet 3 things we offer to your consideration, which, we conceive, may have some weight with you. First, yt if we should sink under this burden, your opportunity of seasonable help would be lost in 3 respects. 1. You cannot recover us, or secure yourselves there, with 3 times ye charge and hazard which now ye may. 2. Ly. The sorrows which we should lie under, if through your neglect, would much abate of ye acceptable means of your help afterwards. 3. Ly. Those of yours who are now full of courage and forwardness, would be much damped, and so less able to undergo so great a burden. The 2 thing is this, that it concerns us much to hasten this war to an end before ye end of this summer, otherwise ye news of it will discourage both your and our friends from coming to us next year. With what further hazard and loss it may expose us unto, yourselves may judge. The 3. Thing is this, that if ye lords shall please to bless our endears, so as we end ye war, or put it in a hopeful way without you, it may breed such ill thoughts in our people towards yours, as will be hard to entertain such opinion of your good will towards us, as were fit to be nourished among such needboors and brethren as we are. And what ill consequences may follow, on both sides, wise men may fear, and would rather prevent than hope to redress. So with my hearty salutations to you self, and all your council, and other our good friends with you, I rest. Yours most assured in ye Lord. Joe, Winthrop. Boston, ye 20. Of ye 3. Month, 1637. In ye meantime, the Pequants, especially in ye winter before, sought to make peace with ye Narragansetts, and used very pernicious arguments to move them thereunto, as that ye English were strangers and began to overspread their country, and would deprive them thereof in time, if they were suffered to grow and increase. And if ye Narragansetts did assist ye English to subdue them, they did but make way for their own overthrow, for if they were rooted out, the English would soon take occasion to subjugate them. And if they would hearken to them, they should not need to fear ye strength of ye English. For they would not come to open battle with them, but fire their houses, kill their cattle, and lie in ambush for them as they went abroad upon their occasions, and all this they might easily do without any or little danger to themselves. The which course being held, they well saw the English could not long subsist, but they would either be starved with hunger, or be forced to forsake the country, with many ye like things. Insomuch that ye Narragansetts were once wavering, and were half-minded to have made peace with them, and joyed against ye English. But again when they considered, how much wrong they had received from the Pequants, and what an opportunity they now had by ye help of ye English to right themselves, revenge was so sweet unto them, as it prevailed above all ye rest. So as they resolved to join with ye English against them, and did. The court here agreed forthwith to send 50 men at their own charge. And WTH as much speed as possibly they could, got them armed, and had made them ready under sufficient leaders, and provided a bark to carry them provisions and tend upon them for all occasions. But when they were ready to march, with a supply from ye bay, they had word to stay, for ye enemy was as good as vanquished, and there would be no need. I shall not take upon me exactly to describe their proceedings in these things, because I expect it will be fully done by themselves, who best know the carriage and circumstances of things. I shall therefore but touch them in general. From Connecticut, who were most sensible of ye hurt sustained, and ye present danger, they set out a party of men, and another party met them from ye bay, at ye Narragansetts, who were to join with them. Ye Narragansetts were earnest to be gone before ye English were well rested and refreshed, especially some of them which came last. It should see me their desire was to come upon ye enemy suddenly, and undiscovered. There was a bark of this place, newly put in there, which was come from Connecticut, who did encourage them to lay hold of ye Indians forwardens, and to shew as great forwardens as they, for it would insurge them. And expedition might prove to their great advantage. So they went on, and so ordered their march, as the Indians brought them to a forte of ye enemies, in which most of their chaf men were, before day. They approached ye same with great silence, and surrounded it both with English and Indians, that they might not break out, and so assaulted them with great courage, shooting amongst them, and entered ye forte with all speed. And those whitey first entered found sharp resistance from the enemy, who both shot at and grappled with them. Others ran into their houses, and brought out fire, and set them on fire, which soon took in their mats, and, standing close together, with ye wind, all was quickly on a flame, and 30 more were burnt to death than was otherwise slain. It burnt their bowstrings, and made them unserviceable. Those whitey scaped ye fire were slain with ye sword, some hewed to pieces, others hewn through with their rapiers, so as they were quickly dispatched, and very few escaped. It was conceived they thus destroyed about 400. At this time, it was a fearful sight to see them thus frying in ye fire, and ye streams of blood quenching ye same, and horrible was ye stink and scent thereof. But ye victory seemed a sweet sacrifice, and they gave the praise thereof to God, who had wrought so wonderfully for them, thus to enclose their enemies in their hands, and give them so speedy a victory over so proud and insulting an enemy. The Narragansett Indians, all this while, stood round about, but aloof from all danger, and left ye whole execution to ye English, except it were ye stopping of any wight ye broke away, insulting over their enemies in this their ruin and misery. When they saw them dancing in ye flames, calling them by a word in their own language, signifying, O brave Pequants, which they used familiarly among themselves in their own praise, in songs of triumph after their victories. After this service was thus happily accomplished, they marched to the water side, where they met with some of their vassals, by which they had refreshing with victuals and other necessaries. But in their march ye rest of ye Pequants drew into a body, and accosted them, thinking to have some advantage against them by reason of a neck of land. But when they saw the English prepare for them, they kept aloof, so as they neither did hurt, nor could receive any. After their refreshing and repair to Heather for further counsel and directions, they resolved to pursue their victory, and follow ye war against ye rest, but ye Narragansett Indians most of them forsook them. And such of them as they had with them for guides, or otherwise, they found them very cood and backward in ye bussiness, either out of envy, or whitey they saw ye English would make more profit of ye victory than they were willing they should. Or else deprive them of such advantage as themselves desired by having them become tributaries unto them, or ye like. For ye rest of this bussiness, I shall only relate ye same as it is in a leader which came from Mr. Winthrop to ye Goverhere, as followeth. Worthy Senior, I received your loving letter, and am much provoked to express my affections towards you, but strains of time forbids me. For my desire is to acquaint you with ye Lord's great mercies towards us, in our prevailing against his and our enemies, that you may rejoice and praise his name with us. About 80 of our men, having costed along towards ye Dutch plantation, sometimes by water, but most by land, met here and there with some Pequants, whom they slew or took prisoners. 2 sachems they took, and beheaded. And not hearing of Sassacus, the Chayef sachem, they gave a prisoner his life, to go and find him out. He went and brought them word where he was, but Sassacus, suspecting him to be a spy, after he was gone, fled away with some 20 more to ye Mohawks, so our men missed of him. Yet, deviding themselves, and ranging up and down, as ye providence of God guided them, for ye Indians were all gone, save 3 or 4, and they knew not whither to guide them, or else would not, upon ye 13 of this month, they light upon a great company of them, viz. 80 strong men, and 200 women and children, in a small Indian town, fast by a hideous swamp, which they all slipped into before our men could get to them. Our captains were not then come together, but there was Mr. Ludlow and Captain Masson, with some 10 of their men, and Captain Patrick with some 20 or more of his, who, shooting at ye Indians, Captain Trask with 50 more came soon in at ye noise. Then they gave order to surround ye swamp, it being about a mile about, but Lieutenant Davenport and some 12 more, not hearing that command, fell into ye swamp among ye Indians. The swamp was so thick with shrubwood, and so boggy withal, that some of them stuck fast, and received many shot. Lieutenant Davenport was dangerously wounded about his armhole, and another shot in ye head, so as, fainting, they were in great danger to have been taken by ye Indians. But Sergeant Riggs, and Geoffrey, and 2 or 3 more, rescued them, and slew divers of ye Indians with their swords. After they were drawn out, the Indians desired parley, and were offered, by Thomas Stanton, our interpreter, that, if they would come out, and yield themselves, they should have their lives, all that had not their hands in ye English blood. Whereupon ye sachem of ye place came forth, and an old man or 2 and their wives and children, and after that some other women and children, and so they spake 2 hours, till it was night. Then Thomas Stanton was sent into them again, to call them forth, but they said they would sell their lives there, and so shot at him so thick as, if he had not cried out, and been presently rescued, they had slain him. Then our men cut of a place of ye swamp with their swords, and cooped the Indians into so narrow a compass, as they could easier kill them through ye thickets. So they continued all ye night, standing about 12 foot one from another, and ye Indians, coming close up to our men, shot their arrows so thick, as they pierced their hat brims, and their sleeves, and stockings, and other parts of their clothes. Yet so miraculously did the Lord preserve them as not one of them was wounded, save those 3 who rashly went into ye swamp. When it was near day, it grew very dark, so as those of them which were left dropped away between our men, though they stood but 12 or 14 foot asunder, but were presently discovered, and some killed in ye pursuit. Upon searching of ye swamp, ye next morning, they found 9 slain, and some they pulled up, whom ye Indians had buried in ye mire, so as they do think that, of all this company, not 20 did escape, for they after found some who died in their flight of their wounds received. The prisoners were dead, some to those of ye river, and the rest to us. Of these we send ye male children to Bermuda, by Mr. William Pierce, and ye women and maid children are disposed about in the towns. There have been now slain and taken, in all, about 700. The rest are dispersed, and the Indians in all quarters so terrified as all their friends are afraid to receive them. 2 of ye sachems of Long Island came to Mr. Stoughton and tendered themselves to be tributaries under our protection. And 2 of ye Neepnet sachems have been with me to seek our friendship. Amongst the prisoners we have ye wife and children of Mononado, a woman of a very modest countenance and behavior. It was by her mediation that the 2 English maids were spared from death, and were kindly used by her, so that I have taken charge of her. One of her first requests was, that the English would not abuse her body, and that her children might not be taken from her. Those which were wounded were fetched of Sun by John Gallop, who came with his shallop in a half-pie hour, to bring them victuals, and to carry their wounded men to ye Pinnass, where our Ch.F. surgeon was, W.Th. Mr. Wilson, being about 8 leagues off. Our people are all in health, ye Lord be praised, and although they had marched in their arms all ye day, and had been in fight all ye night, yet they professed they found themselves so fresh as they could willingly have gone to such another bussiness. This is ye substance of that which I received, though I am forced to omit many considerable circumstances. So, being in much strains of time, the ships being to depart within this 4 days, and in them the Lord Lee and Mr. Vane, I here break of, and with hearty salets to, and I rest. Yours assured. Joe, Winthrop. The 28 of ye 5 month, 1637. The captain's repo route we have slain 13 sachems, but Sassacous and Monado are yet living. That I may make an end of this matter, this Sassacous, ye Pequence Ch.F. sachem, being fled to ye Mohawks, they cut of his head, with some other of ye Ch.F. of them, whether to satisfy ye English, or rather ye Narragansetts, who, as I have since heard, hired them to do it, or for their own advantage, I well know not. But thus this war took end. The rest of ye Pequence were wholly driven from their place, and some of them submitted themselves to ye Narragansetts, and lived under them. Others of them betook themselves to ye Monhigs, under Uncas, their sachem, W.Th. the approbation of ye English of Connecticut, under whose protection Uncas lived, and he and his men had been faithful to them in this war, and done them very good service. But this did so vex the Narragansetts, that they had not ye whole sway over them, as they have never ceased plotting and contriving how to bring them under, and because they cannot attain their ends, because of ye English who have protected them. They have sought to raise a general conspiracy against ye English, as will appear in an other place. They had now letters again out of England from Mr. Andrews and Mr. Beauchamp, that Mr. Shirley neither had nor would pay them any money, or give them any account, and so with much discontent desired them here to send them some, much blaming them still, that they had sent all to Mr. Shirley, and none to themselves. Now, though they might have justly referred them to their former answer, and insisted thereupon, and some wise men counselled them so to do, yet because they believed that they were really out round sums of money, especially Mr. Andrews, and they had some in their hands, they resolved to send them whatever they had. Mr. Shirley's letters were to this purpose, that, as they had left him in ye payment of ye former bills, so he had told them he would leave them in this, and believe it, they should find it true. And he was as good as his word, for they could never get peeny from him, nor bring him to any account, though Mr. Beauchamp sued him in ye chancery. But they all of them turned their complaints against them here, where there was least cause, and who had suffered most unjustly, first from Mr. Allerton and them, in being charged with so much of whitey which they never had, nor drunk for. And now in paying all, and more than all, as they conceived, and yet still thus more demanded, and that with many heavy charges. They now discharged Mr. Shirley from his agency, and forbade him to buy or send over any more goods for them, and pressed him to come to some end about these things. Anno Dom. 1638. This year Mr. Thomas Prence was chosen Governor. Amongst other enormities that fell out amongst them, this year 3 men were, after due trial, executed for robbery and murder which they had committed. Their names were these, Arthur Peach, Thomas Jackson, and Richard Stinnings. There was a 4 Daniel Crowes, who was also guilty, but he escaped away, and could not be found. This Arthur Peach was ye chief of them, and ye ring leader of all ye rest. He was a lusty and a desperate young man, and had been one of ye soldiers in ye Piquendy war, and had done as good service as ye most there, and one of ye forwardest in any attempt. And being now out of means, and loath to work, and falling to idle courses and company, he intended to go to ye Dutch plantation, and had allured these 3, being other men's servants and apprentices, to go with him. But another cause there was also of his secret going away in this manner. He was not only ruin into debt, but he had got a maid with child, which was not known till after his death, a man's servanty in ye town, and fear of punishment made him get away. The other 3, complotting with him, ran away from their maisters in the night, and could not be heard of, for they went not ye ordinary way, but shaped such a course as they thought to avoid ye pursuit of any. But falling into ye way that lieth between ye Bay of Massachusetts and the Narragansetts, and being disposed to rest themselves, struck fire, and took tobacco, a little out of ye way, by ye wayside. At length there came a Narragansett Indian by, who had been in ye Bay a trading, and had both cloth and beads aboot him. They had meet him ye day before, and he was now returning. Peach called him to drink tobacco with them, and he came and sate down with them. Peach told ye other he would kill him, and take what he had from him. But they were something afraid, but he said, hang him, rogue, he had killed many of them. So they let him alone to do as he would, and when he saw his time, he took a rapier and ran him through the body once or twice, and took from him 5 fat hume of wampum, and 3 coats of cloth, and went their way, leaving him for dead. But he scrabbled away, when they were gone, and made shift to get home, but died within a few days after, by which means they were discovered, and by subtlety the Indians took them. For they desiring a canal to set them over a water, not thinking their fact had been known, by ye Sachem's command they were carried to Aquidnet Island, and they're accused of ye murder, and were examined and committed upon it by ye English there. The Indians sent for Mr. Williams, and made a grievous complaint. His friends and kinred were ready to rise in arms, and provoke the rest thereunto, some conceiving they should now find ye Pequot's words true, that ye English would fall upon them. But Mr. Williams pacified them, and told them, they should see justice done upon ye offenders, and went to ye man, and took Mr. James, a physician, with him. The man told him who did it, and in what manner it was done. But the physician found his wounds mortal, and that he could not live, as he after testified upon of, before the jury in open court, and so he died shortly after, as both Mr. Williams, Mr. James, and some Indians testified in court. The Governor and the Bay were acquainted with it, but referred it hither, because it was done in this jurisdiction, but pressed by all means whitey justice might be done in it, or else ye country must rise and see justice done, otherwise it would raise a war. Yet some of ye rude and ignoranty sort murmured that any English should be put to death for ye Indians. So at last they of ye island brought them hither, and being often examined, and ye evidence produced, they all in the end freely confessed in effect all yt the Indian accused them of, and that they had done it, in ye manner aforesaid. And so, upon ye forementioned evidence, were cast by ye jury, and condemned, and executed for the same. And some of ye Narragansett Indians, and of ye parties frines, were present when it was done, which gave them and all ye country good satisfaction. But it was a matter of much saddens to them here, and was ye too. Execution which they had since they came, being both for wilful murder, as hath been before related. Thus much of this matter. They received this year more letters from England full of renewed complaints, on ye one side, that they could get no money nor account from Mr. Shirley. And he again, yt he was pressed thirto, saying he was to account with those here, and not with them, and so, as was before resolved, if nothing came of their last letters, they would now send them what they could, as supposing, when some good part was paid them, that Mr. Shirley and they would more easily agree about ye remainder. So they sent to Mr. Andrews and Mr. Beauchamp, by Mr. Joseph Young, in ye Mary and Ann, 1325 weight of beaver, dead between them. Mr. Beauchamp returned an account of his moyé, that he made 400 starling of it, freight and all charges paid. But Mr. Andrews, though he had ye more and better part, yet he made not so much of his, through his own indiscretion, and yet turned ye loss upon them here, but without cause. They sent them more by bills and other paymonty, which was received and acknowledged by them, in money and ye like, which was for cattle sold of Mr. Allerton's, and ye price of a bark sold, which belonged to ye stock, and made over to them in money, for 34 sterling. The whole sum was 1234 sterling, save what Mr. Andrews lost in ye beaver, which was otherwise made good. But yet this did not stay their clamours, as will apar here after more at large. It pleased God, in these times, so to bless ye country with such access and confluence of people into it, as it was thurby much enriched, and cattle of all kinds stood at a high rate for divers years together. Kine were sold at 20 and some at 25 a piece, yea, sometimes at 28 a cow-calf usually at 10 a milch goat at 3 and some at 4 and female kids at 30s, and often at 40s a piece. By which means ye ancient planters which had any stock began to grow in their estates. Corn also went at a round rate, viz. SXS, a bushel. So as other trading began to be neglected, and the old partners, having now forbidden Mr. Shirley to send them any more goods, broke of their trade at Kennebec, and, as things stood, would follow it no longer. But some of them, with other they joined with, being loath it should be lost by discontinuance, agreed with ye company for it, and gave them about ye 6 part of their gains for it, with ye first fruits of which they built a house for a prison. And the trade there hath been since continued, to ye great benefit of ye place, for some well foresaw that these high prices of corn and cattle would not long continue, and that then ye commodities there raised would be much missed. This year, about ye 1 or 2 of June, was a great and fearful earthquake, it was in this place heard before it was felt. It came with a rumbling noise, or low murmur, like unto remote thunder, it came from ye norward, and passed southward. As ye noise approached nearer, the earth began to shake, and came at length with that violence as caused platters, dishes, and such like things as stood upon shelves, to clatter and fall down, yea, persons were afraid of ye houses themselves. It so fellowed yt at ye same time divers of ye chaf of this town were met together at one house, conferring with some of their frines that were upon their removal from ye place, as if ye lord would herby shew ye signs of his displeasure. In their shaking a pieces and removals one from another. However it was very terrible for ye time, and as ye men were set talking in ye house, some women and others were without ye doors. And ye earth shook with yt violence as they could not stand without catching hoot of ye posts and pales yt stood next them. But ye violence lasted not long. And about half an hour, or less, came an other noise and shaking, but neither so loud nor strong as ye former, but quickly passed over, and so it ceased. It was not only on ye sea coast, but ye Indians felt it within land, and some ships that were upon ye coast were shaken by it. So powerful is ye mighty hand of ye Lord, as to make both the earth and sea to shake, and the mountains to tremble before him, when he pleases, and who can stay his hand? It was observed that ye sommers, for divers years together after this earthquake, were not so hot and seasonable for ye ripening of corn and other fruits as formerly, but more cold and moist, and subject to early and untimely frosts, by which, many times, much Indian corn came not to maturity, but whether this was any cause, I leave it to naturalists to judge. Anno Dom, 1639. And Anno Dom, 1640. These 2 years I joined together, because in them fell not out many things more than ye ordinary passages of their common affairs, which are not needful to be touched. Those of this plantation having at sundry times granted lands for several townships, and amongst ye rest to ye inhabitants of Citiate, some whereof is wed from themselves, and also a large tracty of land was given to their 4 London partners in ye place, viz. Mr. Shirley, Mr. Beecham, Mr. Andrews, and Mr. Hatherley. At Mr. Hatherley's request and choice it was by him taken for himself and them in Whitey Place, for the other 3 had invested him with power and trust to chose for them. And this tracty of land extended to their utmost limits that way, and bordered on their neighbours of ye Massachusetts, who had some years after seated a town, called Hingham, on their lands next to these parts. So as now there grew great difference between these 2 townships, about their bounds, and some meadow groans that lay between them. They of Hingham presumed to allot part of them to their people, and measure and stack them out. The other pulled up their stacks, and threw them. So it grew to a controversy between the 2 governments, and many letters and passages were between them about it, and it hung some 2 years in suspense. The court of Massachusetts appointed some to range their line according to ye bounds of their patente, and, as they went to work, they made it to take in all Citiate, and I know not how much more. Again, on ye other hand, according to ye line of the patente of this place, it would take in Hingham and much more within their bounds. In ye end both courts agreed to chose 2 commissioners of each side, and to give them full and absolute power to agree and settle ye bounds between them, and what they should do in ye case should stand irrevocably. One meeting they had at Hingham, but could not conclude. For their commissioners stood stiffly on a clause in their grant, that from Charles River, or any branch or part thereof, they were to extend their limits, and 3 miles further to ye southward. Or from ye most southward part of ye Massachusetts Bay, and 3 mile further. But they chose to stand on ye former terms, for they had found a small river, or brook rather, that a great way within land trended southward, and issued into some part of Whitey River taken to be Charles River. And from ye most southerly part of this, and 3 mile more southward of ye same, they would run a line east to ye sea, about 20 mile, which will, say they, take in a part of Plymouth itself. Now it is to be known Whitey though this patente and plantation were much the ancienter, yet this enlargement of the same, in which Citiate stood, was granted after theirs, and so theirs were first to take place, before this enlargement. Now their answer was, first, that, however according to their own plan, they could no way come upon any part of their ancienti grante. Secondly, they could never prove Whitey to be a part of Charles River, for they knew not which was Charles River, but as ye people of this place, which came first, imposed such a name upon Whitey River, upon which, since Charlestown is built, supposing Whitey was it, which Captain Smith in his map so named. Now they Whitey first named it have best reason to know it, and to explain which is it. But they only took it to be Charles River, as fair as it was by them navigated, and Whitey was as far as a boat could go. But Whitey every runlet or small brook, Whitey should, far within land, come into it, or mix their streams with it, and were by ye natives called by other and different names from it, should now by them be made Charles River, or parts of it. They saw no reason for it. And gave instance in Humber, in Old England, which had ye Trant, Ouse, and many others of lesser note fell into it, and yet were not counted parts of it. And many smaller rivers and brooks fell into ye Trant, and Ouse, and no parts of them, but had names apart, and divisions, and nominations of themselves. Again, it was pleaded that they had no east line in their patente, but were to begin at ye sea, and go west by a line, and at this meeting no conclusion was made, but things discussed and well prepared for an issue. The next year ye same commissioners had their power continued or renewed, and met at Citiate, and concluded ye matter, as followeth. The agreement of ye bounds betwixt Plymouth and Massachusetts. Whereas there were two commissions granted by ye two jurisdictions, ye one of Massachusetts government, granted unto John Endicott, gent, and Israel Stoughton, gent, the other of New Plymouth government, to William Bradford, Gov., and Edward Winslow, gent, and both these for ye setting out, settling, and determining of ye bounds and limits of ye lands between ye said jurisdictions, were be not only this present age, but ye posterity to come may live peaceably and quietly in white behalf. And for as much as ye said commissioners on both sides have full power so to do, as appeareth by ye records of both jurisdictions. We therefore, ye said commissioners above named, do Harby with one consent and agreement conclude, determine, and by these presents declare, that all ye marshes at Cohasset Whitey lie of ye one side of ye river next to Hingham, shall belong to ye jurisdiction of Massachusetts Plantation. And all ye marshes Whitey lie on ye other side of ye river next to Citiate, shall belong to ye jurisdiction of New Plymouth, excepting 60 acres of marsh at ye mouth of ye river, on Citiate side next to the sea, which we do hereby agree, conclude, and determine shall belong to ye jurisdiction of Massachusetts. And further, we do hereby agree, determine, and conclude, whitey the bounds of ye limities between both ye said jurisdictions are as followeth, viz. From ye mouth of ye brook Whitey runneth into Cohasset marches, which we call by ye name of Bound Brook, with a straight and direct line to ye middle of a great pond, Whitey lieth on ye right hand of ye upper path, or come one way. Whitey leadeth between Weymouth and Plymouth, close to ye path as we go along ye, which was formerly named, and still we desire may be called, Accord Pond, lying about 5 or 6 miles from Weymouth southerly, and from thence with a straight line to ye southermost part of Charles River, and 3 miles southerly, inward into ye country, according as is expressed in ye patente granted by his Mattee to ye company of ye Massachusetts Plantation. Provided always and never ye less concluded and determined by mutual agreement between ye said commissioners, YT if it fall out YT the said line from Accord Pond to ye southermost part of Charles River, and 3 miles southerly as is before expressed, straighten or hinder any part of any plantation begun by ye Government of New Plymouth, or hereafter to be begun within 10 years after ye date of these PSNTS, that then, notwithstanding ye said line, it shall be lawful for ye said Government of New Plymouth to assume on ye northerly side of ye said line, where it shall so entrench as aforesaid, so much land as will make up ye quantity of 8 miles square, to belong to every such plantation begun, or to be begun as aforesaid. Which we agree, determine, and conclude to appertain and belong to ye said Government of New Plymouth. And whereas ye said line, from ye said brook which runneth into Cohasset salt marshes, called by us Bound Brook, and ye pond called Accord Pond, lieth near ye lands belonging to ye townships of Citiate and Hingham. We do therefore hereby determine and conclude, that if any divisions already made and recorded, by either ye said townships, do cross the said line, that then it shall stand, and be of force according to ye former intents and purposes of the said towns granting them, the marshes formerly agreed on excepted. And whitey no town in either jurisdiction shall hereafter exceed, but contain themselves within ye said lines expressed. In wittens whereof we, the commissioners of both jurisdictions, do by these presents indented set our hands and scales ye 9th day of ye 4 month in 16 year of our sovereign Lord, King Charles, and in ye year of our Lord, 1640. William Bradford, Gov. Ed. Winslow. Joe. Endicott. Israel Stoughton. Whereas ye patente was taken in ye name of William Bradford, as in trust, and reign in these terms, to him, his heirs, and associates and assigns. And now ye number of free men being much increased, and divers townships established and settled in several quarters of ye government, as Plymouth, Duxbury, Sideate, Tanton, Sandwich, Yarmouth, Barnstable, Marchfield, and not Lunge after. Seacunc, called afterward, at ye desire of ye inhabitants, Rehoboth, and Nauset, it was by ye court desired that William Bradford should make a surrender of the same into their hands. The which he willingly did, in this manner following. Whereas William Bradford, and divers others ye first instruments of God in the beginning of this great work of plantation, together with such as ye allordering hand of God in his providence soon added unto them, have been at very great charges to procure ye lands, privileges, and freedoms from all entanglements, as may appear by divers and sundry deeds, enlargements of grants, purchases, and payments of debts, and by reason whereof ye title to ye day of these presents remaineth in ye said William Bradford, his heirs, associates, and assigns, now, for ye better settling of ye estate of the said lands, contained in ye grant or patent. The said William Bradford, and those first instruments termed and called in sundry orders upon public record, ye purchasers, or old comers. Witness 2. In special, the one bearing date ye 3. of March, 1639. The other in des, the one. Anno 1640. Whereunto these presents have special relation and agreement, and whereby they are distinguished from other ye freemen and inhabitants of ye said corporation. Be it known unto all men, therefore, by these presents, that the said William Bradford, for himself, his heirs, together with ye said purchasers, do only reserve unto themselves, their heirs, and assigns those 3 tracts of land mentioned in ye said resolution, order, and agreement, bearing date ye 1st of Des, 1640. Viz. First, from ye bounds of Yarmouth, 3 miles to ye eastward of Namesketet, and from sea to sea, Crow's the neck of land. The 2 of a place called Acufcus, which lieth in ye bottom of ye bay adjoining to ye west side of Point Peril, and 2 miles to ye western side of ye said river, to an other place called Acushant River, which entereth at ye western end of Nakata, and 2 miles to ye eastward thereof, and to extend 8 miles up into ye country. The 3 place, from Sowanset River to Pawtucket River, with Cosumset Neck, which is ye chaf habitation of ye Indians, and reserved for them to dwell upon, extending into ye land 8 miles through ye whole breadth thereof. Together with such other small parcels of lands as they or any of them are personally possessed of or interest in, by virtue of any former titles or grante whatsoever. And ye said William Bradford doth, by ye free and full consent, approbation, and agreement of ye said old planters, or purchasers, together with ye liking, approbation, and acceptation of ye other part of ye said corporation, surrender into ye hands of ye whole court, consisting of ye free men of this corporation of New Plymouth, all white ye other right in title, power, authority, privileges, immunities, and freedoms granted in ye said letters patents by ye said right honorable council for New England, reserving his and their personal right of freemen, together wth the said old planters aforesaid, except ye said lands before accepted, declaring the freemen of this corporation, together with all such as shall be legally admitted into ye same, his associates. And ye said William Bradford, for him, his hires, and assigns, do hereby further promise and grant to do and perform whatsoever further thing or things, act or acts, which in him lieth, which shall be needful and expedient for ye better confirming and establishing the said premises, as by counsel learned in ye laws shall be reasonably advised and devised, when he shall be thereunto required. In witness whereof, the said William Bradford hath in public courts surrendered the said letters patents actually into ye hands and power of ye said court, binding himself, his heirs, executors, administrators, and assigns to deliver up whatsoever specialties are in his hands that do or may concern the same. In these 2 years they had sundry letters out of England to send one over to end the Bissines and account with Mr. Shirley, who now professed he could not make up his accounts without ye help of some from hence, especially Mr. Winslow's. They had serious thoughts of it, and ye most part of ye partners here thought it best to send, but they had formerly written such bitter and threatening letters as Mr. Winslow was neither willing to go, nor wighty any other of ye partners should. For he was persuaded, if any of them went, they should be arrested, and an action of such a sum laid upon them as they should not procure bail, but must lie in prison, and then they would bring them to what they least. Or otherwise they might be brought into trouble by ye archbishop's means, as ye times then stood. But, notwithstanding, they were much inclined to send, and Captain Standish was willing to go, but they resolved, seeing they could not all agree in this thing, and that it was weighty, and ye consequence might prove dangerous, to take Mr. Winthrop's advice in ye thing, and ye rather, because Mr. Andrews had by many letters acquainted him with ye differences between them, and appointed him for his assign to receive his part of ye debt. And though they denied to pay him any as a debt, till ye controversy was ended, yet they had deposited 110 li in money in his hands for Mr. Andrews, to pay to him in part as soon as he would come to any agreement with ye rest. But Mr. Winthrop was of Mr. Winslow's mind, and dissuaded them from sending, so they broke of their resolution from sending, and returned this answer, that the times were dangerous as things stood with them, for they knew how Mr. Winslow had suffered formerly, and for a small matter was clapped up in ye Fleet, and it was long before he could get out, to both his and their great loss and damage, and times were not better, but worse, in wighty respect. Yet, that their equal and honest minds might appear to all men, they made them this tender, to refer ye case to some gentlemen and marchants in ye bay of ye Massachusetts, such as they should choose, and were well known unto themselves. As they perceived there wer many of their acquaintance and friends there, better known to them than ye partners here, and let them be informed in ye case by both sids, and have all ye evidence wighty could be produced, in writing, or otherwise. And they would be bound to stand to their determination, and make good their award, though it should cost them all they had in ye world. But this did not please them, but they were offended at it, without any great reason for aught I know, seeing neither side could give in clear accounts, ye partners here could not. By reason they, to their smart, were failed by ye account ante they sent them, and Mr. Shirley pretend he could not also, save as they conceived it a disparagement to yield to their inferiors in respect of ye place and other concurring circumstances. So this came to nothing, and afterward Mr. Shirley write, wighty if Mr. Winslow would met him in France, ye Low Countries, or Scotland, let ye place be known, and he come to him there. But in regard of ye troubles that now began to arise in our own nation, and other reasons, this did not come to any effect. That which made them so desirous to bring things to an end was partly to stop ye clamors and aspersions raised and cast upon them hereabout, though they conceived themselves to sustain the greatest wrong, and had most cause of complaint. And partly because they feared ye fall of cattle, in which most part of their estates lay. And this was not a vain fear. For they fell indeed before they came to a conclusion, and that so soundly, as a cowie that but a month before was worth 20 li, and would so have passed in any payment, fell now to 5 li and would yield no more, and a goat that went at 3 li, or 50s, would now yield but 8, or 10s, at most. All men feared a fall of cattle, but it was thought it would be by degrees. And not to be from ye highest pitch at once to ye lowest, as it did, which was greatly to ye damage of many, and ye undoing of some. Another reason was, they many of them grew aged, and indeed a rare thing it was that so many partners should all live together so many years as these did, and saw many changes were like to befall. So as they were loath to leave these entanglements upon their children and posterity, who might be driven to remove places, as they had done, themselves might do it yet before they died. But this bussiness must yet rest. Ye next year gave it more rippens, though it rendered them less able to pay, for ye reasons aforesaid. Anno Dom, 1641. Mr. Shirley being weary of this controversy, and desirous of an end, as well as themselves, write to Mr. John Atwood and Mr. William Collier, 2. Of ye inhabitants of this place, and of his spatial acquaintance, and desired them to be a means to bring this bussiness to an end, by advising and counselling the partners here, by some way to bring it to a composition, by mutual agreement. And he write to themselves also to yt end, as by his letter may appear, so much thereof as concerns ye same I shall here relate. Senior my love remembered, and I have writ so much concerning ye ending of accounts betwixt us, as I profess I know not what more to write, and if you desire an end, as you see me to do, there is, as I conceive, but two ways. That is, to perfect all accounts, from ye first to ye last, and now if we find this difficult, and tedious, having not been so strict and careful as we should and ought to have done, as for my own part I do confess I have been somewhat too remiss, and do verily think so are you, and I fear you can never make a perfect account of all your peaty viags, out, and home to and again, and so then ye second way must be, by biding, or compounding, and this way, first or last, we must fall upon, and if we must war at law for it, do not you expect from me, neither will I from you, but to cleave ye here, and then I dare say ye lawyers will be most gainers, and thus let us set to ye work, one way or other, and end, that I may not always suffer in my name and estate. And you are not free. Nay, ye gospel suffers by your delaying, and causeth ye professors of it to be hardly spoken of, that you, being many, and now able, should combine and join together to oppress and burden me, and fear not to make a fair and reasonable offer. Believe me, I will never take any advantage to plead it against you, or to wrong you, or else let Mr. Winslow come over, and let him have such full power and authority as we may end ye by compounding. Or else, ye accounts so well and fully made up, as we may end by reconning. Now, blessed be God, ye times be much changed here, I hope to see many of you return to your native country again, and have such freedom and liberty as ye word of God prescribes. Our bishops were never so near a downfall as now. God hath miraculously confounded them, and turned all their popish and Machiavellian plots and projects on their own heads, and thus you see what is fit to be done concerning our particular grievances. I pray you take it seriously into consideration. Let each give way a little that we may meet, and be you and all yours kindly saluted, and so I ever rest. Your loving friend, James Shirley. Clapham, May 18, 1641. Being thus by this leader, and also by Mr. Atwood's and Mr. Collier's mediation urged to bring things to an end, and ye continual clamours from ye rest, and by none more urged than by their own desires, they took this course, because many scandals had been raised upon them. They appointed these two men before mentioned to meet on a certain day, and called some other friends on both Sids, and Mr. Freeman, brother-in-law to Mr. Beauchamp, and having drawn up a collection of all ye remains of ye stock, in whatsoever it was, as housing, boats, bark, and all implements belonging to ye same, as they were used in ye time of ye trad, were they better or worse. With ye remains of all commodities, as beads, knives, hatchets, cloth, or anything else, as well ye refuse as ye more vendible, with all debts, as well those whitey were desperate as others more hopeful. And having spent divers days to bring this to pass, having ye help of all books and papers, which either any of themselves had, or Josias Winslow, who was their accountante. And they found ye summon all to arise, as ye things were valued, to about 1400 li. And they all of them took a voluntary but a solemn oath, in ye presence one of another, and of all their friends, ye persons above said yt were now present, that this was all that any of them knew of, or could remember. And Josias Winslow did ye like for his part. But ye truth is they wronged themselves much in ye valuation, for they reckoned some cattle as they were taken of Mr. Allerton, as for instance a cowie in ye hands of one cost 25 li. And so she was valued in this account, but when she came to be passed away in part of payment, after ye agreement, she would be accepted but a 4 li, 15ths. Also being tender of their oaths, they brought in all they know owing to ye stock. But they had not made ye like diligendi search what ye stock might owe to any, so as many scattering debts fell upon afterwards more than now they know of. Upon this they drew certain articles of agreement between Mr. Atwood, on Mr. Shirley's behalf, and themselves. The effect is as followeth. Articles of agreement made and concluded upon ye 15 day of October, 1641. And Imp, whereas there was a partnership for divers years agreed upon between James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews, of London, merchants, and William Bradford, Edward Winslow, Thomas Prince, Miles Standish, William Brewster, John Alden, and John Howland, W.T.H. Isaac Allerton, in a trade of beaver skins and other furs arising in New England. The term of which said partnership being expired, and divers summes of money in goods adventured into New England by ye said James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews. And many large returns made from New England by ye said William Bradford, Ed. Winslow, and difference arising about ye charge of 2 ships, the one called ye White Angeli, of Bristow, and ye other ye Friendship, of Barnstable, and a voyage intended in her, and which said ships and their viags, ye said William Bradford, Ed. W. and conceived though not at all appertain to their accounts of partnership, and whereas ye accounts of ye said partnership are found to be confused, and cannot orderly appear, through ye default of Josias Winslow, ye bookkeeper, and whereas ye said W. B. and have received all their goods for ye said trade from the foresaid James Shirley, and have made most of their returns to him, by consent of ye said John Beauchamp and Richard Andrews. And whereas also ye said James Shirley hath given power and authority to Mr. John Atwood, with ye advice and consent of William Collier, of Duxborough, for and on his behalf, to put such an absolute end to ye said partnership, with all and every accounts, reckonings, dues, claims, demands, whatsoever, to ye said James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews, from ye said W. B. and for and concerning ye said beaver trade, and also ye charge ye said 2 ships, and their viags made or pretended, whether just or unjust, from ye world's beginning to this present, as also for ye paymonty of a purchase of 1800 li. Made by Isaac Allerton, for and on ye behalf of ye said W. B. Ed. W. and of ye joint stock, shares, lands, and adventures, whatsoever in New England aforesaid, as appeareth by a deed bearing date ye 6 November 1627. And also for and from such sum and sums of money or goods as are received by William Bradford, though, Prince, and Miles Standish, for ye recovery of dues, by accounts betwixt them, ye said James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews. And Isaac Allerton, for ye ship called ye White Angel. Now ye said John Atwood, with advice and counsel of ye said William Collier, having had much communication and spent divers days in agitation of all ye said differences and accounts with ye said W. B. E. W. and ye said W. B. E. W. and have also, with ye said bookkeeper spent much time in collecting and gathering together ye remainder of ye stock of partnership for ye said trade, and whatsoever hath been received, or is due by ye said attorneyship before expraised, and all manner of goods, debts, and dues thereunto belonging, as well those debts that are weak and doubtful and desperate, as those yt are more secure, which in all do amount to ye sum of 1400 li. Or thereabout, and for more full satisfaction of ye said James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews, the said W. B. and all ye rest of ye above said partners, together with Josias Winslow ye bookkeeper, have taken a voluntary oath, yt within ye said sum of 1400 li or thereabout, is contained whatsoever they knew, to ye utmost of their remembrance. In consideration of all which matters and things before expressed, and to ye end yt a full, absolute, and final end may be now made, and all suits in law may be avoided, and love and peace continued. It is therefore agreed and concluded between ye said John Atwood, with ye advice and consent of ye said William Collier, for and on ye behalf of ye said James Shirley, to and with ye said W. B. and In manner and for me following, viz. That ye said John Atwood shall procure a sufficient release and discharge, under ye hands and seals of ye said James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews, to be delivered fair and unconcealed unto ye said William Bradford, and at or before ye last day of August, next ensuing ye date hereof, whereby ye said William Bradford and their heirs, executors, and administrators, and every of them shall be fully and absolutely acquitted and discharged of all actions, suits, reckonings, accounts, claims, and demands whatsoever concerning ye general stock of beaver trade. Payment of ye said 1800 li. For ye purchase, and all demands, reckonings, and accounts, just or unjust, concerning the tow ships with Angel and Friendship aforesaid, together with whatsoever hath been received by ye said William Bradford. Of ye goods or estate of Isaac Allerton, for satisfaction of ye accounts of ye said ship called ye with Angeli, by virtue of a ree of attorney to him, Thomas Prince, and Miles Standish, directed from ye said James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews, for YT purpose as aforesaid. It is also agreed and concluded upon between the said parties to these presents, that the said W, B, E, W, and C shall now be bound in 2400 li for payment of 1200 li in full satisfaction of all demands as aforesaid. To be paid in manner and for me following, that is to say, 400 li within 2 months next after ye receipt of the aforesaid releases and discharges, £110 whereof is already in ye hands of John Winthrop Senior of Boston, Esquire, by the means of Mr. Richard Andrews aforesaid, and 80 li. Weight of beaver now deposited into ye hands of ye said John Atwood, to be both in part of Piemonte of ye said 400 li and ye other 800 li, to be paid by 200 li. PR and UME, to such assigns as shall be appointed, inhabiting either in Plymouth or Massachusetts Bay, in such goods and commodities, and at such rates, as the country shall afford at ye time of delivery and payment. And in ye meantime ye said bond of 2400 li to be deposited into ye hands of ye said John Atwood. And it is agreed upon by and between ye said parties to these presents, that if ye said John Atwood shall not or cannot procure such said releases and discharges as aforesaid from ye said James Shirley, John Beauchamp, and Richard Andrews, at or before ye last day of August next ensuing ye date hereof, YT then ye said John Atwood shall, at ye said day precisely, redeliver, or cause to be delivered unto ye said W, B, E, W, and C their said bond of 2400 li and ye said 80 li, weight of beaver, or ye do value thereof, without any fraud or further delay. And for performance of all and singular ye covenants and agreements herein contained and expressed, which on ye one part and behalf of ye said James Shirley are to be observed and performed, shall become bound in ye sum of 2400 li. To them, ye said William Bradford, Edward Winslow, Thomas Prince, Miles Standish, William Brewster, John Alden, and John Howland. And it is lastly agreed upon between ye said parties, that these presents shall be left in trust, to be kept for both parties, in ye hands of Mr. John Renewer, teacher of Plymouth. In witness whereof, all ye said parties have hereunto severally set their hands, ye day and year first above written. John Atwood, William Bradford, Edward Winslow, and C. In ye presence of Edmund Freeman, William Thomas, William Patey, Nathaniel Souther. The next year this long and tedious busyness came to some issue, as will then appear, though not to a fin all endy with all ye parties. But this much for ye present. I had forego tend to insert in its place how ye church here had invited and sent for Mr. Charles Chancey, a reverend, godly, and very larned man, intending upon trial to chose him pastor of ye church here, for ye more comfortable performance of ye ministry with Mr. John Rayner, the teacher of the same. But there fell out some difference about baptizing, he holding it ought only to be by dipping, and putting ye whole body under water, and that sprinkling was unlawful. The church yielded that immersion, or dipping, was lawful, but in this could country not so convenient. But they could not nor durst not yield to him in this, that sprinkling, which all ye churches of Christ do for ye most part use at this day, was unlawful, and an humane invention, as ye same was pressed. But they were willing to yield to him as far as ye could, and to ye utmost, and were contented to suffer him to practice as he was persuaded. And when he came to minister that ordinance, he might so do it to any wight he did desire it in wighty way, provided he could peaceably suffer Mr. Rayner, and such as desired to have theirs otherwise baptized by him, by sprinkling or powering on of water upon them, so as there might be no disturbance in ye church hereabout. But he said he could not yield her unto. Upon which the church procured some other ministers to dispute ye point with him publicly, as Mr. Ralph Partridge, of Duxbury, who did it sundry times, very oblige and sufficiently, as also some other ministers within this government. But he was not satisfied, so ye church sent to many other churches to crave their help and advise in this matter, and, with his will and consent, sent them his arguments written under his own hand. They sent them to ye church at Boston in ye Bay of Massachusetts, to be communicated with other churches there. Also they sent ye same to the churches of Connecticut in New Haven, with sundry others. And received very able and sufficient answers, as they conceived, from them and their larned ministers, who all concluded against him. But himself was not satisfied therewith. Their answers are too large here to relate. They conceived ye church had done what was meet in ye thing, so Mr. Chancey, having been ye most part of 3 years here, removed himself to Citiate, where he now remains a minister to ye church there. Also about these times, now whitey cattle and other things began greatly to fall from their former rates, and persons began to fall into more straits, and many being already gone from them, as is noted before, both to Duxbury, Marshfield, and other places, and those of ye Chaff sort, as Mr. Winslow, Captain Standish, Mr. Alden, and many other, and still some dropping away daily, and some at this time, and many more unsettled, it did greatly weaken ye place, and by reason of ye straitens and barrens of ye place, it set ye thoughts of many upon remove all. As will appear more hereafter. Anno Dom, 1642. Marvellous it may be to see and consider how some kind of wickedness did grow and break forth here, in a land where the same was so much witnessed against, and so narrowly looked unto, and severely punished when it was known. As in no place more, or so much, that I have known or heard of, insomuch as they have been somewhat censured, even by moderate and good men, for their severity in punishments. And yet all this could not suppress ye breaking out of sundry notorious sins, as this year, besides other, gives us too many sad precedents and instances, especially drunkens and uncleans. Not only incontinency between persons unmarried, for which many both men and women have been punished sharply enough, but some married persons also. But that which is worse, even sodomy and buggery, things fearful to name, have broke forth in this land, oftener than once. I say it may justly be marvelled at, and cause us to fear and tremble at the consideration of our corrupt natures, which are so hardly bridled, subdued, and mortified, nay, cannot by any other means but ye powerful work and grace of God spy right. But, besides this, one reason may be, that ye devil may carry a greater spite against the churches of Christ and ye gospel here, by how much ye more they endear to preserve holines and purity amongst them. And strictly punisheth the contrary when it ariseth either in church or commonwealth. That he might cast a blemish and stain upon them in ye eyes of, ye, world, who use to be rash in judgment. I would rather think thus, than that Satan hath more power in these heathen lands, as some have thought, than in more Christian nations, especially over God's servants in them. 2. Another reason may be, that it may be in this case as it is with waters when their streams are stopped or dammed up, when they get passage they flow with more violence, and make more noise and disturbance. Then when they are suffered to roon quietly in their own chanels. So wickedness being here more stopped by strict laws, and ye say more nully looked unto, so as it cannot roon in a common road of liberty as it would, and is inclined, it searches everywhere, and at last breaks out where it gets vent. 3. A third reason may be, here, as I am verily persuaded, is not more evils in this kind, nor nothing near so many by proportion, as in other places. But they are here more discovered and seen, and made public by due search, inquisition, and due punishment, for ye churches look narrowly to their members, and ye magistrates over all, more strictly than in other places. Besides, here the people are but few in comparison of other places, which are full and populous, and lie hid, as it were, in a wood or thicket, and many horrible evils by whity means are never seen nor known. Whereas here, they are, as it were, brought into ye light, and set in ye plain field, or rather on a hill, made conspicuous to ye vie of all. But to proceed. Here came a letter from ye govern ye bay to them here, touching matters of ye forementioned nature, which because it may be useful I shall here relate it, and ye passages thereabout. Senior, having an opportunity to signify ye desires of our general court in to things of special importance, I willingly take this occasion to imparte them to you, whity you may imparte them to ye rest of your magistrates, and also to your elders. For counsel. And give us your advice in them. The first is concerning heinous offences in point of uncleans, ye particular cases, with ye circumstances, and ye questions thereupon, you have here enclosed. The two thing is concerning ye islanders at Aquidnet. Whity seeing the chiefest of them are gone from us, in offences, either to churches, or commonwealth, or both, others are dependents on them, and ye best sort are such as close with them in all their rejections of us. Neither is it only in a faction whity they are dead from us, but in very deed they rend themselves from all ye true churches of Christ, and, many of them, from all ye powers of magistracy. We have had some experience hereof by some of their underworkers, or emissaries, who have lately come amongst us, and have made public defiance against magistracy, ministry, churches, and church covenants, and as anti-Christian. Secretly also sowing ye seeds of familism, and anabaptistry, to ye infection of some, and danger of others. So that we are not willing to join with them in any league or confederacy at all, but rather that you would consider and advise with us how we may avoid them, and keep ours from being infected by them. Another thing I should mention to you, for ye maintenance of ye trad of beaver. If there be not a company to order it in every jurisdiction among ye English, which companies should agree in general of their way in trade, I suppose that ye trade will be overthrown, and the Indians will abuse us. For this cause we have lately put it into order amongst us, hoping of encouragement from you, as we have had, whity we may continue ye same. Thus not further to trouble you, I rest, with my loving remembrance to yourself and your loving friend. Re. Bellingham. Boston, 28. 1, 1642. The note enclosed follows on ye other side. Worthy and beloved Senior. Your letter, with ye questions enclosed, I have communicated with our assistants, and we have referred ye answer of them to such reverend elders as are amongst us, some of whose answers thereto we have here sent you enclosed. Under their own hands. From ye rest we have not yet received any. Our far distance hath been a ye reason of this long delay, as also whity they could not confer their counsels together. For ourselves, you know our breedings and abilities, we rather desire light from yourselves, and others, whom God hath better unabridged, than to presume to give our judgments in cases so difficult and of so high a nature. Yet under correction, and submission to better judgments, we propose this one thing to your prudent considerations. As it seems to us, in ye case even of wilful murder, that though a man did smite or wound another, with a full purpose or desire to kill him, wch is murder in a high degree, before God, yet if he did not die, the magistrate was not to take away ye other's life. So by proportion in other gross and foul signs, though high attempts and near approaches to ye same be made, and such as in the sight and account of God may be as ill as ye accomplishment of ye foulest acts of whity sign. Yet we do't whether it may be safe for ye magistrate to proceed to death. We think, upon ye former grounds, rather he may not. As, for instance, in ye case of adultery, if it be admitted whity it is to be punished wth death, which to some of us is not clear, if ye body be not actually defiled, then death is not to be inflicted. So in sodomy, and bestiality, if there be not penetration. Yet we confess founds of circumstances, and frequency in ye same, doth make us remain in ye dark, and desire further light from you, or any, as God shall give. As for ye two thing, concerning ye islanders. We have no conversing with them, nor desire to have, further than necessity or humanity may require. And as for trade, we have as far as we could ever therein held an orderly course, and have been sorry to see ye spoil thereof by others, and fear it will hardly be recovered. But in these, or any other things which may concern ye common good, we shall be willing to advise and concur with you in what we may. Thus WTH my love remembered to yourself, and ye rest of our worthy friends, your assistants, I take leave, and rest. Your loving friend. W. B. Plym. 17. 3, month, 1642. Now follows ye ministers' answers. And first Mr. Rayner's. Kest, what submitical acts are to be punished with death, and what very fact, ipso facto, is worthy of death, or, if ye fact itself be not capital, what circumstances concurring may make it capital? Answer, in ye judicial law, ye morality whereof concerneth us, it is manifest whity carnal knowledge of man, or lying wth man, as with woman, cum penetration corporis, was sodomy, to be punished with death. What else can be understood by Levitt, 18. 22. And 20. 13, and Gen. 19. 5. 2 ly, it seems also whity this foule sign might be capital, though there was not penetratio corporis, but only contactus and fricatio usque ad effusionum seminis, for these reasons. 1. Because it was sin to be punished with death, Levitt, 20. 13. In ye man who was lion withal, as well as in him whity lieth with him, now his sin is not mitigated where there is not penetration, nor augmented where it is. Whereas it's charged upon ye women, whity they were guilty of this unnatural sign, as well as men, Rom 1. 26, 27. Ye same thing doth further apar, 2. Because of whity proportion betwixt this sin and bestiality, wherein if a woman did stand before, or approach to, a beast, for whity end, to lie down thirto, whether penetration was or not, it was capital, Levitt, 18. 23, and 20. 16, 3 ly. Because something else might be equivalent to penetration where it had not been, viz. Ye forementioned acts with frequency in long continuance with a high hand, utterly extinguishing all light of nature. Besides, full intention and bold attempting of ye foulest acts may seem me to have been capital here, as well as coming presumptuously to slay with guile was capital. Exodus, 21. 14. Yet it is not so manifest whity ye same acts were to be punished with death in some other signs of uncleans, wch yet by ye law of God were capital crimes, besides other reasons. 1. Because sodomy, and also bestiality, is more against ye light of nature than some other capital crimes of uncleans, which reason is to be attended unto, as whity which most of all made this sin capital. 2. Because it might be commite with more secrecy and less suspicion, and therefore needed ye more to be restrained and surprised by ye law. 3 ly, because there was not ye like reason and degree of sin ing against family and posterity in this sin as in some other capital signs of uncleans. 2. Quest, how far a magistrate may extract a confession from a delinquent, to accuse himself of a capital crime, seeing nemo tenetur prodera ipsum. Answer, a magistrate cannot without sin neglect diligent inquision into ye cause brought before him. Job 29. 16, Pro. 24. 11, 12. And 25. 2 ly. If it be manifest whity a capital crime is committed, and whity common repo root, or probability, suspicion, or some complaint, or ye like, be of this or whity person, a magistrate ought to require. And by all due means to procure from ye person, so far already bewrayed, a naked confession of ye fact, as apars by whity which is moral and of perpetual equity, both in ye case of uncertain murder, dut. 21. 1, 9. And slander, dut. 22. 13, 21. For though nemo tenetur prodera ipsum, yet by that wch may be known to ye magistrate by ye forenamed means, he is bound thus to do, or else he may betray his country and people to ye hevi displeasure of God. Levit, 18. 24, 25. Jos, 22. 18. PSA, 106. 30. Such as are innocent to ye sinful, base, cruel lusts of ye profane, and such as are delinquents, and others with them, into ye hands of ye stronger temptations, and more boldness, and hardness of heart, to commit more and worse villainy. Besides all ye guilt and hurt he will bring upon himself. 3 Ly. To inflict some punishment merely for this reason, to extract a confession of a capital crime, is contrary to ye nature of vindictive justice, which always hath respect to a no crime committed by ye person punished. And it will therefore, for any thing which can before be known, be ye provoking and forcing of wrath, compared to ye wringing of ye nose. Pro. 30. 33, which is as well forbidden ye fathers of ye country as of ye family. Eph. 6, 4. As prod using many sad and dangerous effects. That an oath, ex officio, for such a purpose is no due means, hath been abundantly proved by ye godly learned, and is well known. 3 Quetzales. In what cases of capital crimes one witness with other circumstances shall be sufficient to convince? Or is there no conviction without 2 witnesses? Answer. In taking away ye life of man, one witness alone will not suffice, there must be 2, or yt which is in star, ye texts are manifest. Num. 35. 30, Dut. 17. 6, and 19. 15, 2 Ly. There may be conviction by one witness, and something yt hath ye force of another, as ye evidency of ye fact done by such an one, and not another. Unforced confession when there was no fear or danger of suffering for ye fact, handwritings acknowledged and confessed. John Rayner. Mr. Partridge his writing, in ANS, to ye questions. What is yt sodomitical act which is to be punished with death? Though I conceive probable yt a voluntary effusion of seed per modum concubitus of man with man, as of a man with woman, though in concubita there be not penetratio corporis, is yt sin which is forbidden. Levit, 18. 22. And a judge to be punished with death. Levit, 20. 13. Because, though there be not penetratio corporis, yet there may be similitudo concubitus muliebrus, which is yt the law specifieth, yet I dare not be con. 1, because, Gen. 19. 5. Ye intended act of ye sodomites, who were ye first noted maisters of this unnatural act of more than brutish filthiness, is expressed by carnal copulation of man with woman, bring them out unto us, yt we may know them. 2 Ly. Because it is observed among ye nations where this unnatural uncleans is commite, it is wth penetration of ye body. 3 Ly. Because, in ye judicial proceedings of ye judges in England, ye indict, so ruin, as I have been informed. Q. How far may a magistrate extract a confession of a capital crime from a suspected and an accused person? ANS. I conceive yt a magistrate is bound, by careful examination of circumstances and weighing of probabilities, to sift ye accused, and by force of argumenti to draw him to an acknowledgment of ye truth. But he may not extract a confession of a capital crime from a suspected person by any violent means, whether it be by an oath imposed, or by any punishment inflicted or threatened to be inflicted. For so he may draw forth an acknowledgment of a crime from a fearful innocent. If guilty, he shall be compelled to be his own accuser, when no other can, which is against ye rule of justice. Q. In what cases of capital crimes one witness with other circumstances shall be sufficient to convict? Or is there no conviction without 2 witnesses? Answer. I conceive yt, in ye case of capital crimes, there can be no safe proceedings unto judgment without 2 witnesses, as Num. 35. 30, Dut. 19. 15. Except there can some evidence be produced as available in firme to prove ye fact as a witness is, then one witness may suffice, for therein ye end and equity of ye law is attained. But to proceed unto sentence of death upon presumptions, where probably there may sub es falsum, though there be ye testimony of one witness, I suppose it cannot be a safe way. Better for such a one to be held in safe custody for further trial, I conceive. Ralph Partridge. The answer of Mr. Charles Chansey. And contactus edificatio usque ad seminis effusionum sine penetration corporis sit sodomia mort plectenda. Q. The question is what sodomitical acts are to be punished wth death, and what very fact committed, ipso facto, is worthy of death, or if ye fact itself be not capital, what circumstances concurring may make it capital. The same question may be asked of rape, inceste, bestiality, unnatural sins, presumptuous sins. These be ye words of ye first question. Answer, the answer unto this I will lay down, as God shall direct by his word and spyright, in these following conclusions. 1. That ye judicials of Moises, that are appendences to ye moral law, and grounded on ye law of nature, or ye decalogue, are immutable, and petual, wch all orthodox divines acknowledge, see ye authors following. Luther, Tom. 1, Weidenberg, folios 435. And folios 7. Melanethon, in Locke, com loco de conjugio. Calvin, 1. 4, Institu. C. 4. Sect. 15, Junius de Politia Moisis, Thes 29. And 30. Hen, Bulin, Decad. 3, Sermo. 8, Wolf, Muscu. Locke, com, in 6. Precepti explicaci, Bucer de Regno Christi, 1, 2. C. 17, Theo, Beza, Vol, 1, De Heredi, Puniendis, folios 154. Zanch, in 3. Precept, Ursin, pt 4. Explicat. Contra John. Piscat, in Aphorismi Locke de leg de aphorism. 17, and more might be added. I forbear, for brevity's sake, to set down their very words, this being ye constant in general opinion of ye best divines, I will rest in this as undoubtedly true, though much more might be said to confirm it. 2. That all ye sinies mentioned in ye question were punished with death by ye judicial law of Moises, as adultery, Levit, 20. 10, Deut, 22. 22, Isec, 16. 38, Ihan. 8, 5. Which is to be understood not only of double adultery, when as both parties are married, as some conceive, but whosoever, besides her husband, lies with a married woman, whether ye man be married or not, as in ye place, Deut, 22. 22. Or whosoever, being a married man, lieth with another woman, besides his wife, as P. Martyri saith, Locke, com, which in diverse respects makes ye sign worse on ye married man's part. For ye Lord in this law hath respect as well to public honesty, the sin being so prejudicial to ye church and state, as ye private wrongs, saith Junius. So incest is to be punished with death, Levit, 20. 11, 22. Bestiality likewise, Lev, 20. 15. Exodus, 22. 19, Raps in like manner, Deut, 22. 25, Sodomy in like sort, Levit, 18. 22, and 20. 13, and all presumptuous sins, Num, 15. 30, 31. 3. That ye punishment of these fule signs wth death is grounded on ye law of nature, and is agreeable to the moral law. 1. Because ye reasons annexed shew them to be perpetual. Deuteronomy 22. 22, so shalt thou put away evil. Incest, bestiality, are called confusion, and wickedness. 2. Infamy to ye whole humane nature, Levit, 22. 12, Levit, 18. 23, Raps are as murder, Deut, 22. 25, sodomy is an abomination, Levit, 22. 22. No holier and juster laws can be devised by any man or angeli than have been by ye judge of all ye world, the wisdom of ye Father, by whom kings do reign, and 3. Because, before ye giving of ye law, this punishment was anciently practiced, Gen. 26. 11, 38. 29, 39. 20, and even by the heathen, by ye very light of nature, as P. Martyri shews. For ly. Because ye land is defiled by such sins, and spews out ye inhabitants, Levit, 18. 24, 25. And that in regard of those nations yt were not acquainted wth the law of Moses. 5. All ye Devons above specified consent in this, that ye unclean acts punishable with death by ye law of God are not only ye gross acts of uncleans by way of carnal copulation, but all ye evident attempts thereof. Which may appear by those several words yt are used by ye spy right of God, expressing ye sins to be punished with death. As ye discovering of nakedness, Levit, 18. 20. Which is redigur pudenda, as parts pr euphemismum, saith Junius, or dedigur ad cubandum, saith Willett, to uncover ye shameful parts of ye body, saith Ainsworth, which, though it reaches to ye gross acts, yet it is plain it doth comprehend ye other foregoing immodest attempts, as contactum, fricationum, and likewise ye phrase of lying with, so often used, doth not only signify carnal copulation, but other obscene acts, pristing ye same, is implied in Paul's word, Greek, arsenokoitai, 1. Sioar, 6, 9. And men lying with men, 1. Tim, 1, 9. Men defiling themselves wth mankind, men burning with lust towards men, Rom, 1, 26. And Levit, 18. 22, Sodom and sin going after strange flesh, Judd, v. 7. 8, and lying with mankind as with a woman, Levit, 18. 22. Abulentis says yt it signifies omnes modos cabus masculus masculo abutator, changing ye natural use into yt which is against nature, Rom, 1, 26. Erigere sibi kubar, as Junius well translates Levit, 20. 15. To give consent to lie withal, so approaching to a beast, and lying down thirto, Levit, 20. 16. Ob solemn conatu, saith Willett, or for going about to do it. Add to this a notable speech of Zephyrus de Legibus, who hath enough to end controversies of this nature. L. 1. He saith, in crimen adulteriae voluntas, understanding manifest, sine effectus subsecuto de jure tenditur. And he proves it out of good laws, in these words, solicitators alienum nuptiam itemque matrimonium interpellators, etsi effectus cellaris potirae non possent, propter voluntatem tamen perniciosi libidinis extra ordinem punienter. Nam general est cadem effectus sine effectu, non, puniri, sed contrarium observator in atrocioribus and horum similibus. 5. In concluding punishments from ye judicial law of Moses yt is perpetual, we must often priced by analogical proportion and interpretation, as a paribus similibus, minor ad majus, and for there will still fall out some cases, in every commonwealth, which are not in so many words extante in holy right. Yet ye substance of ye matter in every kind, I conceive under correction, may be drawn and concluded out of ye scripture by good consequence of an equivalent nature. As, for example, there is no express law against destroying conception in ye womb by potions, yet by analogy with Exodus, 21. 22, 23. We may reason yt life is to be given for life. Again, ye question, and contactus and fricatio, and methinks yt place Gen. 38. 9, in ye punishment of own and sin, may give some clear light to it. It was, saith Parius, belluina credelitas quam Deus peri loco cum parasidio habuit, nam semen corrumpere, quid fut aliud quam hominum ex semine generandum occidir. Propteria justa Deo excisus est observe his words. And again, discemu quantiper deus abominiter omnem seminis genitalis abusum, illicita effusionum, and corruption, and, very pertinent to this case. That also is considerable, Dut. 25. 11, 12. God commanded Yt, if any wife drew nigh to deliver her husband out of ye hand of him Yt smitteth him, and, her hand should be cut off. Yet such a woman in Yt case might say much for herself, Yt what she did was in trouble and perplexity of her mind, and in her husband's defence, yet her hand must be cut off for such impurity, and this is moral, as I conceive. Then we may reason from ye lest to ye greater, what grievous sin in ye sight of God it is, by ye instigation of burning lusts, set on fire of hell, to proceed to contactum and fricationem ad emissionem seminis, and Yt contra naturam, or to attempt ye gross acts of unnatural filthiness. Again, if Yt unnatural lusts of men with men, or woman with woman, or either with beasts, be to be punished with death, then appari natural lusts of men towards children under age are so to be punished. 6. Circumstantia variant vis e actions, saith ye lawyers, and circumstances in these cases cannot possibly be all wrecked up. But God hath given laws for those causes and cases that are of greatest momenti, by which others are to be judged of, as in ye difference betwixt chank medley, and wilful murder. So in ye sins of uncleans, it is one thing to do an act of uncleans by sudden temptation, and another to lie in wait for it, yea, to make a common practice of it, this mightily augments and multiplies ye sin. Again, some sins of this nature are simple, others compound, as Yt is simple adultery, or inceste, or simple sodomy. But when there is a mixture of diverse kinds of lust, as when adultery and sodomy in perditio seminis go together in ye same act of uncleans, this is capital, double, and triple. Again, when adultery or sodomy is commit by professors or church members, I fear it comes too near ye sign of ye priests' daughters, forbidden, and commanded to be punished, Levit. 21. 9. Besides ye presumption of ye sins of such. Again, when uncleans is commit with those whose chastity they are bound to serve, this comes very near the incestious copulation, I fear, but I must hasten to ye other questions. 2. Question ye second, upon ye point of examination, how far a magistrate may extract a confession from a delinquent to accuse himself in a capital crime, seeing nemo tenetur prodera ipsum. Answer. The words of ye question may be understood of extracting a confession from a delinquent either by oath or bodily torment. If it be meant of extracting by requiring an oath, ex officio, as some call it, and that in capital crimes, I fear it is not safe, nor warranted by God's word, to extract a confession from a delinquent by an oath in matters of life and death. 1. Because ye practice in ye scriptures is otherwise, as in ye case of Achan, Jos. 7:19. Give, I pray ye, glory to ye Lord God of Israel, and make a confession to him, and tell me how thou hast done. He did not compel him to swear. So when as Jonathan's life was endangered, 1. Sam 14:43, Saul said unto Jonathan, Tell me what thou hast done, he did not require an oath. And notable is Yt, J. 38:14. Jeremiah was charged by Zedekias, who said, I will ask thee a thing, hide it not from me, and Jeremiah said, If I declare it unto ye, wilt thou not surely put me to death? Implying Yt, in case of death, he would have refused to answer him. 2. Reason shews it, and experience, Job. 2:4. Skin for skin, and it is to be feared Yt those words, whatsoever a man hath, will comprehend also ye conscience of an oath, and ye fear of God, and all care of religion. Therefore for laying a snare before ye guilty, I think it ought not to be done. But now, if ye question be meant of inflicting bodily torments to extract a confession from a malefactor, I conceive Yt in matters of highest consequence, such as do concern ye safety or ruin of stats or countries. Magistrates may proceed so far to bodily torments, as racks, oat irons, and to extract a confession, especially where presumptions are strange, but otherwise by no means. God sometimes hids a sinner till his wickedness is filled up. Question 3. In what cases of capital crimes, one witness with other circumstances shall be sufficient to convict, or is there no conviction without two witnesses? Dut. 19. 25. God hath given an express rule yt in no case one witness shall arise in judgment, especially not in capital cases. God would not put our lives into ye power of any one tongue. Besides, by ye examination of more witnesses agreeing or disagreeing, any falsehood ordinarily may be discovered, but this is to be understood of one witness of another. But if a man witness against himself, his own testimony is sufficient, as in ye case of ye Amalekite 2. Sam 1:16. Again, when there are sure and certain signas and evidences by circumstances, there needs no witness in this case, as in ye Bussiness of Adonia desiring Abishag ye Shunammite to wife, that thereby he might make way for himself unto ye kingdom. 1 King 2:23-24. Again, probably by many concurring circumstances, if probability may have ye strength of a witness, something may be this way gathered, methinks, from Salomon's judging betwixt ye true mother and ye harlot. 1 King 3:25. Lastly, I see no cause why in weighty matters, in defect of witnesses and other proofs, we may not have recourse to a lot, as in ye case of Achan, Josu 7:16. Which is a clearer way in such doubtful cases, it being solemnly and religiously performed, than any other that I know, if it be made ye last refuge. But all this under correction. The Lord in mercy direct and prosper ye desires of his servants that desire to walk before him in truth and righteousness in the administration of justice, and give them wisdom and larns of heart. Charles Chancey. Besides ye occasion before mentioned in these writings concerning the abuse of those two children, they had about ye same time a case of buggery fell out amongst them, which occasioned these questions, to which these answers have been made. And after ye time of ye writing of these things befell a very sad accident of the like foule nature in this government, this very year, which I shall now relate. There was a youth whose name was Thomas Granger. He was servant to an honest man of Duxbury, being about 16 or 17 years of age. His father and mother lived at the same time at Sidiate. He was this year detected of buggery, and indicted for ye same, with a mare, a cowie, 2 goats, 5 sheep, 2 calves, and a turkey. Horrible it is to mention, but ye truth of ye history requires it. He was first discovered by one white accidentally saw his lewd practice towards the mare. I forbear particulars. Being upon it examined and comment, in ye end he not only confessed ye fact with that beast at that time, but sundry times before, and at several times with all ye rest of ye forenamed in his indictment. And this his free confession was not only in private to ye magistrates, though at first he strived to deny it, but to sundry, both ministers and others, and afterwards, upon his indictment, to ye whole court and jury. And confirmed it at his execution. And whereas some of ye sheep could not so well be known by his description of them, others with them were brought before him, and he declared which were they, and which were not. And accordingly he was cast by ye jury, and condemned, and after executed about ye 8 of September, 1642. A very sad spectacle it was. For first the mare, and then ye cowie, and ye rest of ye lesser cattle, were killed before his face, according to ye law, Levit 20:15, and then he himself was executed. The cattle were all cast into a great and large pit that was digged of purpose for them, and no use made of any part of them. Upon ye examination of this person, and also of a former that had made some sodomitical attempts upon another, it being demanded of them how they came first to ye knowledge and practice of such wickedness. The one confessed he had long used it in Old England. And this youth last spoken of said he was taught it by an other that had heard of such things from some in England when he was there, and they kept cattle together. By which it appears how one wicked person may infect many. And what care all ought to have what servants they bring into their families. But it may be demanded, how came it to pass that so many wicked persons and profane people should so quickly come over into this land, and mix themselves amongst them? Seeing it was religious men white ye began ye work, and they came for religion's sake. I confess this may be marvelled at least in time to come, when the reasons thereof should not be known. And ye more because here was so many hardships and wants met withal. I shall therefore endeavour to give some answer hereunto. And first, according to Whitey in ye Gospel, it is ever to be remembered that where ye Lord begins to sow good seed, the ye envious man will endeavour to sow tares. 2. Men being to come over into a wilderness, in which much labour and service was to be done about building and planting, and, such as wanted help in Whitey respect, when they could not have such as ye would, were glad to take such as they could. And so, many untoward servants, sundry of them proved, that were thus brought over, both men and women kind, who, when their times were expired, became families of themselves, which gave increase hereunto. 3. An other and a main reason hereof was, that men, finding so many godly disposed persons willing to come into these parts, some began to make a trade of it, to transport passengers and their goods, and hired ships for that end. And then, to make up their freight and advance their profit, cared not who ye persons were, so they had money to pay them. And by this means the country became pestered with many unworthy persons, who, being come over, crept into one place or other. 4. Again, the Lord's blessing usually following his people, as well in outward as spiritual things, though afflictions be mixed withal, do make many to adhere to ye people of God, as many followed Christ, for ye love's sake. John 6. 26. And a mixed multitude came into ye wilderness with ye people of God out of Egypt of old. Exodus 12. 38. So also there were sent by their friend some under hope whitey they would be made better. Others that they might be eased of such burthens, and they kept from shame at home whitey would necessarily follow their dissolute courses. And thus, by one means or other, in 20 years' time, it is a question whether ye greater part be not grown ye worser. I am now come to ye conclusion of that long and tedious bussiness between ye partners here, and them in England, the which I shall manifest by their own letters as followeth, in such parts of them as are pertinent to ye same. Mr. Shirley's to Mr. Atwood. Mr. Atwood, my approved loving friend, your letter of ye 18. Of October last I have received, wherein I find you have taken a great deal of pains and care about whitey troublesome bussiness betwixt our Plymouth partners and friends, and us here, and have deeply engaged yourself. For which compliments and words are no real satisfaction, and for ye agreement you have made with Mr. Bradford, Mr. Winslow, and ye rest of ye partners there, considering how honestly and justly I am persuaded they have brought in an account of ye remaining stock. For my own part I am well satisfied, and so I think is Mr. Andrews, and I suppose will be Mr. Beauchamp, if most of it might accrue to him, to whom ye least is due, and now for peace sake, and to conclude as we began, lovingly and friendly, and to pass by all failings of all, the conclude is accepted of. I say this agreement whitey you have made is condescended unto, and Mr. Andrews hath sent his release to Mr. Winthrop, with such directions as he conceives fit. And I have made bold to trouble you with mine, and we have both sealed in ye presence of Mr. Weld, and Mr. Peters, and some others, and I have also sent to you another, for the partners there, to seal to me. For you must not deliver mine to them, except they seal and deliver one to me, this is fit and equal, and yours to comment in what I may or can. James Shirley. June 14. 1642. His to ye partners as followeth. Loving friends. Mr. Bradford, Mr. Winslow, Mr. Prince, Captain Standish, Mr. Brewster, Mr. Alden, and Mr. Howland, give me leave to join you all in one letter, concerning ye fin all end and conclude of whitey tedious and troublesome bussiness, and I think I may truly say uncomfortable and unprofitable to all, and it hath pleased God now to put us upon a way to cease all suits, and disquieting of our spirits, and to conclude with peace and love, as we began. I am contented to yield and make good what Mr. Atwood and you have agreed upon. And for YT and have sent to my loving friend, Mr. Atwood, an absolute and general release unto you all, and if there want anything to make it more full, write it yourselves, and it shall be done, provided YT all you, either jointly or severally, seal ye like discharge to me. And for YT and I have drawn one jointly, and send it to Mr. Atwood, with YT I have sealed to you. Mr. Andrews hath sealed an acquittance also, and sent it to Mr. Winthrop, with such directions as he conceived fit, and, as I hear, hath given his debt, which he max 544 lee unto ye gentlemen of ye bay. Indeed, Mr. Weld, Mr. Peters, and Mr. Hibbins have taken a great deal of pains with Mr. Andrews, Mr. Beauchamp, and myself, to bring us to agree, and to YT end we have had many meetings and spent much time about it. But as they are very religious and honest gentlemen, yet they had an end YT they drove at and labored to accomplish, I mean not any private end, but for ye general good of their patente. It had been very well you had sent one over. Mr. Andrew wished you might have won 3 part of ye 1200 lee and the bay 2/3, but then we 3 must have agreed together, which were a hard matter now. But Mr. Weld, Mr. Peters, and Mr. Hibbins, and I, have agreed, they giving you bond, so to compose with Mr. Beauchamp, as, to procure his general release, and free you from all trouble and charge YT he may put you to, which indeed is nothing, for I am persuaded Mr. Weld will in time gain him to give them all that is due to him, which in some sort is granted already, for though his demands be great, yet Mr. Andrews hath taken some pains in it, and makes it appear to be less than I think he will consent to give them for so good an use, so you need not fear, that for taking bond there to save you harmless, you be safe and well. Now our accord is, YT you must pay to ye gentlemen of ye bay 900 lee, they are to bear all charges YT may any way arise concerning ye free and absolute clearing of you from us 3. And you to have ye other 300 lee, and upon ye receiving of my release from you, I will send you your bonds for ye purchase money. I would have sent them now, but I would have Mr. Beauchamp release as well as I, because you are bound to him in them. Now I know if a man be bound to 12 men, if one release, it is as if all released, and my discharge doth cut them of, wherefore doubt you not but you shall have them, and your commission, or anything else that is fit. Now you know there is 2 years of ye purchase money, that I would not own, for I have formerly certified you YT would but pay 7 years, but now you are discharged of all, and your loving and kind friend in what I may or can. James Shirley. June 14. 1642. The copy of his release is as followeth. Whereas diverse questions, differences, and demands have arisen and depended between William Bradford, Edward Winslow, Thomas Prince, Miles Standish, William Brewster, John Alden, and John Howland. Gent, now or lately inhabitants or resident at New Plymouth, in New England, on ye one party, and James Shirley of London, Marchanty, and others, in th other part, foreign concerning a stock and partable trade of beaver and other commodities. And freighting of ships, as ye White Angel, Friendship, or others, and ye goods of Isaac Allerton which were seized upon by virtue of a letter of attorney made by ye said James Shirley and John Beauchamp and Richard Andrews. Or any other matters concerning ye said trade, either here in Old England or there in New England or elsewhere, all which differences are since by mediation of friends composed, compromised, and all ye said parties agreed. Now know all men by these presents, that I, the said James Shirley, in performance of ye said compromise and agreement, have remised, released, and quite claimed, and do by these presents remise, release, and for me, mine heirs, executors, and administrators, and for every of us, for ever quite claim unto ye said William Bradford, Edward Winslow, Thomas Prince, Miles Standish, William Brewster, John Alden, and John Howland, and every of them, there and every of their heirs, executors, and administrators, all and all manner of actions, suits, debts, accounts, reconings, commissions, bonds, bills, specialties, judgments, executions, claims, challenges, differences, and demands whatsoever, with or against ye said William Bradford, Edward Winslow, Thomas Prence, Miles Standish, William Brewster, John Alden, and John Howland, or any of them, ever I had, now have, or in time to come can, shall, or may have, for any matter, cause, or thing whatsoever from ye beginning of ye world until ye day of ye date of these presents. In witness whereof I have hereunto put my hand and seal, given the 2nd day of June, 1642, and in ye 18th year of ye reign of our sovereign Lord, King Charles, and James Shirley. Sealed and delivered. In ye presence of Thomas Weld, Hugh Peters, William Hibbins, Arthur Turry, Sr. Though Sturgs, his servante. Mr. Andrews his discharge was to ye same effect, he was by agreement to have 500 li. Of ye money, the which he gave to them in ye bay, who brought his discharge and demanded ye money. And they took in his release and paid ye money according to agreement, viz. 1/3 of the 500 li they paid down in hand, and ye rest in 4 equal payments, to be paid yearly, for which they gave their bonds. And whereas 44 li was more demanded, they conceived they could take it of with Mr. Andrews, and therefore it was not in the bond. But Mr. Beauchamp would not part with any of his, but demanded 400 li of ye partners here, and sent a release to a friend, to deliver it to them upon ye receipt of ye money. But his release was not perfect, for he had left out some of ye partners' names, with some other defects, and besides, the other gave them to understand he had not near so much due. So no end was made with him till 4 years after. Of which in it plays. And in white ye regard, that themselves did not agree, I shall insert some part of Mr. Andrews' letter, by which he conceives ye partners here were wronged, as followeth. This leader of his was right to Mr. Edmund Freeman, brother-in-law to Mr. Beauchamp. Mr. Freeman. My love remembered unto you, and I then certified ye partners how I found Mr. Beauchamp and Mr. Shirley, in their particular demands, which was according to men's principles, of getting what they could, although ye one will not shew any account, and ye other a very unfair and unjust one. And both of them discouraged me from sending ye partners my account, Mr. Beauchamp especially. Their reason, I have cause to conceive, was, Whitey although I do not, nor ever intended to, wrong ye partners or ye business, yet, if I gave no account, I might be esteemed as guilty as they, in some degree at least. And they might see me to be ye more free from taxation in not delivering their accounts, who have both of them charged ye account with much interest they have paid forth, and one of them would likewise for much interest he hath not paid forth. As appeareth by his account, and seeing ye partners have now made it appear whitey there is 1200 li remaining due between us all, and that it may appear by my account I have not charged ye business with any interest, but do forgive it unto ye partners, above 200 li if Mr. Shirley and Mr. Beauchamp, who have between them wronged ye business so many 100 li both in principal and interest likewise, and have therein wronged me as well and as much as any of ye partners. Yet if they will not make and deliver fair and true accounts of ye same, nor be contented to take what by computation is more than can be justly due to either, that is, to Mr. Beauchamp 150 li as by Mr. Allerton's account, and Mr. Shirley's account, on oath in Chancery, and though there might be nothing due to Mr. Shirley, yet he requires 100 li, and I conceive, saying ye partners have delivered on their oaths ye summy remaining in their hands, that they may justly detain ye 650 li which may remain in their hands, after I am satisfied, until Mr. Shirley and Mr. Beauchamp will be more fair and just in their ending, and as I intend, if ye partners fairly end with me, in satisfying in part and engaging themselves for ye rest of my said 544 li. To return back for ye poor my part of ye land at Citiate, so likewise I intend to relinquish my right and interest in their dear patente, on which much of our money was laid forth, and also my right and interest in their cheap purchase. The which may have cost me first and last 350 li. But I doubt whether other men have not charged or taken on account what they have disbursed in ye like case, which I have not charged, neither did I conceive any other durst so do. Until I saw ye account of the one and heard ye words of ye other. The which gives me just cause to suspect both their accounts to be unfair, for it seemeth they consulted one with another about some particulars therein. Therefore I conceive ye partners ought ye rather to require just accounts from each of them before they part with any money to either of them. For merchants understand how to give an account. If they mean fairly, they will not denny to give an account, for they keep memorials to help them to give exact accounts in all particulars, and memorial cannot forget his charge, if ye man will remember. I desire not to wrong Mr. Beauchamp or Mr. Shirley, nor may be silenti in such operandi probabilities of their wronging ye partners, and me likewise, either in dennying to deliver or shew any account, or in delivering one very unjust in some particulars, and very suspicious in many more. Either of which, being from understanding merchants, cannot be from weakens or simplicity, and therefore ye more unfair. So commending you and yours, and all ye Lord's people, unto ye gracious protection and blessing of ye Lord, and rest your loving friend. Richard Andrews. April 7. 1643. This leader was right ye year after ye agreement, as doth appear. And what his judgment was herein, ye contents doth manifest, and so I leave it to ye equal judgment of any to consider, as they see cause. Only I shall adda what Mr. Shirley further write in a leader of his, about ye same time, and so leave this bussiness. His is as followeth on ye other side. Loving friends, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Winslow, Cap, Standish, Mr. Prince, and ye rest of ye partners WTHU. I shall write this general leader to you all, hoping it will be a good conclude of a general, but a costly and tedious bussiness I think to all, I am sure to me, and I received from Mr. Winslow a letter of ye 28. Of September, last, and so much as concerns ye general bussiness I shall answer in this, not knowing whether I shall have opportunity to write particular letters, and I expected more letters from you all, as some particular writs, but it seemeth no fit opportunity was offered. And now, though ye bussiness for ye main may stand, yet some particulars is altered, I say my former agreement with Mr. Weld and Mr. Peters, before they could conclude or get any grante of Mr. Andrews, they sought to have my release, and thereupon they sealed me a bond for a 110 lee. So I sent my acquittance, for they said without mine there would be no end made, and there was good reason for it. Now they hoped, if ye ended with me, to gain Mr. Andrews' part, as they did wholly, to a pound, at which I should wonder, but I observe some passages, and they also hoped to have gotten Mr. Beauchamp's part, and I did think he would have given it them. But if he did well understand himself, and that account, he would give it, for his demands make a great sound. But it seemeth he would not part with it, supposing it too great a sum, and he might easily gain it from you. Once he would have given them 40 lee, but now they say he will not do that, or rather I suppose they will not take it, for if they do, and have Mr. Andrews's, then they must pay me their bond of 110 lee 3 months hence. Now it will fall out far better for you, they deal not with Mr. Beauchamp, and also for me, if you be as kind to me as I have been and will be to you, and thus, if you pay Mr. Andrews, or ye bay men, by his order, 544 lee. Which is his full demand, but if looked into, perhaps might be less. The man is honest, and in my conscience would not wittingly do wrong, yet he may forget as well as other men, and Mr. Winslow may call to mind wherein he forgets. But sometimes it is good to buy peace. The gentlemen of ye bay may abate 100 lee, and so both sids have more right and justice than if they exact all, and now if you send me a 150 lee, then say Mr. Andrews' full sum, and this, it is near 700 lee, Mr. Beauchamp he demands 400 lee, and we all know that, if a man demands money, he must shew wherefore, and make proof of his debt, which I know he can never make good proof of £100 due unto him as principal money. So till he can, you have good reason to keep ye 500 lee, and this I protest I write not in malice against Mr. Beauchamp, for it is a real truth. You may partly see it by Mr. Andrews making up his account, and I think you are all persuaded I can say more than Mr. Andrews concerning that account. I wish I could make up my own as plain and easily, but because of former discontents, I will be sparing till I be called. And you may enjoy ye 500 li, quietly till he begine, for let him take his course here or there, it shall be all one, I will do him no wrong, and if he have not on penny more, he is less loser than either Mr. Andrews or I. This I conceive to be just and honest, ye having or not having of his release matters not, let him make such proof of his debt as you cannot disprove, and according to your first agreement you will pay it, and your truly affectioned friend, James Shirley. London, April 27. 1643. Anno Dom, 1643. I am to begin this year with that which was a matter of great saddens and mourning unto them all. About ye 18. Of April died their reverend elder, and my dear and loving friend, Mr. William Brewster, a man that had done and suffered much for ye Lord Jesus and ye Gospel's sake, and had bore his part in well and woe with this poor persecuted church above 36 years in England, Holland, and in this wilderness, and done ye Lord and them faithful service in his place and calling. And notwithstanding ye many troubles and sorrows he passed through, the Lord upheld him to a great age. He was near 80 years of age, if not all out, when he died. He had this blessing added by ye Lord to all ye rest, to die in his bed, in peace, amongst ye mids of his friends, who mourned and wept over him, and ministered what help and comforte they could unto him, and he again recomforted them whilst he could. His sickness was not long, and till ye last day thereof he did not wholly keep his bed. His speech continued till somewhat more than half a day, and then failed him, and about 9 or 10 o'clock that evening he died, without any pangs at all. A few hours before, he drew his breath short, and some few minutes before his last, he drew his breath long, as a man fallen into a sound sleep, without any pangs or gaspings, and so sweetly departed this life unto a better. I would now demand of any, what he was ye worse for any former sufferings? What do I say, worse? Nay, sure he was ye better, and they now added to his honor. It is a manifest token, saith ye Apostle, 2 Thess. 1, 5, 6, 7. Of ye righteous judgment of God that you may be counted worthy of ye kingdom of God, for which ye also suffer. Saying it is a righteous thing with God to recompense tribulation to them white trouble you, and to you who are troubled, rest with us, when ye Lord Jesus shall be revealed from heaven, with his mighty angels. 1 Pet 4. 14. If you be reproached for ye name of Christ, happy are ye, for ye spy right of glory and of God resteth upon you. What though he wanted ye riches and pleasures of ye world in this life, and pompous monuments at his funeral? Yet ye memorial of ye just shall be blessed, when ye name of ye wicked shall rot, with their marble monuments. Pro. 10. 7. I should say something of his life, if to say a little were not worse than to be silent. But I cannot wholly forbear, though happily more may be done hereafter. After he had attained some learning, viz. ye knowledge of ye Latine tongue, and some insight in ye Greek, and spent some small time at Cambridge, and then being first seasoned with ye seeds of grace and virtue, he went to ye court, and served that religious and godly gentleman, Mr. Davison, divers years, when he was Secretary of State, who found him so discreet and faithful as he trusted him above all other that were about him, and only employed him in all matters of greatest trust and secrecy. He esteemed him rather as a son than a servante, and for his wisdom and godlins, in private, he would converse with him more like a friend and familiar than a maester. He attended his Mr. When he was sent in ambassage by the Queen into ye Low Countries, in ye Earl of Leicester's time, as for other weighty affairs of state, so to receive possession of the cautionary towns. And in token and signa thereof the keys of Flushing being delivered to him, in her Matisse name, he kept them some time, and commit them to this his servante, who kept them under his pillow, on which he slept ye first night. And, at his return, ye states honoured him with a gould shen, and his master commended to him, and commanded him to wear it when they arrived in England, as they rid thorough the country, till they came to ye court. He afterwards remained with him till his troubles, that he was put from his place about ye death of ye Queen of Scots, and some good time after, doing him one ye faithful offices of service in ye time of his troubles. Afterwards he went and lived in ye country, in good esteem amongst his friends and ye gentlemen of those parts, especially the godly and religious. He did much good in ye country where he lived, in promoting and furthering religion, not only by his practice and example, and provoking and encouraging of others, but by procuring of good preachers to ye places thereabout, and drawing on of others to assist and help forward in such a work. He himself most commonly deepest in ye charge, and sometimes above his ability. And in this state he continued many years, doing ye best good he could, and walking according to ye light he saw, till ye Lord revealed further unto him. And in ye end, by ye tyranny of ye bishops against godly preachers and people, in silencing the one and persecuting ye other, he and many more of those times began to look further into things, and to see into ye unlawfulness of their callings. And ye burthen of many anti-Christian corruptions, which both he and they endeavored to cast off. As ye also did, as in ye beginning of this treatise is to be seen. After they were joined together in communion, he was a special stay and help unto them. They ordinarily met at his house on ye Lord's Day, which was a manner of ye bishops, and with great love he entertained them when they came, making provision for them to his great charge. He was ye chief of those that were taken at Boston, and suffered ye greatest loss, and of ye 7 that were kept longst in prison, and after bound over to ye Assizes. After he came into Holland he suffered much hardship, after he had spent ye most of his means, having a great charge, and many children. And, in regard of his former breeding and course of life, not so fit for many employments as others were, especially such as were toilsome and laborious. But yet he ever bore his condition with much cheerfulness and contentation. Towards ye later part of those 12 years spent in Holland, his outward condition was mended, and he lived well and plentifully. For he fell into a way, by reason he had ye Latine tongue, to teach many students, who had a desire to learn ye English tongue, to teach them English, and by his method they quickly attained it with great facility. For he drew rules to learn it by, after ye Latine manner, and many gentlemen, both Danes and Germans, resorted to him, as they had time from other studies, some of them being great men's sons. He also had means to set up printing, by ye help of some friends, and so had employment enough, and by reason of many books which would not be allowed to be printed in England, they might have had more than they could do. But now removing into this country, all these things were laid aside again, and a new course of living must be framed unto. In which he was no way unwilling to take his part, and to bear his burthen with ye rest, living many times without bread, or corn, many months together, having many times nothing but fish, and often wanting that also. And drunk nothing but water for many years together, yea, till within 5 or 6 years of his death. And yet he lived, by ye blessing of God, in health till very old age. And besides whitey, he would labor with his hands in ye fields as long as he was able. Yet when the church had no other minister, he taught twice every Sabbath, and whitey both powerfully and profitably, to ye great contentment of ye hearers, and their comfortable edification, yea, many were brought to God by his ministry. He did more in this behalf in a year, than many that have their hundreds a year do in all their lives. For his personal abilities, he was qualified above many. He was wise and discreet and well-spoken, having a grave and deliberate utterance, of a very shareful spyrite, very sociable and pleasante amongst his friends, of an humble and modest mind, of a peaceable disposition. Undervaluing himself and his own abilities, and sometime overvaluing others. Inoffensive and innocent in his life and conversation, WCH gained him ye love of those without, as well as those within. Yet he would tell them plainly of their faults and evils, both publicly and privately, but in such a manner as usually was well taken from him. He was tender-hearted, and compassionate of such as were in misery, but especially of such as had been of good estate and ranka, and were fallen unto want and poverty, either for goodness and religion's sake, or by ye injury and oppression of others. He would say, of all men these deserve to be pitied most. And none did more offend and displease him than such as would haughtily and proudly carry and lift up themselves, being rise from nothing, and having little else in them to commend them but a few fine clothes, or a little riches more than others. In teaching, he was very moving and stirring of affections, also very plain and distinct in what he taught, by which means he became ye more profitable to ye hearers. He had a singular good gift in prayer, both public and private, in ripping up ye heart and conscience before God, in the humble confession of sin, and begging ye mercies of God in Christ for ye pardon of ye same. He always thought it were better for ministers to pray oftener, and divide their prayers, than be lunge and tedious in the same, except upon solemn and special occasions, as in days of humiliation and ye like. His reason was, that ye heart and spirits of all, especially ye weak, could hardly continue and stand bent, as it were, so long towards God, as they ought to do in witty duty, without flagging and falling of. For ye government of ye church, which was most proper to his office, he was careful to preserve good order in ye same, and to preserve purity, both in ye doctrine and communion of ye same. And to suppress any error or contention that might begin to rise up amongst them, and accordingly God gave good success to his endeavours herein all his days, and he saw ye fruit of his labours in that behalf. But I must break of, having only thus touched a few, as it were, heads of things. I cannot but here take occasion, not only to mention, but greatly to admire ye marvellous providence of God, that notwithstanding ye many changes and hardships that these people went through, and ye many enemies they had and difficulties they met withal, that so many of them should live to very old age. It was not only this revade man's condition, for one swallow macks no summer, as they say, but many more of them did ye like, some dying aboot and before this time, and many still living, who attained to 60 years of age, and to 65. Divers to 70. And above, and some near 80. As he did. It must needs be more than ordinary, and above natural reason, that so it should be. For it is found in experience, that chawing of air, famine, or unwholesome food, much drinking of water, sorrows and troubles, and all of them are enemies to health, causes of many diseases, consumers of natural vigour and ye bodis of men, and shorteners of life. And yet of all these things they had a large part, and suffered deeply in ye same. They went from England to Holland, where they found both worse air and diet than that they came from thence, enduring a long imprisonment, as it were, in ye ships at sea, into New England. And how it hath been with them here hath already been shown, and what crosses, troubles, fears, wants, and sorrows they had been liable unto, is easy to conjecture, so as in some sort they may say with ye Apostle, 2 Cor. 11. 26, 27. They were in journeyings often, in perils of waters, in perils of robbers, in perils of their own nation, in perils among ye heathen, in perils in ye wilderns, in perils in ye sea, in perils among false brethren. In wearins and painfulns, in watching often, in hunger and thirst, in fasting often, in cold and nakedness. What was it then that upheld them? It was God's visitation that preserved their spirits. Job 10. 12. Thou hast given me life and grace, and thy visitation hath preserved my spiright. He that upheld ye Apostle upheld them. They were persecuted, but not forsaken, cast down, but perished not. 2 Cor. 4, 9. As unknown, and yet known. As dying, and behold we live, as chastened, and yet not killed. 2 Cor. 6, 9. God, it seems, would have all men to behold and observe such mercies and works of his providence as these are towards his people, that they in like cases might be encouraged to depend upon God in their trials. And also bless his name when they see his goodness towards others. Man lives not by bread only, Dut. 8, 3. It is not by good and dainty fare, by peace, and rest, and heart's ease, in enjoying ye contentments and good things of this world only, that preserves health and prolongs life. God in such examples would have ye world see and behold that he can do it without them, and if ye world will shut their eyes, and take no notice thereof, yet he would have his people to see and consider it. Daniel could be better liking with pulse than others were with ye king's dainties. Jacob, though he went from one nation to another people, and passed thorough famine, fears, and many afflictions, yet he lived till old age, and died sweetly, and rested in ye Lord, as infinite others of God's servants have done, and still shall do. Through God's goodness, notwithstanding all ye malice of their enemies. When ye branch of ye wicked shall be cut off before his day, Job 15:32. And the bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. PSA 55:23. By reason of ye plottings of the Narragansetts, ever since ye Pequot's war, the Indians were drawn into a general conspiracy against ye English in all parts, as was in part discovered ye year before. And now made more plain and evident by many discoveries and free confessions of sundry Indians, upon several occasions, from divers places, concurring in one. With such other concurring circumstances as gave them sufficiently to understand the truth thereof, and to think of means, how to prevent ye same, and secure themselves. Which made them enter into this more near union and confederation following. Articles of Confederation between ye plantations under ye government of Massachusetts, ye plantations under ye government of New Plymouth, ye plantations under ye government of Connecticut, and ye government of New Haven. With ye plantations in combination therewith. Whereas we all came into these parts of America with one and ye same end and aim, namely, to advance the kingdom of our Lord Jesus Christ, and to enjoy ye liberties of ye gospel in purity with peace. And whereas in our settling, by a wise providence of God, we are further dispersed upon ye sea coasts and rivers than was at first intended, so we cannot, according to our desires, with convenience communicate in one government and jurisdiction. And whereas we live encompassed with people of several nations and strang languages, which hereafter may prove injurious to us and our posterity. And forasmuch as ye natives have formerly committed sundry insolencies and outrages upon several plantations of ye English, and have of late combined themselves against us. And seeing, by reason of those distractions in England, which they have heard of, and by which they know we are hindered from YT humble way of seeking advice or reaping those comfortable fruits of protection which at other times we might well expect. We therefore do conceive it our bounden duty, without delay, to enter into a present consociation amongst ourselves, for mutual help and strength in all our future concernments. That as in nation and religion, so in other respects, we be and continue one, according to ye tenor and true meaning of the ensuing articles. 1. Wherefore it is fully agreed and concluded by and between ye parties or jurisdictions above named, and they jointly and severally do by these presents agree and conclude. That they all be and henceforth be called by ye name of the United Colonies of New England. 2. The said United Colonies, for themselves and their posterities, do jointly and severally hereby enter into a firme and perpetual league of friendship and amity, for offense and defense, mutual advice and succor upon all just occasions. Both for preserving and propagating ye truth of ye gospel, and for their own mutual safety and welfare. 3. It is further agreed that the plantations which at present are or hereafter shall be settled with, in, ye limities of ye Massachusetts shall be for ever under ye Massachusetts, and shall have peculiar jurisdiction among themselves in all cases. As an entire body. And YT Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven shall each of them have like peculiar jurisdiction in government within their limities and in reference to ye plantations which already are settled, or shall hereafter be erected. Or shall settle within their limities, respectively. Provided YT no other jurisdiction shall hereafter be taken in, as a distinct head or member of this confederation, nor shall any other plantation or jurisdiction in present being. And not already in combination or under ye jurisdiction of any of these confederates, be received by any of them. Nor shall any toe of ye confederates join in one jurisdiction, without consent of ye rest, which conceit to be interpreted as is expressed in ye 6th article ensuing. 4. It is by these confederates agreed, YT the charge of all just wars, whether offensive or defensive, upon what part remember of this confederation soever they fall, shall, both in men, provisions, and all other disbursements, be borne by all ye parts of this confederation, in different proportions, according to their different abilities, in manner following, namely, wite the commissioners for each jurisdiction, from time to time, as there shall be occasion. Bring a true account and number of all their males in every plantation, or any way belonging to or under their several jurisdictions, of what quality or condition soever they be, from 16 years old to 60, being inhabitants there, and wite according to ye different numbers which from time to time shall be found in each jurisdiction upon a true and just account, the service of men and all charges of ye were be borne by ye poll. Each jurisdiction or plantation being left to their own just course and custom of rating themselves and people according to their different estates, with due respects to their qualities and exemptions amongst themselves. Though the confederates take no notice of any such privilege. And wite according to their different charge of each jurisdiction and plantation, the whole advantage of ye war, if it please God to bless their endears, whether it be in lands, goods, or persons, shall be proportionably divided among ye said confederates. 5. It is further agreed, that if these jurisdictions, or any plantation under or in combination with them, be invaded by any enemy whomsoever, upon notice and request of any 3 magistrates of wite jurisdiction so invaded, ye rest of ye confederates, without any further meeting or expostulation, shall forthwith send aid to ye confederate in danger, but in different proportion. Namely, ye Massachusetts 100 men sufficiently armed and provided for such a service and journey, and each of ye rest 45 so armed and provided, or any lesser number, if less be required according to this proportion. But if such confederate in danger may be supplied by their next confederates, not exceeding ye number hereby agreed, they may crave help there, and seek no further for ye present. Ye charge to be borne as in this article is expressed, and at ye return to be victualled and supplied with powder and shoat for their journey, if there be need, by wite jurisdiction which employed or sent for them. But none of ye jurisdictions to exceed these numbers till, by a meeting of ye commissioners for this confederation, a greater aid appear necessary. And this proportion to continue till upon knowledge of greater numbers in each jurisdiction, which shall be brought to ye next meeting, some other proportion be ordered. But in such case of sending men for present aid, whether before or after such order or alteration, it is agreed wite at ye meeting of ye commissioners for this confederation, the cause of such war or invasion be duly considered. And if it appear wite the fault lay in ye parties so invaded, wite then that jurisdiction or plantation make just satisfaction both to ye invaders whom they have injured, and bear all ye charges of ye war themselves, without requiring any allowance from ye rest of ye confederates towards ye same. And further, wite if any jurisdiction see any danger of any invasion approaching, and there be time for a meeting, that in such a case 3 magistrates of wite jurisdiction may summon a meeting, at such convenient place as themselves shall think meet, to consider and provide against ye threatened danger, provided when they are met, they may remove to what place they please. Only, whilst any of these 4 confederates have but 3 magistrates in their jurisdiction, their request, or summons, from any 2 of them shall be accounted of equal force with ye 3 mentioned in both the clauses of this article, till there be an increase of magistrates there. 6. It is also agreed wite, for ye managing and concluding of all affairs proper, and concerning the whole confederation, till commissioners shall be chosen by and out of each of these 4 jurisdictions, namely, 2. For ye Massachusetts, 2. For Plymouth, 2. For Connecticut, and 2. For New Haven, being all in church fellowship with us, which shall bring full power from their several general courts respectively to hear, examine, weigh, and determine all affairs of war, or peace, leagues, aids, charges, and numbers of men for war, divisions of spoils, and whatsoever is gotten by conquest. Receiving of more confederates, or plantations into combination with any of ye confederates, and all things of like nature, which are ye proper concomitants or consequences of such a confederation, for amity, offense, and defense. Not intermeddling with ye government of any of ye jurisdictions, which by ye 3 article is preserved entirely to themselves. But if these 8 commissioners when they meet shall not all agree, yet it concluded that any 6 of the 8 agreeing shall have power to settle and determine ye business in question. But if 6 do not agree, that then such propositions, with their reasons, so far as they have been debated, be sente, and referred to ye 4 general courts, viz. Ye Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven, and if at all ye said general courts ye business so referred be concluded, then to be prosecuted by ye confederates, and all their members. It was further agreed that these 8 commissioners shall meet once every year, besides extraordinary meetings, according to the 5th article, to consider, treat, and conclude of all affairs belonging to this confederation, which meeting shall ever be the first Thursday in September. And whitey the next meeting after the date of these presents, which shall be accounted ye 2nd meeting, shall be at Boston in ye Massachusetts, the 3. At Hartford, the 4. At New Haven, the 5. At Plymouth, and so in course successively, if in ye meantime some idle place be not found out and agreed on, which may be commodious for all ye jurisdictions. 7. It is further agreed, whitey at each meeting of these 8 commissioners, whether ordinary, or extraordinary, they all 6 of them agreeing as before, may choose a precedente out of themselves, whose office and work shall be to take care and direct for order, and a calmly carrying on of all proceedings in ye present meeting. But he shall be invested with no such power or respect, as by which he shall hinder ye propounding or progress of any business, or any way cast ye scales otherwise than in ye precedent article is agreed. 8. It is also agreed, whitey the commissioners for this confederation hereafter at their meetings, whether ordinary or extraordinary, as they may have commission or opportunity, do endeavor to frame and establish agreements and orders in general cases of a civil nature, wherein all ye plantations are interest, for ye preserving of peace amongst themselves, and preventing as much as may be all occasions of war or difference with others. As about ye free and speedy passage of justice, in every jurisdiction, to all ye confederates equally as to their own, not receiving those whitey remove from one plantation to another without due certificate. How all ye jurisdictions may carry towards ye Indians, that they neither grow insolent, nor be injured without due satisfaction, lest war break in upon the confederates through such miscarriages. It is also agreed, whitey if any servanty run away from his master into another of these confederated jurisdictions, that in such case, upon ye certificate of one magistrate in the jurisdiction out of which ye said servanty fled, or upon other due proof, the said servanty shall be delivered, either to his master, or any other whitey pursues and brings such certificate or proof. And whitey upon ye escape of any prisoner whatsoever, or fugitive for any criminal cause, whether breaking prison, or getting from ye officer, or otherwise escaping, upon the certificate of 2 magistrates of ye jurisdiction out of which ye escape is made, that he was a prisoner, or such an offender at ye time of ye escape, they magistrates, or some of them of the jurisdiction wherefore ye present the said prisoner or fugitive abideth, shall forthwith grante such a warrant as ye case will bear, for ye apprehending of any such person, and the delivering of him into ye hands of ye officer, or other person who pursues him. And if there be help required, for ye safe returning of any such offender, then it shall be granted to him whitey craves ye same, he paying the charges thereof. 9. And for whitey the justest wars may be of dangerous consequence, especially to ye smaller plantations in these united colonies, it is agreed whitey neither ye Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, nor New Haven, nor any member of any of them, shall at any time hereafter begin, undertake, or engage themselves, or this confederation, or any part thereof, in any war whatsoever, sudden exigence, with ye necessary consequence thereof excepted, which are also to be moderated as much as ye case will permit, without ye consent and agreement of ye forementioned 8 commissioners, or at the least 6 of them, as in ye 6th article is provided. And whitey no charge be required of any of they confederates, in case of a defensive war, till ye said commissioners have met, and approved ye justice of ye war, and have agreed upon ye sum of money to be levied. which sum is then to be paid by the several confederates in proportion according to ye fourth article. 10. That in extraordinary occasions, when meetings are summoned by 3 magistrates of any jurisdiction, or 2. As in ye 5. Article, if any of ye commissioners come not, due warning being given or sente, it is agreed yt 4. Of the commissioners shall have power to direct a war which cannot be delayed, and to send for due proportions of men out of each jurisdiction, as well as 6. Might do if all met, but not less than 6. Shall determine the justice of ye war, or allow ye demands or bills of charges, or cause any levies to be made for ye same. 11. It is further agreed, yt if any of ye confederates shall hereafter break any of these present articles, or be any other ways injurious to any one of ye other jurisdictions. Such breach of agreement or injury shall be duly considered and ordered by ye commissioners for ye other jurisdiction. That both peace and this present confederation may be entirely preserved without violation. 12. Lastly, this perpetual confederation, and ye several articles thereof being read, and seriously considered, both by ye General Court for ye Massachusetts, and by ye Commissioners for Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven, were fully allowed and confirmed by 3. Of ye forenamed confederates, namely, ye Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Haven, only ye commissioners for Plymouth having no commission to conclude, desired respite till they might advise with their General Court. Whereupon it was agreed and concluded by ye said Court of ye Massachusetts, and the commissioners for ye other two confederates, that, if Plymouth consent, then the whole treaty as it stands in these present articles is, and shall continue firme and stable without alteration. But if Plymouth come not in, yet ye other 3 confederates do by these presents confirm ye whole confederation, and the articles thereof. Only in September next, when ye second meeting of ye commissioners is to be at Boston, new consideration may be taken of ye 6. Article, which concerns number of commissioners for meeting and concluding the affairs of this confederation, to ye satisfaction of ye Court of ye Massachusetts, and ye commissioners for ye other 2 confederates, but ye rest to stand unquestioned. In ye testimony whereof, ye General Court of ye Massachusetts, by their secretary, and ye commissioners for Connecticut and New Haven, have subscribed these present articles this 19. Of ye 3rd month, come only called May, Anno Dom, 1643. At a meeting of ye commissioners for ye confederation held at Boston ye 7. Of September, it appearing that the General Court of New Plymouth, and ye several townships thereof, have read and considered and approved these articles of confederation, as appeareth by commission from their General Court bearing date ye 29. Of August, 1643. To Mr. Edward Winslow and Mr. William Collier, to ratify and confirm ye same on their behalfs. We, therefore, ye commissioners for ye Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Haven, do also, for our several governments, subscribe unto them. John Winthrop, Gov. Of ye Massachusetts. Though, Dudley. G.O., Fenwick. Thomas. Gregson. Theof, Eaton. Edwa, Hopkins. Thomas. Gregson. These were ye articles of agreement in ye union and confederation which they now first entered into. And in this their first meeting, held at Boston ye day and year above said, amongst other things they had this matter of great consequence to consider on, the Narragansetts, after ye subduing of ye Pequans, thought to have ruled over all ye Indians about them. But ye English, especially those of Connecticut holding correspondency and friendship with Uncas, sachem of ye Montague Indians which lived near them, as ye Massachusetts had done with ye Narragansetts. And he had been faithful to them in ye Pequendi war, they were engaged to support him in his just liberties, and were contented yt such of ye surviving Pequans as had submitted to him should remain with him and quietly under his protection. This did much increase his power and augment his greatness, which ye Narragansetts could not endure to see. But my Antonomo, their Chef sachem, an ambitious and politic man, sought privately and by treachery, according to ye Indian manner, to make him away, by hiring some to kill him. Sometime they essayed to poison him. That not taking, then in ye night time to knock him on ye head in his house, or secretly to shoot him, and such like attempts. But none of these taking effect, he made open war upon him, though it was against ye covenants both between ye English and them, as also between themselves, and a plain breach of ye same. He came suddenly upon him with 900 or 1,000 men, never denouncing any war before. Ye others' power at Whitey present was not above half so many, but it pleased God to give Uncas ye victory, and he slew many of his men, and wounded many more. But ye chief of all was, he took Mayantinomo prisoner. And seeing he was a great man, and ye Narragansetts a pretendy people and would seek revenge, he would do nothing in ye case without ye advise of ye English. So he, by ye help and direction of those of Connecticut, kept him prisoner till this meeting of ye commissioners. The commissioners weighed ye cause and passages, as they were clearly represented and sufficiently evidenced betwixt Uncas and Mayantinomo. And the things being duly considered, the commissioners apparently saw Whitey Uncas could not be safe whilst Mayantinomo lived, but, either by secret treachery or open force, his life would still be in danger. Wherefore they thought he might justly put such a false and bloodthirsty enemy to death, but in his own jurisdiction, not in ye English plantations. And they advised, in ye manner of his death all mercy and moderation should be showed, contrary to ye practice of ye Indians, who exercise tortures and cruelty. And, Uncas having hitherto shewed himself a friend to ye English, and in this craving their advice, if the Narragansett Indians or others shall unjustly assault Uncas for this execution, upon notice and request, ye English promise to assist and protect him as far as they may against such violence. This was ye issue of this business. The reasons and passages hereof are more at large to be seen in ye acts and records of this meeting of ye commissioners. And Uncas followed this advice, and accordingly executed him, in a very fair manner, according as they advised, with due respect to his honor and greatness. But what followed on ye Narragansett's part will appear hereafter. Anno Dom, 1644. Mr. Edward Winslow was chosen governor this year. Many having left this place, as is before noted, by reason of the straitens and barrens of ye same, and their finding of better accommodations elsewhere, more suitable to their ends and minds. And sundry others still upon every occasion desiring their dismissions, the church began seriously to think whether it were not better jointly to remove to some other place, than to be thus weakened, and as it were insensibly dissolved. Many meetings and much consultation was held hereabout, and diverse were men's minds and opinions. Some were still for staying together in this place, alleging men might here live, if they would be contented with their condition. And Whitey it was not for want or necessity so much Whitey they removed, as for ye enriching of themselves. Others were resolute upon removal, and so signified Whitey here ye could not stay, but if ye church did not remove, they must. Insomuch as many were swayed, rather than there should be a dissolution, to condescend to a removal, if a fit place could be found, that might more conveniently and comfortably receive ye whole, with such accession of others as might come to them, for their better strength and subsistence. And some such like cautions and limitations. So as, with ye aforesaid provisos, ye greater part consented to a removal to a place called Nauset, which had been superficially vied in ye goodwill of ye purchasers, to whom it belonged, obtained. With some addition thereto from ye court. But now they began to see their error, that they had given away already the best and most commodious places to others, and now wanted themselves, for this place was about 50 miles from hence, and at an outside of ye country, remote from all society, also, that it would prove so strait, as it would not be competent to receive ye whole body, much less be capable of any addition or increase. So as, at least in a showroot time, they should be worse there than they are now here. The which, with sundry other like considerations and inconveniences, made them chying their resolutions. But such as were before resolved upon removal took advantage of this agreement, and went on notwithstanding, neither could ye rest hinder them, they having made some begin ing. And thus was this poor church left, like an ancient mother, grown old, and forsaken of her children, though not in their affections, yet in regard of their bodily presence and personal helpfulness. Her ancient members being most of them worn away by death, and these of later time being like children translated into other families, and she like a widow left only to trust in God. Thus she that had made many rich became herself poor. Some things handled, and pacified by ye commissioner this year. Whereas, by a wise providence of God, toe of ye jurisdictions in ye western parts, viz. Connecticut and New Haven, have been lately exercised by sundry insolencies and outrages from ye Indians. As, first, an Englishman, ruining from his mister out of ye Massachusetts, was murdered in ye woods, in or near ye limities of Connecticut jurisdiction, and about 6 weeks after, upon discovery by an Indian, ye Indian Sagamore in these parts promised to deliver the murderer to ye English, bound. And having accordingly brought him within ye sight of Uncoway, by their joint consent, as it is informed, he was there unbound, and left to shift for himself, whereupon 10 Englishmen forthwith coming to ye place, being sente by Mr. Ludlow, at ye Indians' desire, to receive ye murderer, who seeing him escaped, laid hold of 8 of ye Indians there present, amongst whom there was a Sagamore or 2, and kept them in hold 2 days, till 4 Sagamores engaged themselves within 1 month to deliver ye prisoner. And about a week after this agreement, an Indian came presumptuously and with guile, in ye daytime, and murderously assaulted an English woman in her house at Stamford, and by 3 wounds, supposed mortal, left her for dead, after he had robbed ye house. By which passages ye English were provoked, and called to a due consideration of their own safety. And ye Indians generally in those parts arose in an hostile manner, refused to come to ye English to carry on treaties of peace, departed from their wigwams, left their corn unweeded, and shewed themselves tumultuously about some of ye English plantations, and shot of pieces within hearing of ye town. And some Indians came to ye English and tood them ye Indians would fall upon them. So whitey most of ye English thought it unsafe to travel in those parts by land, and some of ye plantations were put upon strong watches and ward, night and day, and could not attend their private occasions. And yet distrusted their own strength for their defense. Whereupon Hartford and New Haven were sent unto for aid, and saw cause both to send into ye weaker parts of their own jurisdiction thus in danger, and New Haven, for conveniency of situation, sent a aid to Uncoway, though belonging to Connecticut. Of all which passages they presently acquainted ye commissioners in ye bay, and had ye allowance and approbation from ye general court there, with directions neither to hasten war nor to bear such insolencies to lunge. Which courses, though chargeable to themselves, yet through God's blessing they hope fruit is, and will be, sweet and wholesome to all ye colonies. The murderers are since delivered to justice, the public peace preserved for ye present, and probability it may be better secured for ye future. Thus this mischief was prevented, and ye fear of a war hereby diverted. But now another broil was begun by ye Narragansetts. Though they unjustly had made war upon Uncas, as is before declared, and had, ye winter before this, earnestly praised ye Gover of ye Massachusetts that they might still make war upon them to revenge the death of their Sagamore, W.C.H. being taken prisoner, was by them put to death, as before was noted, pretending that they had first received and accepted his ransom, and then put him to death. But ye Gover refused their presence, and tood them yt it was themselves had done ye wrong, and broken ye conditions of peace. And he nor ye English neither could nor would allow them to make any further war upon him, but if they did, must assist him, and oppose them. But if it did appear, upon good proof, that he had received a ransom for his life, before he put him to death, when ye commissioners met, they should have a fair hearing, and they would cause Uncas to return ye same. But notwithstanding, at ye spring of ye year they gathered a great power, and fell upon Uncas, and slew sundry of his men, and wounded more, and also had some lost themselves. Uncas called for aid from ye English. They tood him what ye Narragansetts objected, he denny the same, they tood him it must come to trial, and if he was innocent, if ye Narragansetts would not desist, they would aid and assist him. So at this meeting they sent both to Uncas and ye Narragansetts, and required their sagamores to come or send to ye commissioners now meet at Hartford, and they should have a fair and impartial hearing in all their grievances. And would endeavour Whitey all wrongs should be rectified where they should be found. And they promised that they should safely come and return without any danger or molestation, and sundry ye like things, as appears more at large in ye messengers' instructions. Upon WCH the Narragansetts sent one sagamore and some other deputies, with full power to do in ye case as should be meet. Uncas came in person, accompanied with some chef about him. After the agitation of ye bussines, ye issue was this. The commissioners declared to the Narragansett deputies as followeth. 1. That they did not find any proof of any ransom agreed on. 2. It appeared not Whitey any wampum had been pied as a ransom, or any part of a ransom, for my Antinomo's life. 3. That if they had in any measure proved their charge against Uncas, the commissioners would have required him to have made answerable satisfaction. 4. That if hereafter they can make satisfying proof, ye English will consider ye same, and proceed accordingly. 5. The commissioners did require Whitey neither themselves nor ye Niantics make any war or injurious assault upon Uncas or any of his company until they make proof of ye ransom charged, and Whitey due satisfaction be denied. Unless he first assault them. 6. That if they assault Uncas, the English are engaged to assist him. Hereupon ye Narragansett sack him, advising with ye other deputies, engaged himself in the behalf of ye Narragansetts and Niantics that no hostile acts should be committed upon Uncas, or any of his, until after ye next planting of corn. And Whitey after that, before they begin any war, they will give 30 days warning to ye Gover of the Massachusetts or Connecticut. The commissioners approving of this offer, and taking their engagement under their hands, required Uncas, as he expected ye continuance of ye favour of the English, to observe the same terms of peace with ye Narragansetts and theirs. These foregoing conclusions were subscribed by ye commissioners, for ye several jurisdictions, ye 19. Of September, 1644. Edwa, Hopkins, Presidente. Simon Bradstreet. Wilm. Hathorne. E.D.W., Winslow. John Brown. G.R. Fenwick. Theof, Eaton. Though, Gregson. The forenamed Narragansett's deputies did further promise, that if, contrary to this agreement, any of ye Niantic Pequants should make any assault upon Uncas or any of his, they would deliver them up to ye English, to be punished according to their demerits. And that they would not use any means to procure the Mowacs to come against Uncas during this truce. These were their names subscribed with their marks. Weetoish. Pampiamet. Chino. Pamunish. Anno Dom, 1645. The commissioners this year were called to meet together at Boston, before their ordinary time. Partly in regard of some differences fallen between ye French and ye government of the Massachusetts, about their aiding of Monsieur Latour against Monsieur de Aulnay, and partly about ye Indians, who had broken ye former agreements about the peace concluded ye last year. This meeting was held at Boston, ye 28 of July. Beside some underhand assaults made on both sides, the Narragansetts gathered a great power, and fell upon Uncas, and slew many of his men, and wounded more, by reason Whitey they far exceeded him in number, and had got store of pieces, with which they did him most hurt. And as they did this without ye knowledge and consent of ye English, contrary to former agreement, so they were resolved to prosecute ye same, notwithstanding anything ye English said or should do against them. So, being encouraged by their late victory, and promise of assistance from ye Mowacs, being a strong, warlike, and desperate people, they had already devoured Uncas and his, in their hops. And surely they had done it indeed, if the English had not timely set in for his aid. For those of Connecticut sent him 40 men, who were a garrison to him, till ye commissioners could meet and take further order. Being thus met, they forthwith sent 3 messengers, viz. Sergeant John Davis, Benedict Arnold, and Francis Smith, with full and ample instructions, both to ye Narragansetts and Uncas. To require them wighty they should either come in person or send sufficient men fully instructed to deal in ye business. And if they refused or delayed, to let them know, according to former agreements, wighty the English are engaged to assist against these hostile invasions, and wighty they have sent their men to defend Uncas. And to know of ye Narragansetts whether they will stand to ye former peace, or they will assault ye English also, that they may prove it accordingly. But ye messengers returned, not only with a slighting, but a threatening answer from the Narragansetts, as will more appear hereafter. Also they brought a letter from Mr. Roger Williams, wherein he assures them that ye war would presently break forth, and ye whole country would be all of a flame. And wighty the sachems of ye Narragansetts had concluded a neutrality with ye English of Providence and those of Aquidnet Island. Whereupon ye commissioners, considering ye great danger and provocations offered, and ye necessity we should be put unto of making war with ye Narragansetts, and being also careful, in a matter of so great weight and general concernment. To see ye way cleared, and to give satisfaction to all ye colonies, did think fit to advise with such of ye magistrates and elders of ye Massachusetts as were then at hand, and also with some of ye chaf military commanders there. Who being assembled, it was then agreed. First, wighty our engagement bound us to aid and defend Uncas. 2. That this aid could not be intended only to defend him and his forte, or habitation, but, according to ye common acceptation of such covenants or engagements, considered with ye grounds or occasion thereof, so to aid him as he might be preserved in his liberty and estate. 3. Ly that this aid must be speedy, lest he might be swallowed up in ye meantime, and so come too late. 4. Ly the justice of this were being clear to ourselves and ye rest then present, it was thought meet wighty the case should be stated, and ye reasons and grounds of ye were declared and published. 5. Ly that a day of humiliation should be appointed, which was ye 5. day of ye week following. 6. Ly it was then also agreed by ye commissioners that ye whole number of men to be raised in all ye colonies should be 300. Whereof from ye Massachusetts 190. Plymouth, 40. Connecticut, 40. New Haven, 30. And considering wighty Uncas was in present danger, 40. Men of this number were forthwith sent from ye Massachusetts for his succor, and it was but need, for ye other 40. From Connecticut had order to stay but a month, and their time being out, they returned. And ye Narragansetts, hearing thereof, took the advantage, and came suddenly upon him, and gave him another blow, to his further loss, and were ready to do ye like again, but these 40 men being arrived, they returned, and did nothing. The declaration which they set forth I shall not transcribe, it being very large, and put forth in print, to which I refer those wighty would see ye same, in which all passages are laid open from ye first. I shall only note their proud carriage, and answers to ye 3 messengers sent from ye commissioners. They received them with scorn and contempt, and to them they resolved to have no peace without Uncas's head. Also they gave them this further answer, that it mattered not who began ye war, they were resolved to follow it, and that ye English should withdraw their garrison from Uncas, or they would procure ye Mohawks against them. And withal gave them this threatening answer, that they would lay ye English cattle on heaps, as high as their houses, and wighty no Englishman should stir out of his door to piss, but he should be killed. And whereas they required gids to pass through their country, to deliver their message to Uncas from ye commissioners, they denied them, but at length, in way of scorn, offered them an old Pequendy woman. Besides also they conceived themselves in danger, for whilst ye interpreter was speaking with them about ye answer he should return, 3 men came and stood behind him with their hatchets, according to their murderous manner. But one of his fellows gave him notice of it, so they broke of and came away, with sundry such like affronts, which made those Indians they carried with them to run away for fear, and leave them to go home as they could. Thus whilst ye commissioners in care of ye public peace sought to quench ye fire kindled amongst ye Indians, these children of strife breath out threatenings, provocations, and war against ye English themselves. So that, unless they should dishonor and provoke God, by violating a just engagement, and expose ye colonies to contempt and danger from ye barbarians, they cannot but exercise force. When no other means will prevail to reduce ye Narragansetts and their confederates to a more just and sober temper. So as hereupon they went on to hasten ye preparations, according to ye former agreement, and sent to Plymouth to send forth their 40 men with all speed, to lie at Seacunk, lest any danger should befall it, before ye rest were ready, it lying next ye enemy, and there to stay till ye Massachusetts should join with them. Also Connecticut and New Haven forces were to join together, and march with all speed, and ye Indian confederates of those parts with them. All which was done accordingly. And the soldiers of this place were at Seacunk, the place of their rendezvous, 8 or 10 days before ye rest were ready. They were well armed all with snap-hands pieces, and went under ye command of Captain Standish. Those from other places were led likewise by able commanders, as Captain Mason for Connecticut, and Major Gibbons was made general over ye whole, with such commissions and instructions as was meet. Upon ye sudden dispatch of these soldiers, the present necessity requiring it, the deputies of ye Massachusetts court, being now assembled immediately after ye setting forth of their 40 men, made a question whether it was legally done, without their commission. It was answered, that howsoever it did properly belong to ye authority of ye several jurisdictions, after ye was agreed upon by ye commissioners, and the number of men, to provide ye men and means to carry on ye war. Yet in this present case, the proceeding of ye commissioners and ye commission given was as sufficient as if it had been done by ye general court. First, it was a case of such present and urgent necessity, as could not stay ye calling of ye court or council. 2 ly, in ye Articles of Confederation, power is given to ye commissioners to consult, order, and determine all affairs of war, and ye word determine comprehends all acts of authority belonging thereunto. 3 ly, the commissioners are ye judges of ye necessity of the expedition. For ly, the general court have made their own commissioners their sole counsel for these affairs. 5 ly, these counsels could not have had their due effect except they had power to proceed in this case, as they have done. Which were to make ye commissioners' power, and ye main end of ye confederation, to be frustrate, and that merely for observing a ceremony. 6 ly, the commissioners having sole power to manage ye war for number of men, for time, place, and they only know their own counsels, and determinations, and therefore none can grant a commission to act according to these but themselves. All things being thus in readings, and some of ye soldiers gone forth, and the rest ready to march, the commissioners thought it meet before any hostile act was performed, to cause a present to be returned, which had been sent to ye Governor of the Massachusetts from ye Narragansett sachems, but not by him received, but laid up to be accepted or refused as they should carry themselves, and observe ye covenants. Therefore they violating the same, and standing out thus to a war, it was again returned, by 2 messengers and an interpreter. And further to let know that their men already sent to Uncas, and other were sent forth, have hitherto had express order only to stand upon his and their own defense, and not to attempt any invasion of ye Narragansett's country. And yet if they may have due reparation for what is past, and good security for ye future, it shall appear they are as desirous of peace, and shall be as tender of ye Narragansett's blood as ever. If therefore Pesicus, Inamo, with other sachems, will, without further delay, come along with you to Boston, the commissioners do promise and assure them, they shall have free liberty to come and return without molestation or any just grievance from ye English. But deputies will not now serve, nor may the preparations in hand be now stayed, or ye directions given recalled, till ye forementioned Sagamores come, and some further order be taken. But if they will have nothing but war, the English are providing, and will proceed accordingly. Pesicus, Mixano, and Wittawash, 3 principal sachems of ye Narragansett Indians, and a Wasequen, deputy for ye Niantics, with a large train of men, within a few days after came to Boston. And to omit all other circumstances and debats whitey passed between them and the commissioners, they came to this conclusion following. 1. It was agreed betwixt ye commissioners of ye united colonies, and ye forementioned sagamores, and Niantic deputy, that ye said Narragansetts and Niantic sagamores should pay or cause to be paid at Boston, to ye Massachusetts commissioners. Ye full sum of 2,000. Fat home of good white wampane, or a third part of black wampampege, in 4 payments, namely, 500. Fat home within 20 days, 500. Fat home within 4 months, 500. Fat home at or before next planting time, and 500. Fat home within 2 years next after ye date of these presents, which 2,000. Fat home ye commissioners accept for satisfaction of former charges expended. 2. The foresaid sagamores and deputy, on ye behalf of ye Narragansett and Niantic Indians, hereby promise and covenant that they upon demand and prof satisfy and restore unto Uncas, ye Mohegan sagamore, all such captives, whether men, or women, or children, and all such canoes, as they or any of their men have taken, or as many of their own canoes in ye room of them, full as good as they were. With full satisfaction for all such corn as they or any of the higher men have spoiled or destroyed, of his or his men's, since last planting time. And ye English commissioners hereby promise whitey Uncas shall do ye like. 3. Whereas there are sundry differences and grievances betwixt Narragansett and Niantic Indians, and Uncas and his men, which in Uncas's absence cannot now be determined, it is harby agreed whitey Narragansett and Niantic sagamores either come themselves, or send their deputies to ye next meeting of ye commissioners for ye colonies, either at New Haven in September 1646. Or sooner, upon convenient warning, if ye said commissioners do meet sooner, fully instructed to declare and make due proof of their injuries, and to submit to ye judgment of ye commissioners, in giving or receiving satisfaction. And ye said commissioners, not doubting but Uncas will either come himself, or send his deputies, in like manner furnished, promising to give a full hearing to both parties with equal justice, without any partial respects, according to their allegations and profs. 4. The said Narragansett and Niantic sagamores and deputies do nearby promise and covenant to keep and maintain a firme and perpetual peace, both with all ye English united colonies and their successors, and with Uncas, ye Monhegan sachem, and his men. With Osamakeen, Pummum, Sokanoke, Cutchamakin, Shoannon, Passaconaway, and all other Indian sagamores, and their companies, who are in friendship with or subject to any of ye English. Harby engaging themselves, that they will not at any time hereafter disturb ye peace of ye country, by any assaults, hostile attempts, invasions, or other injuries, to any of ye united colonies, or their successors, or to ye aforesaid Indians, either in their persons, buildings, cattle, or goods, directly or indirectly, nor will they confederate with any other against them. And if they know of any Indians or others whitey conspire or intend hurt against ye said English, or any Indian subject to or in friendship with them, they will without delay acquaint and give notice thereof to ye English commissioners, or some of them. Or if any questions or differences shall at any time hereafter arise or grow betwixt them and Uncas, or any Indians before mentioned they will, according to former engagments, which they harby confirm and ratify, first acquaint ye English, and crave their judgments and advice therein. And will not attempt or beguine any war, or hostile invasion, till they have liberty and allowance from ye commissioners of ye united colonies so to do. 5. The said Narragansetts and Niantic sagamores and deputies do harby promise whitey they will forthwith deliver and restore all such Indian fugitives, or captives which have at any time fled from any of ye English, and are now living or abiding amongst them, or give due satisfaction for them to ye commissioners for ye Massachusetts. And further, that they will, without more delays, pay, or cause to be paid, a yearly tribute, a month before harvest, every year after this, at Boston, to ye English colonies, for all such Pequants as live amongst them, according to ye former treaty and agreement, made at Hartford, 1638. Namely, 1 fat home of white wampum for every Pequenty man, and half a fat hume for each Pequenty youth, and 1 hand length for each male child. And if Wequashcook refused to pay this tribute for any pequence with him, the Narragansett Sagamores promised to assist ye English against him. And they further covenant whitey they will resign and yield up the whole Pequenty country, and every part of it, to ye English colonies, as due to them by conquest. 6. The said Narragansett and Niantic Sagamores and Deputy do hereby promise and covenant whitey within 14 days they will bring and deliver to ye Massachusetts commissioners on the behalf of ye colonies, 4 of their children, viz. Pesicus his eldest son, the son Tassaquanawite, brother to Pesicus, Awashaw his son, and Iwangso's son, a Niantic, to be kept, as hostages and pledges, by ye English, till both ye forementioned 2000. Fat home of wampum be paid at ye times appointed, and ye differences betwixt themselves and uncast be heard and ordered, until these articles be underwritten at Boston, by Genemo and Wipetalk. And further they hereby promise and covenant, whitey if at any time hereafter any of ye said children shall make escape, or be conveyed away from ye English, before ye premises be fully accomplished. They will either bring back and deliver to ye Massachusetts commissioners ye same children, or, if they be not to be found, such and so many other children, to be chosen by ye commissioners for ye united colonies, or their assigns, and whitey within 20 days after demand, and in ye meantime, until ye said 4 children be delivered as hostages, ye Narragansett and Niantic Sagamores and Deputy do, freely and of their own accord, leave with ye Massachusetts commissioners, as pledges for present security, 4 Indians, namely, Wittawash, Pumanize, Jawashu, Wafwamino, who also freely consent, and offer themselves to stay as pledges, till ye said children be brought and delivered as above said. 7. The commissioners for ye united colonies do hereby promise and agree that, at ye charge of ye united colonies, ye 4 Indians now left as pledges shall be provided for, and whitey the 4 children to be brought and delivered as hostages shall be kept and maintained at ye same charge. That they will require Uncas and his men, with all other Indian Sagamores before named, to forbear all acts of hostility against ye Narragansetts and Niantic Indians for ye future. And further, all ye promises being duly observed and kept by ye Narragansett and Niantic Indians and their company, they will at ye end of 2 years restore ye said children delivered as hostages, and retain a firme peace with ye Narragansetts and Niantic Indians and their successors. 8. It is fully agreed by and betwixt ye said parties, whitey if any hostile attempt be made while this treaty is in hand, or before notice of this agreement, to stay further preparations and directions, can be given. Such attempts and ye consequence thereof shall on neither part be accounted a violation of this treaty, nor a breach of ye peace here made and concluded. 9. The Narragansetts and Niantic Sagamores and Deputy hereby agree in covenant to and with ye commissioners of ye united colonies, whitey henceforth they will neither give, grante, sell, or in any manner alienate, any part of their country, nor any parcel of land therein, either to any of ye English or others, without consent or allowance of ye commissioners. 10. Lastly, they promise that, if any Pequenty or other be found and discovered amongst them who hath in time of peace murdered any of ye English, he or they shall be delivered to just punishment. In witness whereof ye parties above named have interchangeably subscribed these presents, the day and year above written. John Winthrop, President. Herbert Pelham. Though, Prince. John Brown. G.O. Fenwick. Edwa, Hopkins. Theof, Eaton. Stephen Goodyear. Pesicus his mark. Mikasano his mark. Wittawash his mark. Omsequen his mark the Niantic Deputy. Abdas his mark. Pumash his mark. Cuchimican his mark. This treaty and agreement betwixt the commissioners of ye united colonies and ye Sagamores and Deputy of Narragansetts and Niantic Indians was made and concluded. Benedict Arnold being interpreter upon his oath. Serganti Calicate and an Indian, his man, being present, and Josias and Cuchimican, 2 Indians acquainted with ye English language, assisting therein, who opened and cleared the whole treaty, and every article, to ye Sagamores and Deputy there present. And thus was ye were at this time stayed and prevented. Anno Dom, 1646. About ye middle of May, this year, came in 3 ships into this harbour, in warlike order, they were found to be men of war. The captain's name was Cromwell, who had taken sundry prizes from ye Spaniards in ye West Indies. He had a commission from ye Earl of Warwick. He had aboard his vessels about 80 lusty men, but very unruly, who, after they came ashore, did so distemper themselves with drink as they became like madmen, and though some of them were punished and imprisoned, yet could they hardly be restrained. Yet in ye Endi they became more moderate and orderly. They continued here about a month or 6 weeks, and then went to ye Massachusetts. In which time they spent and scattered a great deal of money among ye people, and yet more sign, I fear, than money, notwithstanding all ye care and watchfulness that was used towards them, to prevent what might be. In which time one sad accident fell out. A desperate fellow of ye company fell a quarrelling with some of his company. His captain commanded him to be quiet and surcease his quarrelling. But he would not, but reviled his captain with base language, and in ye end half drew his rapier, and intended to ruin at his captain, but he closed with him, and wrested his rapier from him, and gave him a box on ye ear. But he would not give over, but still assaulted his captain. Whereupon he took ye same rapier as it was in ye scabbard, and gave him a blow with ye hilts. But it light on his head, and ye small end of ye bar of ye rapier hilts pierced his skull, and he died a few days after. But ye captain was cleared by a council of war. This fellow was so desperate a quarreller as ye captain was fain many times to shen him under hatches from hurting his fellows, as ye company did testify, and this was his end. This Captain Thomas Cromwell set forth another voyage to the West Indies, from the bay of the Massachusetts, well mained and victualled, and was out 3 years, and took sundry prizes, and returned rich unto the Massachusetts, and there died the same somere, having got a fall from his horse, in which fall he fell on his rapier hilts, and so bruised his body as he shortly after died thereof. With some other distempers, which brought him into a fever. Some observe that there might be something of the hand of God herein, that as the forenamed man died of ye blow he gave him with ye rapier hilts, so his own death was occasioned by a like means. This year Mr. Edward Winslow went into England. Upon this occasion, some discontented persons under ye government of the Massachusetts sought to trouble their peace, and disturb, if not innovate, their government, by laying many scandals upon them. And intended to prosecute against them in England, by petitioning and complaining to the Parliament. Also Samuel Gorton and his company made complaints against them, so as they made choice of Mr. Winslow to be their agent, to make their defence, and gave him commission and instructions for that end, in which he so carried himself as did well answer their ends, and cleared them from any blame or dishonour, to the shame of their adversaries. But by reason of the great alterations in the state, he was detained longer than was expected, and afterwards fell into other employments there, so as he hath now been absenti this 4 years, which hath been much to the weakening of this government, without whose consent he took these employments upon him. Anno 1647. And Anno 1648. Appendix. Appendix. No. I. Passengers of the Mayflower. The names of those which came over first, in ye year 1620. And were by the blessing of God the first beginners and, in a sort, the foundation of all the plantations and colonies in New England, and their families. 8. Mr. John Carver. Catherine, his wife, Desire Minter, and 2 manservants, John Howland, Roger Wilder, William Latham, a boy, and a maid-servant, and a child Whitey was put to him, called Jasper Moore. 6. Mr. William Brewster, Mary, his wife, with 2 sons, whose names were Love and Wrastling, and a boy was put to him called Richard Moore, and another of his brothers. The rest of his children were left behind, and came over afterwards. 5. Mr. Edward Winslow, Elizabeth, his wife, and 2 men servants, Cale George Soule and Elias Story, also a little girl was put to him, killed Ellen, the sister of Richard More. 2. William Bradford, and Dorothy, his wife, having but one child, a son, left behind, who came afterward. 6. Mr. Isaac Allerton, and Mary, his wife, with 3 children, Bartholomew, remember, and Mary, and a servant boy, John Hook. 2. Mr. Samuel Fuller, and a servant, killed William Button. His wife was behind, and a child, which came afterwards. 2. John Craxton, and his son, John Craxton. 2. Captain Miles Standish, and Rose, his wife. 4. Mr. Christopher Martin, and his wife, and 2 servants, Salomon Prower and John Langmore. 5. Mr. William Mullins, and his wife, and 2 children, Joseph and Priscilla, and a servant, Robart Carter. 6. Mr. William White and Susanna, his wife, and one son, killed Resolved, and one born a shipboard, killed Peregrine, and 2 servants, named William Holbeck and Edward Thompson. 8. Mr. Stephen Hopkins, and Elizabeth, his wife, and 2 children, killed Giles and Constanta, a daughter, both by a former wife, and 2 more by this wife, killed Damaris and Oceanus. The last was born at sea, and 2 servants, called Edward Doty and Edward Litster. 1. Mr. Richard Warren, but his wife and children were left behind, and came afterwards. 4. John Bill Linton, and Elin, his wife, and 2 Sones, John and Francis. 4. Edward Tilley, and Anne, his wife, and 2 children that were their cousins, Henry Sampson and Humility Coper. 3. John Tilley, and his wife, and Elizabeth, their daughter. 2. Francis Cook, and his son John. But his wife and other children came afterwards. 2. Thomas Rogers, and Joseph, his son. His other children came afterwards. 3. Thomas Tinker, and his wife, and a son. 2. John Rigdale, and Alice, his wife. 3. James Chilton, and his wife, and Mary, their daughter. They had an other daughter, Whitey was married, came afterward. 3. Edward Fuller, and his wife, and Samuel, their son. 3. John Turner, and 2 Sones. He had a daughter came some years after to Salem, where she is now living. 3. Francis Eaton, and Sarah, his wife, and Samuel, their son, a young child. 10. Moises Fletcher, John Goodman, Thomas Williams, Diggory Priest, Edmund Margeson, Peter Brown, Richard Britteridge, Richard Clark, Richard Gardner, Gilbert Winslow. 1. John Alden was hired for a cooper, at Southampton, where the ship victualled, and being a hopful young man, was much desired, but left to his own liking to go or stay when he came here, but he stayed, and married here. 2. John Allerton and Thomas English were both hired, the later to go Mr. of a shallop here, and ye other was reputed as one of ye company, but was to go back, being a seaman, for the help of others behind. But they both died here, before the ship returned. 2. There were also other 2 seamen hired to stay a year here in the country, William Trevor, and one Ely. But when their time was out, they both returned. These, benning about 100 sowls, came over in this first ship, and began this work, which God of his goodness hath hitherto blessed, let his holy name have ye praise. And seeing it hath pleased him to give me to see 30 years complete since these beginnings, and that the great works of his providence are to be observed, I have thought it not unworthy my pains to take a vie of the decreasings and increasings of these persons, and such changs as hath passed over them and theirs, in this 30 years. It may be of some use to such as come after, but, however, I shall rest in my own benefit. I will therefore take them in order as they lie. Mr. Carver and his wife died the first year, he in ye spring, she in ye summer. Also, his man Roger and ye little boy Jasper died before either of them, of ye common infection. Desire Minter returned to her friends, and proved not very well, and died in England. His servant boy Latham, after more than 20 years' stay in the country, went into England, and from thence to the Bahami Islands in ye West Indies, and there, with some others, was starved for want of food. His maid servant married, and died a year or two after, here in this place. 15. His servant, John Howland, married the daughter of John Tilley, Elizabeth, and they are both now living, and have 10 children, now all living, and their eldest daughter hath 4 children. And their 2 daughter, 1 all living. And other of their children marriageable. So 15 are come of them. 4. 2. Mr. Brewster lived to very old age, about 80 years he was when he died, having lived some 23 or 24 years here in ye country. And though his wife died long before, yet she died aged. His son Rassel died a young man unmarried, his son Love lived till this year 1650. And died, and left 4 children, now living. His daughters which came over after him are dead, but have left sundry children alive, his eldest son is still living, and hath 9 or 10 children, one married, who hath a child or 2. 4. Richard Moore his brother died the first winter. But he is married, and hath 4 or 5 children, all living. 2. Mr. Ed Winslow his wife died the first winter, and he married with the widow of Mr. White, and hath 2 children living by her Mary Gable, besides sundry that are dead. 8. One of his servants died, as also the little girl, soon after the ship's arrival. But his man, George Soule, is still living, and hath 8 children. 4. William Bradford his wife died soon after their arrival, and he married again, and hath 4 children, 3 whereof are married. 8. Mr. Allerton his wife died with the first, and his servant, John Hook. His son Bartle is married in England, but I know not how many children he hath. His daughter Remember is married at Salem, and hath 3 or 4 children living. And his daughter Mary is married here, and hath 4 children. Himself married again with ye daughter of Mr. Brewster, and hath 1 son living by her, but she is long since dead. And he is married again, and hath left this place long ago. So I account his increase to be 8. Besides his sons in England. 2. Mr. Fuller his servant died at sea. And after his wife came over, he had 2 children by her, which are living and grown up to years, but he died some 15 years ago. John Craxton died in the first mortality, and about some 5 or 6 years after, his son died. Having lost himself in ye woads, his feet became frozen, which put him into a fever, of which he died. 4. Captain Standish his wife died in the first sickness, and he married again, and hath 4 sons living, and some are dead. Mr. Martin, he and all his, died in the first infection not long after the arrival. 15. Mr. Malines, and his wife, his son, and his servant, died the first winter. Only his daughter Priscilla survived, and married with John Alden, who are both living, and have 11 children. And their eldest daughter is married, and hath 5 children. 7. Mr. White and his 2 servants died soon after their landing. His wife married with Mr. Winslow, as is before noted. His 2 sons are married, and resolved hath 5 children, Peregrine Toe, all living. So their increase are 7. 5. 4. Mr. Hopkins and his wife are now both dead, but they lived above 20 years in this place, and had 1 son and 4 daughters born here. Their son became a seaman, and died at Barbados, 1 daughter died here, and 2 are married, one of them hath 2 children, and 1 is yet to marry. So their increase which still survive are 5. But his son Giles is married, and hath 4 children. 12. His daughter Constanta is also married, and hath 12 children, all of them living, and 1 of them married. 4. Mr. Richard Warren lived some 4 or 5 years, and had his wife come over to him, by whom he had 2 sons before died, and 1 of them is married, and hath 2 children. So his increase is 4. But he had 5 daughters more came over with his wife, who are all married, and living, and have many children. 8. John Bill Linton, after he had been here 10 years, was executed for killing a man, and his eldest son died before him, but his 2 son is alive, and married, and hath 8 children. 7. Edward Tilley and his wife both died soon after their arrival, and the girl Humility, their cousin, was sent for into England, and died there. But the youth Henry Sampson is still living, and is married, and hath 7 children. John Tilley and his wife both died a little after they came ashore, and their daughter Elizabeth married with John Howland, and hath issue as is before noted. 8. 4. Francis Cook is still living, a very old man, and hath seen his children's children have children, after his wife came over, with other of his children, he hath 3 still living by her, all married, and have 5 children. So their increase is 8. And his son John, which came over with him, is married, and hath 4 children living. 6. Thomas Rogers died in the first sicknies, but his son Joseph is still living, and is married, and hath 6 children. The rest of Thomas Rogers' children came over, and are married, and have many children. Thomas Tinker and his wife and son all died in the first sicknies. And so did John Rigdale and his wife. 10. James Chilton and his wife also died in the first infection. But their daughter Mary is still living, and hath 9 children, and 1 daughter is married, and hath a child, so their increase is 10. 4. Edward Fuller and his wife died soon after they came ashore, but their son Samuel is living, and married, and hath 4 children or more. John Turner and his 2 sons all died in the first sicknies. But he hath a daughter still living at Salem, well married, and approved of. 4. 1. Francis Eaton his first wife died in the general sicknies, and he married again, and his 2 wife died, and he married the 3 and had by her 3 children. 1 of them is married, and hath a child, the other are living, but 1 of them is an idiot. He died about 16 years. 1. Ago. His son Samuel, who came over a sucking child, is also married, and hath a child. Moises Fletcher, Thomas Williams, Diggory Priest, John Goodman, Edmund Margeson, Richard Britteridge, Richard Clark. All these died soon after their arrival, in the general sicknies that befell. But Diggory Priest had his wife and children sent hither afterwards, she being Mr. Allerton's sister. But the rest left no posterity here. Richard Gardiner became a seaman, and died in England, or at sea. Gilbert Winslow, after diverse years abode here, returned into England, and died there. 6. Peter Brown married twice. By his first wife he had 2 children, who are living, and both of them married, and the one of them hath 2 children. By his second wife he had 2 more. He died about 16 years since. Thomas English and John Allerton died in the general sicknies. John Alden married with Priscilla, Mr. Molyneux his daughter, and had issue by her as is before related. Edward Doty and Edward Litster, the servants of Mr. Hopkins. Litster, after he was at liberty, went to Virginia, and there died. But Edward Doty by a second wife hath 7 children, and both he and they are living. Of these 100 persons which came first over in this first ship together, the greater half died in the general mortality, and most of them in 2 or 3 months' time. And for those which surveyed, though some were ancient and past procreation, and others left ye place and country, yet of those few remaining are sprung up above 160 persons, in this 30 years, and are now living in this present year, 1650. Besides many of their children which are dead, and come not within this account. And of the old stock, of one and other, there are yet living this present year, 1650. Near 30 persons. Let the Lord have ye praise, who is the high preserver of men. 12 persons living of the old stock this present year, 1679. 2 persons living that came over in the first shipe 1620, this present year, 1690. Resolved White and Mary Chusman, the daughter of Mr. Allerton. And John Cook, the son of Francis Cook, that came in the first ship, is still living this present year, 1694, and Mary Cushman is still living, this present year, 1698. No. 2. Commission for Regulating Plantations. Charles by ye grace of God King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of ye faith, and to the most reverend Father in Christ, our well-beloved and faithful Counsellor, William, by divine providence Archbishop of Canterbury, of all England Primate and Metropolitan, Thomas Lord Coventry, Keeper of our Great Seal of England. The most reverend Father in Christ our well-beloved and most faithful Counsellor, Richard, by divine providence Archbishop of York, Primate and Metropolitan. Our well-beloved and most faithful cousins and counsellors, Richard, Earl of Portland, our High Treasurer of England, Henry, Earl of Manchester, Keeper of our Privy Seal, Thomas, Earl of Arundel and Surrey, Earl Marshal of England. Edward, Earl of Dorset, Chamberlain of our most dear consort, the Queen, and our beloved and faithful counsellors, Francis Lord Coddington, Counsellor, and Under-Treasurer of our Exchequer, Senior, Thomas Edmonds, Knight, Treasurer of our Household. Senior, Henry Vane, Knight, Controller of ye same Household, Senior, John Cook, Knight, one of our Privy Secretaries. And Francis Windibank, Knight, another of our Privy Secretaries. Whereas very many of our subjects, and of our late fathers of beloved memory, our Sovereign Lord James, late King of England, by means of license royal. Not only with desire of enlarging ye territories of our empire, but chiefly out of a pious and religious affection, and desire of propagating ye gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. With great industry and expenses have caused to be planted large colonies of ye English nation, in divers parts of ye world altogether unmanred, and void of inhabitants or occupied of the barbarous people that have no knowledge of divine worship. We being willing to provide a remedy for ye tranquillity and quiens of those people, and being very confident of your faith and wisdom, justice and provident circumspection, have constituted you ye aforesaid Archbishop of Canterbury. Lord Keeper of ye Great Seal of England, ye Archbishop of York, and any 5 or more of you, our commissioners, and to you, and any 5 or more of you, we do give and commit power for ye government and safety of ye said colonies, drawn, or which, out of ye English nation into those parts hereafter, shall be drawn, to make laws, constitutions, and ordinances. Pertaining either to ye public state of these colonies, or ye private profit of them. And concerning ye lands, goods, debts, and succession in those parts, and how they shall domain themselves, towards foreign princes, and their people, or how they shall bear themselves towards us, and our subjects. As well in any foreign parts whatsoever, or on ye seas in those parts, or in their return sailing home. Or which may pertain to ye clergy government, or to ye cure of souls, among ye people their living, and exercising trade in those parts. By designing out congruent portions arising in tithes, oblations, and other things there, according to your sound discretions, in political and civil causes, and by having ye advise of 2 or 3 bishops, for ye settling, making, and ordering of ye business, for ye designing of necessary ecclesiastical, and clergy portions, which ye shall cause to be called, and taken to you. And to make provision against ye violation of those laws, constitutions, and ordinances, by imposing penalties and mulets, imprisonment if there be cause, and yt equality of ye offence do require it, by deprivation of member, or life, to be inflicted. With power also, our assent being had, to remove, and displace ye governors or rulers of those colonies, for causes which to you shall seem me lawful, and others in their stead to constitute. And require an account of their rule and government, and whom ye shall find culpable, either by deprivation from their place, or by imposition of a mulet upon ye goods of them in those parts to be levied, or banishment from those provinces in which they have been gover or otherwise to cashier according to ye quantity of ye offence. And to constitute judges, and magistrates political and civil, for civil causes and under ye power and for me, which to you 5 or more of you shall see me expedient. And judges and magistrates and dignities, to causes ecclesiastical, and under ye power and for me which to you 5 or more of you, with the bishops vicegerents, provided by ye Archbishop of Canterbury for ye time being, shall see me expedient. And to ordain courts, praetorian and tribunal, as well ecclesiastical, as civil, of judgments, to determine of ye forms and manner of proceedings in ye same. And of appealing from them in matters and causes as well criminal, as civil, personal, real, and mixed, and to their seats of justice, what may be equal and well ordered, and what crimes, faults, or excesses of contracts or injuries ought to belong to ye ecclesiastical court, and what to ye civil court, and seat of justice. Provided never ye less, yt the laws, ordinances, and constitutions of this kind, shall not be put in execution, before our assent be had thereunto in writing under our signet, signed at least, and this assent being had, and ye same publicly proclaimed in ye provinces in which they are to be executed, we will in common yt those laws, ordinances, and constitutions more fully to obtain strength and be observed shall be inviolably of all men whom they shall concern. Notwithstanding it shall be for you, or any 5 or more of you, as is aforesaid, although those laws, constitutions, and ordinances shall be proclaimed with our royal assent, to change, revoke, and abrogate them, and other new ones, in for me aforesaid. From time to time frame and make as aforesaid. And to new evils arising, or new dangers, to apply new remedies as is fitting, so often as to you it shall seem me expedient. Furthermore you shall understand that we have constituted you, and every 5 or more of you, the aforesaid Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Lord Coventry, Keeper of ye Great Seal of England, Richard, Bishop of York, Richard, Earl of Portland, Henry, Earl of Manchester, Thomas, Earl of Arundel and Surrey, Edward, Earl of Dorset, Francis Lord Cottonton, Senior Thomas Edmonds, Knight, Senior Henry Vane, Knight, Senior Francis Windibank, Knight, are commissioners to hear, and determine, according to your sound discretions, all manner of complaints either against those colonies, or their rulers, or governors, at ye instance of ye parties grieved, or at their accusation brought concerning injuries from hence, or from thence, between them, and their members to be moved. And to call ye parties before you. And to the parties or to their procurators, from hence, or from thence being heard ye full complement of justice to be exhibited. Giving unto you, or any 5 or more of you power, yt if you shall find any of ye colonies aforesaid, or any of ye chaf rulers upon ye jurisdictions of others by unjust possession, or usurpation, or one against another making grievance, or in rebellion against us, or withdrawing from our allegiance, or our commandments, not obeying, consultation first with us in yt case had, to cause those colonies, or ye rulers of them, for ye causes aforesaid, or for other just causes, either to return to England, or to common them to other places designed, even as according to your sound discretions it shall see me to stand with equity, and justice, or necessity. Moreover, we do give unto you, and any 5 or more of you, power and special common over all ye charters, leaders' patents, and rescripts royal, of ye regions, provinces, islands, or lands in foreign parts, granted for raising colonies, to cause them to be brought before you. And ye same being received, if anything surreptitiously or unduly have been obtained, or witty by the same privileges, liberties, and prerogatives hurtful to us, or to our crown, or to foreign princes, have been prejudicially suffered, or granted. The same being better made known unto you 5 or more of you, to command them according to ye laws and customs of England to be revoked, and to do such other things, which to ye profit in safeguard of ye aforesaid colonies, and of our subjects residente in ye same, shall be necessary. And therefore we do command you that about ye premises at days and times, which for these things you shall make provision, that you be diligenti in attendance, as it becometh you. Giving in precept also, and firmly enjoining, we do give command to all and singular chaf rulers of provinces into which ye colonies aforesaid have been drawn, or shall be drawn, and concerning ye colonies themselves, and concerning others. Witty have been interest therein, witty they give attendance upon you, and be observant and obedient unto your warrants in those affairs, as often as, and even as in our name they shall be required, at their peril. In testimony whereof, we have caused these our letters to be made patent. Wittens ourself at Westminster the 28th day of April, in ye 10th year of our reign. By right from ye Privy Seal. Willies. Anno Dom, 1634. Index. Index. Abdas, an Indian. Accord Pond. Akufkas. Adventurers. Sea Merchant Adventurers. Alden. John, arrested in Massachusetts. Party to contract. Settlement with. Family. Alden, Robert. Allerton, Bartholomew. Allerton, Isaac. Assistant. Goes to England. Agreement with. Brings over Mr. Rogers. Marries elder Brewster's daughter. Discharged. Disciplined by church. Disregards his bond. Referred to, -280. -303, -312, -327, -350, -359, -369. Family. Allerton, John. Allerton, Mary. Allerton. Remember. Altham, Emmanuel. Amsterdam. Anabaptistry. Andrews, Richard, adventurer. Undertaker. Beaver sent to. Takes land at Scituate. Settlement with. Letter to Freeman. Referred to. Andrews. Thomas, adventurer. Anne. See Cape Ann. Anne, ship. Anthony, Lawrence. Aquidnet Island. Argole, Captain. Arminians. Arnold, Benedict. Ashley, Edward. His patent and business. Sends beaver home. Trades with Indians. Referred to. His death. Assistance at Plymouth. Atwood, John, agent for Shirley. Shirley's letter to. Olney, Monsieur D. Captures Penobscot. Aurelius, Marcus. Awasequin, chief. Awashaw, Indian. Bab, Mr. 412. Baker, master of the charity. Baptism, differences respecting. Barnstable. Base, Edward. Beastliness. Beecham, John. Patent in his name. Referred to. Settlement with. Bellingham, Richard. Deputy Governor of Massachusetts. Letters from. Billerica, Billerica, Pilgrims came from. Billington, Elin. Billington, Francis. Billington, John. Loses himself. Tried for murder and executed. Family. Billington, John, Jr. Blackwell, Sir Francis, -50. Block Island. Blossom, Thomas. Boston in England. Boston in New England. Bound Brook. Bradford, Dorothy. Bradford, William, begins writing. W. B. Chosen governor. Illness. Letter to Weston. Letter from Weston. Letter from Pickering and Green. With others appoints Shirley and Beecham agents. Patent at Kennebec. Surrenders patent. Letter from. Family. Bradstreet, Simon. Brewer, Thomas. Brewster, Jonathan, letter from. Brewster, Love. Brewster, Mary. Brewster, W.M. Elder. Goes to Holland. Assistant to Robinson. Correspondence with Sandys and Worsonholme, -45. As to going to America. Labors for sick. Letters from Pickering, Green and Weston, -146. Letter from Robinson. Letter from Roger White. Referred to. Dies. Character. Family. Brewster, Wrestling. Bristol, England. Britteridge, Richard. Brooke, Lord. Brown, John. Brown, Peter. Browning, Henry. Brownists. Button, W.M. Dies. Family. Calicote, Sergeant. Calvin, John. Capawack. Cape Ann, Patent 4. Mentioned. Cape Cod. Arrive at. Explore Bay of. French ship lost on. Mentioned. Carter, Robert. Carver. John, agent to England. Deacon. Letter from Staresmore, 50. From Robinson, 58. From S. F. et al., 61. From Cushman, 69. From Robinson, 77. From Weston. Keeps letter. Chosen governor. Mentioned. -70. At Southampton. Dies. Family. Carver, Catherine. Cattle, first arrival of. Cossumset Neck. Charity, ship. Charles I. Commission by, for regulating plantations. Charles River. Charlestown. Charlton. Chauncey, Charles, invited to Plymouth. Letter from. Chilton, James. Chilton, Mary. Chino, an Indian. Christmas at Plymouth. Church Covenant. Clapham. Clark, pilot of the Mayflower. Clark, Richard. Clifton, Rev. Richard. Cobbisicant. Coddington, William. Cohasset. Collier, W.M. Shirley's agent. Colonies of New England, Confederation of. Commissioners for the Plantation. Winslow petitions the. Compact of the Pilgrims. Connecticut. Cook, Francis. Cook, John. Cook, Lord. Cooper, Humility. Coppin, Robert, Mayflower pilot, deceived. Corbitant takes Squanto. Corn. See Indian corn. Cotton, Reverend John. Coventry, Thomas. Crabe, Reverend Mr. Craxton, John, family. Cromwell. Thomas, captain, and his crew. Crows, Daniel, murderer, escapes. Cushman, Mary. Cushman, Robert, agent to England. Letters from, -49. Letter from S. F. et al. Letters to S. F. et al., -68. To John Carver. To Ed. S., -90. Comes in the Fortune. Condemns Weston's colonists. Letters from. Mentioned. -76. His death. Cutchemican. Damariscove Islands. Dartmouth, England. Davenport, Lieutenant. Davidson, W.M. Davis, John, Sergeant. Delft Haven. Denison, W.M. Dermer, Captain. Dorchester. Doty, Edward. Dudley, Thomas. Letter from. Mentioned. Dumayer, Richard. Dutch. Send letters. Mentioned, -374. Dutch letter. Dutchman at Hull. Duxbury. Earthquake in. Eaton, Francis. Eaton, Samuel. Eaton, Sarah. Eaton, Theoph. Elizabeth, Queen. Ely, Seaman of Mayflower. Endicott, John, arrival of, with patent for Massachusetts, -314. Letter to Governor Bradford. English, Thomas, Seaman on the Mayflower. Episcopius. Ewangsos, an Indian. Exeter Jail. Falcon, ship. Formalism. Farrar, Sir George. Fast, in Holland. In Plymouth. Fells. Mr. Fenwick, George. Fitcher, Lieutenant, at Marymount. Fleet Prison. Fletcher, Moses. Fletcher, Thomas. Florida. Fog. Fort Orange, now Albany. Fortune, arrival of the. Departs. France. Freeman. Edmund. French robbery at Penobscot. French ship lost on Cape Cod. Friendship, ship. Fuller, Edward, and family. Fuller, Samuel, letter from. Letters from Cushman, -68. Mentioned. His death. Family. Funival's Inn. Gallup, John. Gardner, Richard. Gardner, Sir Christopher. Gibbons commands. Gibbs, Mr. Mate of the Sparrow. Girling, expedition of, to recover Penobscot. Glover, Reverend Mr. Goff, Thomas. Goodman, John. Goodyear, Stephen. Gorges, Sir Ferdinand. Gorges, Robert, grant to. Meets Mr. Weston. Arrests him. Returns to England. Gorton, Samuel, 528. Gosnold, Captain, names Cape Cod. Gott, Charles. Granger, Thomas. Graves, Mr. Green, W.M. Green's Harbor. Gregson, Thomas. Greville, Sir Fulk. Griffin, Mr. Grimsby Hull. Gudburn, Peter. Guiana. Hall, Mr. Hampton. Hanson, Captain. Hartford. Hatherley, Timothy. Arrives in Massachusetts Bay, -329. Affirms by oath. At Bristol. Again comes to America. Hathorne, W.M. Haynes, John, Governor of Massachusetts. Heath, Thomas. Hedgehog, Fable of the. Hendrick, Prince. Hibbins, William. Higginson, Francis. Hingham. Boundaries of. Hobbamock, an Indian, -125, -137. Hobson, W.M. Hawking, killed at the Kennebec, -384. Holbeck, William. Holland. Holland, Robert. Hook, John. Hooker, Rev. Thomas. Hopkins, Constanta. Hopkins, Damaris. Hopkins, Edward. Hopkins, Elizabeth. Hopkins, Giles. Hopkins, Oceanus, born at sea. Hopkins, Stephen. Visits Massasoit. Family. Hawke, Atherton. Howland. Elizabeth. Howland, John, falls overboard. Family. Hubbard, W.M. Historian. Huddleston, John, letter from. Hudson, Thomas. Hudson's Bay. Hudson's River. Hull. Humber River. Humphrey, John. Hunt, Thomas, Captain, Captor of Squanto. Hunter, Rev. Joseph. Hurricane at Plymouth. Indian corn. Pilgrims take, and later pay for. Squanto teaches how to plant. Indians raise more. Pilgrims do not yet know how to raise. Several hogsheads secured. Each man to plant for himself. Women and children set. Fear about supply. Indians, expected danger from. First seen. Their corn found. About a grampus. First alarm of, -104. Skulking. Mentioned. Resolved to destroy Western people. Mentioned. Value of wampum. Taught by Morton. Long Island, sachems of. Mohawks. Kill Sassacus. Mentioned. Monhigs beat the Narragansetts. Narragansetts. 433. Agreement with. Neepnets. Nyantics. Agreement with. Pequots. Attack English. -426. Inamo, Indian chief. Irish servants. Isle of Shoals. Jackson, Thomas, executed. James. A physician. James the First. Dies. Named. James, ship. Geoffrey, sergeant. Genemo and Whitelock. Johnson, Reverend Francis. Johnson, Mr. Johns 1, Alderman. Jonas. Jones, Captain of the Discovery. Jones, Captain of the Mayflower. Keene, Robert. Kennebec, load of corn sent up the. Mentioned. Patent at. Kent. King. W.M. Knight, Eliza. Knight, John. Knowles, Miles. Land's End. Langmore, John. Langram, master of a ship. Latham, William. Latour, French governor. Laud, W.M. Archbishop. Lee, Lord. Levitt, Christopher. Leiden. Departure thence. Mentioned. Lincoln, Countess of. Lincolnshire. Ling, John. Lister, Edward. London. Plague in. London Bridge, fire on. Low Countries. Ludlow, Mr. Lyford, John, arrives. Letters intercepted. Sets up a public meeting. Cited before the court. Mentioned. His acknowledgment. Writes to adventurers. Their opinion of him. Censured. Facts concerning. Goes to Nantasket, dies. Lion, ship. Magner, Mr. Mahu, Mr. Malabar, Cape. Manamoik, Chatham. Manoanscusset. Manomet, Sandwich. Pinnace built at. Mentioned. Margeson, Edmund. Marriage, first, at Plymouth. By magistrates. Marshfield. Martin, Christopher. Martyr, Peter. Mary, Queen. Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary and Anne. Mason, Captain, with Gorges. Mason, John, Captain, and the Pequots. Massachusetts, location of. Bay. Gorges arrives in Bay. Arrival of Ralph Smith. Mr. Pierce and Mr. Hatherley come. Gardiner Inn. Roger Williams comes. Mentioned. Boundaries between Massachusetts and Plymouth. Massasoit visits Plymouth. Treaty with. Embassy to. Sends word concerning Billington, -125. Seeks Squanto's life. Is sick. Masterson, Richard. Maurice, grave, dies. Mayflower. Maypole at Marymount. Micasano. Merchant adventurers, agreement with. Weston and the. As to Lyford. Broken up. Names of. Merrimack River. Marymount. Myantonimo. Milford Haven. Millsop, Thomas. Minter, Desire. Mixano. Monhegan. Monanato, an Indian, and his wife. Moore, Ellen. Moore, Jasper. Moore, Richard. Morel, W.M. Rev, comes with Robert Gorges. Morton, George. Morton, Thomas, at Mount Wollaston. Arrested. Imprisoned in Boston. Mott, Thomas. Mount Wollaston. Mullins, Joseph. Mullins, Priscilla. Mullins, W.M. Family. Nakata. Namesketet. Namasket. Namasaket. Namskeket Creek. Nantasket. Narragansetts. Sea Indians. Nash, Mr. Nadawanut. Naumkeag, Salem. Naunton, Sir Robert. Nauset, Eastham. Nequamkeag, Falls of. Newbald, Freya. Newcomen, John, killed by Billington. New England. Grant from Council of. Confederation of Plantations of. Newfoundland. New Haven, -502. Newtown. Norton, Captain. Norton, Rev. John. Norway. Nottinghamshire. Novations. Noel, increase. Niantics. Sea Indians. Oldcomers. Oldham, John. Resists Captain Standish. Cited before the court. Named. Comes again. Sent away. Confesses. Killed. Mentioned. Oporto. Orania, Orange, Fort. Osamakeen. Ooze River. Paddy, W.M. Pampiamet. Paragon, ship, sent out by John Pierce, -168. Partridge, Ralph, discusses baptism with Chauncey. Letter from Passaconaway. Passengers in the Mayflower. Patrick, Captain. Pawtucket River. Patuxet, Plymouth. Peach, Arthur, executed for murder. Pierce, W.M. Master of Paragon. Master of the Anne. Comes from England. Letter from Virginia, -367. Carries Indians to West Indies. Pelham, Herbert. Pemaquid. Pemberton, John. Pennington, William. Penobscot. Pequots. Sea Indians. Perkins, Mr. Perrin, W.M. Pesicus, an Indian. Peters, Hugh. Pickering, Edward. Letter to Bradford and Brewster. Pierce, John. Likes not Weston's company. Sends the Paragon. Charter taken in name of. Pilgrims resolve to go to the Low Countries. Fate of families left behind. Removed to Leiden. Obtain patent from Virginia Company. Agreement with Weston and merchant adventurers. Their vessels. Choose governor and assistants. Sail. Put back. Dismiss the Speedwell. List of the, in the Mayflower. Descry Cape Cod. Give thanks. First see Indians. Find kettle and Indian corn. First encounter with Indians. Lay out house lots. Their compact. Choose John Carver governor. Visited by Samoset, 113. By Squanto and Massasoit. Treaty with Massasoit. Harvest. Their meeting house. Pinchin. Piscataqua River. Plague in London. Plantations, Commission for Regulating. Pliny. Plymouth, Ein. Pilgrims put into. Plymouth, N.E. Bounds between, and Massachusetts. Pocock, John. Point Care. Point Peril. Pecanicots. Poliander, John. Portsmouth. Pori, John, Secretary. Powwows. Poynton, Daniel. Praest, Digiri. Prince, Dawes. Chosen Governor. Mentioned. Prices of livestock. Providence. Prower, Salomon. Punham. Pumunish. Puritans, name. Quarles, William. Rasdell, Mr., Adamton. Wollaston. Raziers, Isaac de. Reply to his letter. Rayner, John, Rev. Letter from. Rehoboth. Revell, John. Reynolds. Captain of the Speedwell. Puts back twice. Referred to. Rigdale, Alice. Rigdale, John. Riggs, Sergeant. Robinson, John, Rev. Goes to Holland, -24. Disputes with Arminius. Correspondence with Sir Edwin Sandys, -43. With Sir John Worstenholme, -46. Letters to John Carver, -61. To Pilgrims, -82. Letter to Governor Bradford. To W.M. Brewster. Dead. Rogers, Mr. At Plymouth. Rogers, Joseph. Rogers, Thomas. Rome. Rooks, Newman. Sagadahoc, Rec at. Salem. Saltmaking. Saley, Saller. Samoset visits Plymouth. Samson, Henry. Sanders, John, Chief of Weston's men. Sandwich. Sandys, Sir Edwin, letter from, -43. Governor of Virginia Company. Sesacus, Sachem. Killed. Setucket. Say, Lord. Situate, -444. Scotland. Scott, false. Scurvy, pilgrims suffer from. Seekonk. Seneca. Sharp, Samuel. Sheariver, Mr. Shirley, James, Letters to Pilgrims. Letters to Governor Bradford. Letters from. Settlement with. Letters to Atwood, 478. To partners. His release. Mentioned. -350. Shoannon, Sachem. Sibsey, Mr. Skelton, Samuel. Smallpox among Indians on the Connecticut. Smith, Francis. Smith, John. His map. Smith, John, Rev. Smith, Ralph, Rev. Resigns his ministry. Smith, Sir Thomas. Sodomy. Sokonoke. Southampton. Arrive at. Mentioned. Souther, Nathaniel. Southworth, Edward, letter from Ropt. Cushman, -90. Soams. Sowanset River. Soul. George. Spain. Sparrow, ship. Speedwell, ship. Squanto, history of, -117. Teaches corn planting. With embassy to Massasoit. Mentioned. Seeks his own ends. Dies. Stamford. Standish, Miles, leads a party up Cape Cod. Labors for sick. Goes with party about Cape Cod. Rescues some of Weston's people. Lyford's opinion of. Sent to England. Comes home. Arrests Morton, -381. Goes to the Penobscot. Mentioned. Standish, Rose. Stanton, Thomas, interpreter. Staresmore, Sabin, S. B. Letter to Carver. Stinnings, Richard, executed for murder. Stone, Captain, influences governor of Dutch plantation. Killed. Mentioned. Story, Elias. Stoughton, Israel, commissioner. Stoughton, Mr. Stratton. Sturgs, Thomas. Taborites. Talbot, ship. Tarentines. Tassaquanawite. Taunton. Thanksgiving, 1st. Thomas, W.M. Thompson, David, at the mouth of the Piscataqua. Thompson, Edward. Thorned, Thomas. Thornhill, Matthew. Tilden, Joseph. Tilly, Anne. Tilly, Edward. Tilly, Elizabeth. Tilly, John. Tinker, Thomas. Turry, Arthur. Trask, Captain. Trent, River. Trevor, W.M. Trumball, W.M. Tucker's Terror. Turkeys, Wild. Turner, John. Uncas, Monhig Chief. Uncaway. Union of the New England Colonies. Vane, Sir Harry. Vines, Richard. Virginia. Ship bound for. Mentioned. Virginia Company. Virginia Court and Council. Walloons. Wampum, value of. Ward, Thomas. Warren, Richard. Warwick, Earl of. Water, first drink of, in New England. Wafwamino. Weequashcook. Weesagaskaset. Weetoish. Weld, Thomas. West, Francis, Admiral for New England. Weston, Andrew. Weston, Thos. -56. Writes Governor Carver. Sends fishing vessel. Letters to Mr. Carver, -140. Letter to Governor Bradford, -144. Remarks in letter of Pickering in Green. Mentioned. His people in trouble. Comes in disguise. His ingratitude. Arrives with small ship. Cited before Robert Gorges. Arrested. Dies. Westminster. Weymouth. White, Mr. Counselor. White, John, Rev. White, Peregrine. White, resolved. White. Roger, letter from. White, Susanna. White, William. White Angel, ship. -335. Wilder, Roger. Wilkinson, Ed. Master of the Falcon. Willett, Thomas, agent at Penobscot. Williams, Roger. Pacifies Indians. Williams, Thomas. Wilson, Mr. Surgeon. Wilson, John. Wincott, Jacob. Winnisimet. Winslow, Edward. Visits Massasoit. Visits Captain Huddleston. Brings cattle. Comes from England. Calls Lyford a knave. Goes up the Kennebec. Mentioned. -394. Chosen governor. In England. Petition of. Family. Winslow, Elizabeth. Winslow, Gilbert. Winslow, Josias. Winthrop, John, -332. Letters from. Mentioned, -384. Wollaston, Captain. His Ventures. Worsonholme, Sir John. Wright, Henry. Yarmouth. Yardley, Sir Geo. Young, Joseph. Yorkshire. Zealand. Ziska. Footnotes. The Honourable Charles Francis Adams. Lib 2 Chapter 22. In the text, parentheses are used frequently, apparently in place of commas. For this reason, many are omitted in the reprint. Acts and Mon, Pag. 1587, edit. 2. Ens, Lib. 6, Chapter 42. Pag. 421. A note of the author at this place, written subsequent to this portion of the narrative, on the reverse pages of his history. All these and subsequent passages are quoted from the Geneva version of the Bible. M. Meter, Lib. 25. Colonel 119. The Reformed Churches shapen much nearer ye primitive pattern than England, for they cassured ye bishops with all their courts, canons, and ceremonious, at the first, and left them amongst ye popish tr, to chwch they pertained. The last word in the note is uncertain in the MS. Golden Book, and Senior Robert Nanton. Note. O sacred bond, whilst inviolably preserved. How sweet and precious were the fruits that flowed from ye same, but when this fidelity decayed, then their ruin approached. Oh, that these ancient members had not died, or been dissipated, if it had been the will of God, or else that this holy care and constant faithfulness had still lived, and remained with those that survived, and were in times afterwards added unto them. But, alas, that subtil serpent hath slyly wounded himself under fair pretences of necessity and ye like, to untwist these sacred bonds and tie us, and as it were insensibly by degrees to dissolve, or in a great measure to weaken, ye same. I have been happy, in my first times, to see, and with much comforte to enjoy, the blessed fruits of this sweet communion, but it is now a part of my misery in old age, to find and feel ye decay and want thereof, in a great measure. And with grief and sorrow of heart to lament ye and bewail ye same. And for others' warning and admonition, and my own humiliation, though I here note ye same. The above reflections of the author were penned at a later period, on the reverse pages of his history, at this place. Bishops. Mr. Tho, Weston, and Yothers in the manuscript, an illegibly written word, doubtless intended for ye others. This word is enclosed in brackets in the manuscript. In Governor Bradford's collection of letters, these subscribers are thus wrote out at length: Samuel Fuller, William Bradford, Isaac Allerton, ed. Winslow. Prince. June 11th. O.S. is Lord's Day, and therefore, T is likely the date of this letter should be June 10th, the same with the date of the letter following. Prince. He was a minister of some 62. Heb 11. This was about 22. Of July. It was well for them YT this was not accepted. This letter is omitted in Governor Bradford's collection of letters. Prince. In Governor Bradford's collection of letters, this is Edward Southworth. Prince. He was governor in ye Biger ship, and Mr. Cushman assist ante. I think he was deceived in these things. This was found true afterward. In the manuscript it is, strive daily, but a pen has been drawn through the latter word. For Governor Bradford's list of passengers in the Mayflower, see Appendix, No. I. Because ye took much of whitey fish there. Epist. 53. Act. 28. Do. 26. 5, 7. 107 PSA, v. 1, 2, 4, 5, 8. Which was this author himself. Page 17. Thing in the manuscript. She came ye 9. To ye cap. Nay, they were fain to spare ye shipe some to carry her home. Ye led in the manuscript. Adventures in the Manuscript. I know not W.C.H. Way. Adventures in the Manuscript. See how his promise is fulfilled. But he left not his own men a bite of bread. The number is repeated in the MS. Mr. Hunter writes, here is an error in Bradford's pagination. He passes from 79 to 90. No part of the manuscript is here lost. 79 is repeated in the paging. WTH in the manuscript. They in the MS. I may not hear omite how, notwithstand all their great pains and industry, and ye great hops of a large crop, the Lord seemed to blast, and take away the same, and to threaten further and more sore famine unto them. By a great drought which continued from ye 3 week in May, till about ye middle of July, without any rain, and with great heat, for ye most part, insomuch as ye corn began to wither away, though it was set with fish, the moisture whereof helped it much. Yet at length it began to languish sore, and some of ye drier grounds were parched like withered hay, part whereof was never recovered. Upon which they set apart a solemn day of humiliation, to seek ye Lord by humble and fervent prayer, in this great distress. And he was pleased to give them a gracious and speedy answer, both to their own, and the Indians' admiration, that lived amongst them. For all ye morning, and greatest part of the day, it was clear weather and very hot, and not a cloud or any signa of rain to be seen, yet toward evening it began to overcast, and shortly after to rain, with such sweet and gentle showers, as gave them cause of rejoicing, and blessing God. It came, without either wind, or thunder, or any violence, and by degrees in whity abundance, as that ye earth was thoroughly wheat and soaked therewith. Which did so apparently revive and quicken ye decayed corn and other fruits, as was wonderful to see, and made ye Indians astonished to behold. And afterwards the Lord sent them such seasonable showers, with interchange of fair warm weather, as, through his blessing, caused a fruitful and liberal harvest, to their no small comforte and rejoicing. For which mercy, in time convenient, they also set apart a day of thanksgiving. This being overslipped in its place, I thought meet here to insert ye same. The above is written on the reverse of page 103 of the original, and should properly be inserted here. This passage, being overslipped in its place, the author at first wrote it, or the most of it, under the preceding year. But, discovering his error before completing it, drew his pen across it, and wrote beneath, this is to be here raised out, and is to be placed on page 103, where it is inserted. On. I.R. This proved rather, a prophetie, than advice. Contend in the manuscript. In MS also 145. In MS also 146. He died afterwards at Bristol, in ye time of the wars, of ye sickneys in Whitey Place. With her flags, and streamers, pendants, and waistcloths, and is repeated in the MS. Adventures in the manuscript. He means Mr. Robinson. But this lasted not long, they had now provided Lyford and others to send over. It is worthy to be observed, how ye Lord doth change times and things. For what is now more plentiful than wine? And that of ye best, coming from Malago, ye Canaries, and other places, sundry ships lading in a year. So as there is now more cause to complain of ye excess and ye abuse of wine, through men's corruption, even to drunkens, than of any defect or want of the same. Witten's this year 1646. The good Lord lay not ye sins and unthankfulness of men to their charge in this particular. This was John Oldham and his like. Mr. Weston's men. Not Abe in MS. Plin, Lib. 18. Chapter 2. Of WHCH were many witnesses. J. 41. 6. 121 is repeated in the paging of the original. Inurius in MS. Receive in the manuscript. This was Lyford himself. Is it not in the MS? Bet, in MS. If I mistake not, it was not much less. 30 Lee in the manuscript. First written as in the text, then altered to standards. Note. Here occurs another error in the paging of the original, 142 is omitted. Below are the names of the adventurers subscribed to this paper, taken from Bradford's Letter Book, 1 Massachusetts History Col. 3. 48, being 42 in number. The names of 6 of these persons are found subsequently among the members of the Massachusetts Company, viz. John White, John Pocock, Thomas Goff, Samuel Sharp, John Revell, and Thomas Andrews. Mr. Haven, who edited the records of the Massachusetts Company, is of opinion that the first person on the list is the celebrated clergyman of Dorchester, the reputed author of the Planter's Plea. M. Altham is probably the same person named in the council records, under date January 21. 1622-3, Emmanuel Altham to command the pinnace built for Mr. Pierce's plantation. Smith speaks of Captain Altham as commanding this vessel, but Morton says the name of the master of the Little James was Mr. Bridges, who it appears was drowned at Damariscove, in March, 1624. See Call of the America Antique, SOC, 3. 26, 62, Preface, Felt's MS Memoranda from the Council Records, Smith's General History, page 239, Morton's Memorial, page 48. John White. John Pocock. Robert Keene. Edward Bass. William Hobson. William Pennington. William Quarles. Daniel Poynton. Richard Andrews. Newman Rooks. Henry Browning. Richard Wright. John Ling. Thomas Goff. Samuel Sharp. Robert Holland. James Shirley. Thomas Mott. Thomas Fletcher. Timothy Hatherley. Thomas Brewer. John Thorne. Miles Knowles. William Collier. John Revell. Peter Gudburn. Emnu. Altham. John Beecham. Thomas Hudson. Thomas Andrews. Thomas Ward. Freya. Newbald. Thomas Heath. Joseph Tilden. William Perrin. Eliza Knight. Thomas Coventry. Robert Alden. Lawrence Anthony. John Knight. Matthew Thornhill. Thomas Millsop. The orthography of some of these words differs from the modern way of spelling them, and we have no means of ascertaining the accuracy of Bradford's copy from the original letter. This passage may be rendered thus. Noble, worshipful, wise, and prudent lords, the governor and councillors residing in New Plymouth, our very dear friends, the director and council of New Netherland wish to your lordships, worshipful, wise, and prudent, happiness in Christ Jesus our Lord, with prosperity and health, in soul and body. November 6, 1627, page 238. Reference is here made to the page of the original manuscript. 155 omitted in original MS, com. Another leader of his, that should have been placed before. We cannot but take notice how ye Lord hath been pleased to cross our prostings, and caused many disasters to befall us therein. I conceive ye only reason to be, we, or many of us, aimed at other ends than God's glory, but now I hope Whitey cause is taken away, the bargain being fully concluded, as far as our powers will reach, and confirmed under our hands and seals, to Mr. Allerton and ye rest of his and your copartners. But for my own part, I confess as I was loath to hinder ye full confirming of it, being ye first propounder thereof at our meeting. So on ye other side, I was as unwilling to set my hand to ye sail, being ye receiver of most part of ye adventures, and a second causer of much of ye engagments. And one more threatened, being most envied and aimed at, if they could find any steep to ground their malice on, than any other whosoever. I profess I know no just cause they ever had, or have, so to do. Neither shall it ever be proved Whitey I have wronged them or any of ye adventurers, wittingly or willingly, 1 penny in ye dispersing of so many pounds in those 2 years' trouble. No, ye sole cause why they maligny me, as I and others conceived, was Whitey I would not side with them against you, and the going over of ye Leiden people. But as I then cared not, so now I little fear what they can do. Yet charge and trouble I know they may cause me to be at. And for these reasons, I would gladly have persuaded the other four to have sealed to this bargain, and left me out, but they would not, so rather than it should fail, Mr. Allerton having taken so much pains, I have sealed with ye rest, with this proviso and promise of his, Whitey, if any trouble arise here, you are to bear half ye charge. Wherefore now I doubt not but you will give your generality good contente, and settle peace amongst yourselves, and peace with the natives. And then no doubt but ye God of peace will please your going out and your returning, and cause all Whitey you set your hands unto to prosper, the which I shall ever pray ye Lord to grante if it be his blessed will. Assuredly unless ye Lord be merciful unto us and ye whole land in general, our estate and condition is far worse than yours. Wherefore if ye Lord should send persecution or trouble here, which is much to be feared, and so should put into our minds to fly for refuge, I know no place safer than to come to you, for all Europe is at variance one with another. But chief fly WTHS, not doubting but to find such friendly entertainment as shall be honest and conscionable, notwithstanding what hath lately passed. For I profess in ye word of an honest man, had it not been to procure your peace and quiet from some turbulent spirits here, I would not have sealed to this last deed, though you would have given me all my adventure and debt ready down. Thus desiring ye Lord to bless and prosper you, I cease ever resting. Your faithful and loving friend. To my power. James Shirley. Des. 27. The above letter was written on the reverse of page 154 of the original manuscript. Peag. 1629, May 25, the first letter concerning the former company of Leiden people. Prince. 1629-30, March 8, the second letter concerning the latter company of Leiden people. Prince. This word is here substituted for recovering in the manuscript, on the authority of Bradford's letter book. This paragraph is written on the reverse of the page immediately preceding, in the original manuscript. Fractions in the manuscript. Thomas Willett. 177 is omitted in MS. Oporto, called by the Dutch Port-au-Port. Hubbard, on page 101, notices the execution of Billington as taking place about September of this year. The murderer expected that either for want of power to execute for capital offences, or for want of people to increase the plantation, he should have his life spared. But justice otherwise determined, and rewarded him, the first murderer of his neighbour there, with the deserved punishment of death, for a warning to others. The first offence committed in the colony was by Billington, in 1621, who, for contempt of the captain's lawful command, with opprobrious speeches, was adjudged to have his neck and heels tied together. Prince, I. 103, from Bradford's pocketbook. This paragraph was written on the reverse of page 180 of the original manuscript, near this place. WTH in manuscript. This was about ye selling ye ship in Spain. They were too short in resting on Mr. Hatherley's honest word, for his order to discharge them from ye friendship's account, when he and Mr. Allerton made ye bargain with them, and they delivered them the rest of the goods. And Thurby gave them opportunity also to receive all the freight of both viags, without seeing an order, to have such power, under their hands in writing, which they never doubted of, seeing he affirmed he had power. And they both knew his honesty, and Whitey he was specially employed for their agent at this time. And he was as showroot in resting on a verbal order from them, which was now denied, when it came to a particular of loss. But he still affirmed the same. But they were both now taught how to deal in ye world, especially with marchants, in such cases. But in ye end this light upon these here also, for Mr. Allerton had got all into his own hand, and Mr. Hatherley was not able to pay it, except they would have utterly undone him, as ye sequel will manifest. This commission is abused. He never had any for such end, as they well knew, neither had they any to pay this money, nor would have paid a penny, if they had not pleased for some other respect. O. in MS. The last two words not found in the MS but obviously intended. About ye wit angel they all met at a certain tavern in London, where they had a dinner prepared, and had a conference with a fact or about selling of her in Spain, or at Port-a-Port, as hath been before mentioned, as Mr. Hatherley manifested, and Mr. Allerton could not deny. Mr. Winslow deposed, ye same time, before ye gavre aforesaid, and that when he came into England, and the partners inquired of ye success of ye wit angel, which should have been laden wth base and so sent for port of Portingal, and their ship and goods to be sold. Having informed them that they were like to fail in their lading of base, that then Mr. James Shirley used these terms, Feck, we must make one account of all. And thereupon pressed him, as agent for ye partners in New England, to accept ye said ship wit angel, and her account, into ye joint partnership, which he refused, for many reasons. And after received instructions from New England, to refuse her if she should be offered, which instructions he shewed them, and whereas he was often pressed to accept her, he ever refused her, and so as a while before, whereas their great care was how to pay the purchase, and those other few debts which were upon them, now it was with them as it was sometimes with Saul's father, who left caring for ye asses, and sorrowed for his son. 1. Sam 10. 2. So that which before they looked at as a heavy burthen, they now esteem but a small thing and a light matter, in comparison of what was now upon them. And thus ye Lord oftentimes deals with his people to teach them, and humble them, that he may do them good in ye later end. This word is obscure in MS. The above paragraph was written on the reverse of page 188 of the original manuscript. The following account of Sir Christopher Gardiner, with the documents accompanying it, extending to page 357, does not appear in the text of the original manuscript, having been perhaps inadvertently omitted, but was written on the reverse of pages 189 to 191. That is, in the original manuscript. Ray in the manuscript. This letter was written on the reverse of folio 192 of the original manuscript, and may be properly inserted here. March 22. The skin was sold at 14s. And 15. Ye pound. There was cause enough of these fears, which arise by ye underworking of some enemies to ye churches here, by which this commission following was procured from his Matee. See this paper in Appendix, number 11. And ye skin at 14s. That is, if you please. The two paragraphs above were written on the reverse of folios 202 and 203 of the original manuscript, under this year. Blank in the original. They in MS. Before this word in the margin appears a capital N. Not correctly cast, it should be 12530 Li. 119 in MS. There is little trust to be given to their relations in these things. 120 in MS. Mr. John Rayner. But by this means they did furnish them, and have still continued to do. Be in manuscript. But ye were carried to ye West Indias. They in the manuscript. But stayed it till ye next year. And yet afterwards they laid claim to those parts in the controversy about Seekunk. Being about 40 li. And Devi dead between them. 130 in MS. Which is Charles River may still be questioned. This was but to pretend advantage, for it could not be done, neither did it need. Mr. Chansey came to them in ye year 1638. And stayed till ye later part of this year 1641. A leaf is here wanting in the original manuscript, it having been cut out. Exodus, 21. 22, do, 19. 11, number, 35. 16, 18. Confident. 8 in MS. Contic in MS. Solicitations in MS. This he means of ye first adventures, all which were lost, as hath before been shown, and what he here writs is probable at least. Being the conclusion, as will be seen, of page 252 of the original. Perhaps right for wrote. The in the manuscript. This was a mystery to them, for they heard nothing hereof from any side ye last year, till now ye conclusion was passed, and bonds given. Substituted for sundry on the authority of the original MS records. Commander in the MS. Written to in MS. Who died 3 of October 1655. The following memoranda are in a later hand. Obviously intended for Cushman. See page 381. This document was written on the reverse of folio 201 edc. Of the original manuscript, and for the sake of convenience is transferred to this place. A superfluous and comes after, observed, in the manuscript. Edwards in the manuscript. Transcriber's note. Spelling is inconsistent and is left unchanged from the original printing of this book. The following are some common examples of questionable text. Ye not suffered to go. They. Unchanged. Any other riches whatsoever. And at length they came. Length. Unchanged. Of our company to Addie-one himself, to the care and discretion. Addie-one, possibly adjoin. Unchanged. To reject ye voyage. Judge therefore we beseech you indifferently. Voyage. Unchanged. To proceed on her voyage. Those that went back were. Voyage. Unchanged. Who were salvages, but they fled from them, and ran savages. Unchanged. And anon cursing his fellows, saying he had done this. Anon, anyone. Unchanged. And he would have borrowed a HH of corn of ye Indians. HH is probably hogshead. Both H's have a bar through the ascender. Unchanged. Somewhat Blanqui added, but after some weeks, when. Somewhat. Unchanged. Their doings and practices here, that it was evident they. Practices. Unchanged. This mischievous, and most false slander, that because. Unable to tell from the image whether it is a C or E. Left it as a C. And think not with 50 Li, pound a year sent you over, to. Duplication of Li and pound. Unchanged. Maester and ye rest of ye company were gone from. Ye rather than ye here. Unchanged. Of ye season, and the fear ye Indians were in of. Indians. Unchanged. And ye English colonies, to right and defend themselves. Fight. Unchanged. Knew to be an English man, as also those whitey were. Odd use of hyphen. Unchanged.